Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if the Ministry found Harry before Hogwarts. Here is short summary. On July 25, 1991, a single invitation changes everything. When Director Amelia Bones visits Harry Potter's home in Surrey, the Ministry uncovers the shocking truth about the boy who lived. With Harry rescued before Hogwarts even begins, old secrets are exposed, powerful allies step in, and the wizarding world takes a completely different path. Could one visit rewrite Harry's destiny forever? Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. Privet Drive, being a street from which quite a few other streets and cul-de-sacs enched off, was one of the earlier ones to be completed. And the two-story, four-bedroom house at number 4 Privet Drive, design variant 4B, being near the beginning of the street, was one of the first to be completed and ready for sale. That home was bought, even before the local school and shops had been built, by an up-and-coming sales representative of a drill manufacturing company located in Greater Whinging only a few miles away. The sales representative, Vernon Dursley, newly married only a few months earlier and before to the property move-in date, wanted to make a start on setting up life for him, his wife and their future children as soon as possible. He was a go-getter, looking to get places and was diligently working towards his dream life. 3 years later, almost to the day and on the 1st of November 1981, that dream developed a hiccup, and it was a big one. Petunia Dursley, wife of Vernon Dursley and mother of his 18-month-old son Dudley, opened the front door of their house to collect the morning's newspaper, delivered during the very early hours of the morning, and, instead of finding the newspaper on the stoop, instead found a wicker basket with a blanket-wrapped bundle within. Peeking out of that bundle was the face of a sleeping infant with a nearly healed fresh lightning bolt-shaped wound on its forehead above its right eye. "Dear God," she softly murmured, looking down at the baby and shocked at her discovery. After a quick look around outside, just to see if she could spot anyone loitering about, or if the neighbors were already up and snooping upon her, she quickly picked up the infant, basket and all, and brought it inside. She'd forgotten about the morning newspaper. It was found later in her burgeoning rose bush garden. Quickly walking to the combined kitchen-dining room, she placed the basket on the dining table and wondered what to do next. That was when she spotted the envelope tucked between the sides of the inside of the basket and the blankets. She almost daintily plucked the envelope out of its hidey hole. Seeing it, what the paper material looked to be in the green ink used to write her and her husband's names and address upon it, she began to grow quite concerned. Taking a quick breath, she broke the red wax seal on the back of it, another antiquated oddity, opened it and began to read the short, hand-written letter on the sheet within. As she read, her concern turned to shock before turning to anger. Once she'd finished reading, she lowered the sheet of parchment and parchment envelope, for she now knew that was what the paper-like material truly was, glared at the still sleeping infant in anger and disgust, spun on her heel and stormed from the room, heading for the stairs. Not just, no, she thought, but, hell no. Almost 10 years later, a young boy of 10 years, nearly 11, was sitting at that same dining table carefully eating a well-cooked, but small, hot breakfast. Beside him and on the table were 2 small envelopes appearing ready to have a postage stamp affixed to each of them before being posted. There were no sounds other than the sounds of the boy eating and of what could be heard of traffic and similar noises from outside through the currently wide-open dining room window. A window the boy had opened just before sitting down. It was the 24th of July, 1991, a Wednesday and a little before 7:30 a.m. The boy was rather small for his age, appearing in size to be closer to 7 or 8 years old rather than the almost 11 he actually was. He was also unhealthily skinny. He had unruly messy black hair that clearly had no intention of being tamed. He wore stylish wire-rimmed spectacles with black frames, startling green eyes behind them, and was dressed in what appeared to be reasonable quality well-fitted clothing, a collared green V-neck t-shirt over black jeans, no belt, and trainers. He wore no jewelry, unless you consider the spectacles to be jewelry. As for the house, everything was in its proper place, as it had always been. In the lounge, across from where the boy was sitting and through the archway, a television with one of the first-generation VCRs tucked under it was in its small low-height cabinet. A two-seater sofa with two matching armchairs were also in the lounge, positioned just so and facing that entertainment center. A tall combined liquor glaze cabinet stood in the corner. A coffee table sat in the middle of the floor between the television cabinet and the chairs, and a small occasional table sat between the two armchairs. The walls were adored with cheap knockoff artwork, interspersed with 5 inches x 7 photographs in their small matching frames. A fireplace sat along the wall between the television and the liquor GL cabinet with mantelpiece above it. Above that, a large gilded framed mirror. The photographs showed various pictures of the 3 Dursleys, and a couple other clearly Dursley relatives, in various locations. Almost all appeared to have been taken while on holidays or similar. Peculiarly, none of them contained the image of the small boy eating his breakfast at the dining room table. As well as a few knick-knacks and obvious mementos, 3 small dolls with expressions of shock upon their faces stood on that mantelpiece. Also peculiarly, they looked just like the 3 Dursleys, who were surprisingly also absent from the house. If not for the small boy at the table, it would look like the Dursley household had stepped out for a few minutes, possibly for a trip to the shops. In the dining room, the small boy was just finishing up with his breakfast when a barn owl glided in, almost silently, through the open dining room window. It hard banked about in the air and landed on the table in front of the boy, but off to the side a little so as not to have landed in the remains of the boy's breakfast. It appeared to have a small rolled bundle of paper or parchment tied to its leg. The same leg, which the owl stuck out forward to point at the boy, as if to say, "This is for you." Apparently unsurprised by this astonishing turn of events, the boy gave a slight nod and small smile to the owl before reaching over to relieve it of its burden. As he did so, he quietly said, as well as a response, "I have a letter for you to deliver on your way back. Will you deliver it for me?" Besides a quick head bob, the owl gave a short screech followed by a sort of hissing and 2 clacks of its stubby beak, as if to say, "Yes, of course." Harry smiled and finished freeing the owl of its load, before then using the already present and in place thin leather strips to attach the 2 letters to its legs. "This one," said the boy, tapping the one attached to the bird's left leg, "is to be delivered first. It is for Madame Amelia Bones. You will find her at the Bones ancestral home in Nottingham. It's on your way back to Scotland, so the detour shouldn't bother you." The owl then gave a couple of annoyed beak clacks, a cough, shook its head a bit and gave an added few seconds long screech. "Sorry," said the boy with a slight smile. "I did not mean to offend." Once the 2 letters were firmly attached, the owl checked both loads, gave a nod to the boy and took off to fly back out the still opened window. The boy watched it fly about 15 feet from the house before it suddenly wheeled and changed direction, heading north. The boy gave a slight verbal nod to himself, stood, firmly closed the window, collected his dirty dishes and took them to the kitchen. Within the minute he was quietly humming an old English folk song tune while washing the cooking implements and dishes he used to both make and eat his breakfast. Once done, he wiped his hands clean on a hand towel hanging from a hook and hung there for that purpose and walked into the lounge before turning to smirk at the 3 dolls on the mantelpiece. "I do not know if you caught that," he quietly said. "But that was the Hogwarts owl come to deliver your nephew his letter inviting him to attend Hogwarts this year. However, I've sent it back with a delivery to make on its way back to Scotland, instead of just traveling directly there. If all goes to plan, you will free of me by mid-morning tomorrow morning." Then he smirked. "However, you 3 will then be facing justice through the criminal courts. Many multiple instances of child abuse, many multiple instances of child neglect, many multiple instances of failure to provide life's necessities, child rye, things like that. It'll all come out in your trials, I assure you. I'll be making sure of it." Then he gave the 3 dolls another smirk, turned on his heel and headed for the door leading to the front door and the foot of the stairs that led up to the 2nd floor. He mounted the stairs and began to quickly climb. Less than a minute later, he was back and walked back to the dining room table, this time ignoring the 3 dolls. He was carrying document folders, a sheaf of paper and other writing implements he'd obviously collected while upstairs. Laying the writing material and folders out on the table, he again sat. Then drew the papers, a quill and a small capped bottle of plain blue ink toward him, picking the quill up and, queerly, ready to write. He did not use a pen. From the size of the small stack of papers, folders, it appeared he'd already done a great deal of writing. This would just add to it. Less than 2 hours later, at the Bones ancestral home in Nottingham, a barn owl flew in and immediately landed on the owl mail delivery roost placed where it was just for this sort of event, and waited. The roost stood only 3 feet off the ground and the owl was the same owl from the Dursley residence in Little Whinging. A moment later, a small gray-skinned humanoid creature that stood about 3.5 feet tall suddenly materialized a few feet before it with a soft crack of sound. It had oversized amber-colored eyes, floppy ears and appeared to be wearing a clean, crisp modified pillowcase as a sort of shift. This did not appear to startle or otherwise discombobulate the owl in any way, as if it was expecting such. The creature, known as a house elf, asked the owl in a slightly high-pitched and broken modern English, "You have something for mistress?" The owl jutted forth its left leg, the one with the first letter to be delivered. The elf snapped its fingers and, with a small flash of light, the letter disappeared off the leg of the owl and appeared in the other hand of the elf. The elf waved its long spindly snapping fingers over the letter before it turned back to the owl. "Thank you. Yous may go," it said. And the owl took off again, this time, finishing its diverted flight back to its home in a huge castle in Scotland. Checking the address on the letter, the elf then disappeared with another light crack of sound, similar to the sound of a small whip cracking the sound barrier. Moments later, the little elf appeared with another light crack of sound in an office, furnished, it appeared, in an old-fashioned manner. There was a woman of apparent middle age sitting behind the single office desk. The elf had appeared standing right next to that desk. More oddly, the woman appeared to be dressed in robes of some description, bore a short bob of graying hair and sported a monocle, of all things, in her left eye. Hearing the crack that signaled the little elf's arrival, she looked up from whatever she was working upon at the desk and turned to the sound. She immediately spotted her family elf from the manor in Nottingham. Frowning a little in confusion, she asked it, "Binti, why are you here?" The elf offered the letter in its hand up to the woman. "Mistress received mail at home," it, Binti, replied. "Binti thinks she should brings it to mistress. Binti think it be's important." Still frowning, the woman drew a wand and waved it gently over the letter. Other than a mild compulsion charm that urged the elf to immediately deliver it to her, there didn't seem to be anything odd about the letter. There were no other magics employed upon it. Plucking the letter out of the elf's fingers she said, "Thank you, Binti. You may return to your duties." As the elf popped away, she quickly checked the envelope over. The front was addressed to her. Director Madam Amelia S. Bones, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. C. Bones Manor, Nottingham. Frowning even more, as it appeared odd for a letter addressed to her in her official persona as director of the DMLE would be delivered to her home, she flipped the letter over. There was no wax seal, with the letter actually sealed by a small piece of muggle, non-magical, tape. Using her wand to pry the tape away, she flipped the flap out of the way and checked inside. She only saw a small folded note within. Plucking it out, she quickly unfolded the small sheet of paper and began to read. As soon as she began, her eyebrows shot up in surprise and her monocle fell out of her eye socket to drop to the length of its small gold chain hanging from the upper of her robes. Director Madam Amelia S. Bones, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Madam, I ask that you read this letter in private and allow no one to know you have received it, at least until you read this letter right through before making the decision whether you wish to inform others you have received it or not. That is one of the reasons I had the letter delivered to your home, rather than direct to your office, so it would not pee through other hands within the ministry. That's the urgent part out of the way. I am Henry James, Harry Potter. To confirm that, I have placed a drop of blood next to the signature block at the bottom of the page. I ask that you pay me a visit at my current address 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, not before. I further ask that you be accompanied by no more than 2 oars that have both your utmost trust and can be relied upon for their utmost discretion with experience of moving through the Muggle world. The address is of a 2-story home in the Muggle world. At that time and place I shall be providing you with evidence of crimes most foul perpetuated upon both myself and others by someone who holds high trust within the wizarding world. The identity of the perpetrator will likely shock you. Please do not attempt to arrive before that time, as you will be unable to find the location. It is temporarily under wards to prevent such an attempt by all magicals. The property is also under anti-apparition, anti-portkey and anti-scry wards among others, the borders of which reach out beyond the property lines and into the street. Therefore, you shall need to arrive in a disillusioned state and at least 100 yards from the house. I look forward to receiving you and 2 of your Aurors at that time. Signature: Henry J. Potter, head of the noble and ancient house of Potter, head of the most ancient house of Peverell, heir of the noble and most ancient house of Black Drop of Blood. P.S. Having now read this letter, I hope you understand the sensitivity of the information contained within, and will keep it a secret from everyone until at least after our meeting. To say Bones was surprised would be a gross understatement. She was currently in a state of shock so deep it took her a good minute before she regained sufficient wit to begin thinking critically again. Once she began to properly think through what she'd just read, the first thing she did was go to her concealed liquor cabinet, pour herself a small shot GL of fire whiskey, toss it back, replace everything, close up the cabinet and return to her desk. Once back, she began to think through what she needed to do. The first thing she did, and was surprised with herself she didn't do it immediately, was cast a DMLE verification charm on the spot of blood. It came back as positive for one Henry James Potter. And wasn't that also a surprise? She, like she thought everyone else who knew what the boy's name was, thought his name to be simply Harry James Potter. Her verification proved it was both not, and that it was indeed from the Potter boy, Wizarding Britain's young hero. Once she'd done that, she pulled out a National Street directory and looked up Privet Drive within the sub-township of Little Whinging, and noted down the coordinates, together with a safe and likely location into which to apparate. Next, she checked her roster of when Aurors were on duty and checked to see if any of the Aurors she'd choose from to take with her, she'd adhere to the boy's request for only 2 Aurors to accompany her, were actually on duty that time the next morning. Of the 4 or 5 from which she'd pick, 2 of them were Hammer and Robards. They were both due to start work at 7:50 a.m., so she'd simply grab them as soon as they turned up in the morning. With that sorted, she bent her mind to what the boy could possibly know, as he was supposedly raised in the Muggle world. The address he gave, claiming it as his current address, supported that. As for the someone who holds high trust within the wizarding world being a perpetrator of crimes most foul, the only person she could think of who the boy could possibly know and who also held such a position would be Albus Dumbledore. She didn't like the man, but she also couldn't perceive him as being a person who would commit crimes most foul, as the boy put it. However, the Potter boy's letter was very sparing of any information she could use to prepare herself for her visit the next morning, beyond the pertinent information she would need in advance. With a sigh, she set the letter aside and wrote a note informing her personal aide she'd be out of the office the next morning from approximately 8 a.m. until, who knows when. And any appointments she had for that time period were to be forthwith rescheduled. The next morning, Bones was at her office at 7:30 a.m. and preparing herself for her morning in the Muggle world visiting the Potter boy. At 10 to 8 she called her aide on the inter-office personal intercom system and asked her to locate and send in Master Auror Hammer and Senior Auror Robards. She did not have to wait long. As soon as they entered, she gave a quick briefing on where they were going and why. "How, in Merlin's name, does the Potter boy have this information, boss?" asked Hammer. "According to everything we know, he was taken into the Muggle world and hidden there by Dumbledore. For him to have been hidden there, he cannot also have access to all this information even we didn't know about." "That'll obviously be one of the questions I ask the boy," replied Bones, quite firmly. "However, we're not going to dismiss what he has out of hand. If he provides the evidence, as he seems firm in the belief of having, we're going to run with it." A little worried about it, Robards asked, "You don't think he's talking about Dumbledore, do you?" "I think it would have to be Dumbledore," Hammer cut in. "Who else could it be?" "We will not make umptions," said Bones. "We will hear the boy out and decide what to do from there." She then checked her mechanical, non-battery powered, Muggle watch and said, 5 minutes. "We'd best make a move," and put effort to words and stood. Her 2 Aurors were right behind her. She bent over and tapped her intercom. When he aide came on, she said, Cynthia, myself, Master Oar Hammer and Senior Oar Robards are going to be out for a while, likely a couple of hours. Yes ma'am, the voice of Cynthia returned. Each then transfigured their current clothing, blue and red colored robes, into non-magical appearing summer business attire. Robards was dressed in what appeared to be an off-the-rack lightweight gray suit over a white shirt with black tie, belt and shoes. Both Bones and Hammer were dressed in similar style, but in Muggle ladies' business fashion. Reaching to her desk, Bones picked up a metal wrist bangle, and held it out to the other two. Once all three had drawn their wands in readiness, as per Oar guidelines, the other two touched the ring. Bones then used her wand to tap the ring as she said, Potter, here we come. All three disappeared in a swirl. It looked like they were led into a funnel. In a quiet laneway around the corner from Privet Drive, the three reappeared as if they'd come out of that same funnel, but in a street many miles away from where they disappeared. All up, the time difference was only a few seconds. As soon they appeared, they quickly checked their surroundings, not finding or spotting anyone who could have seen them appear. Another quick check around and Bones indicated the direction for them to walk. Both Robards and Hammer fell into step behind her, side by side, and they walked as if in a triangle formation. As they walked they noticed how very similar each of the houses appeared. It was obvious even to them that the housing was all built to an exacting style, even if there were a few differences in their shapes. Less than a minute later they were walking up the outside footpath towards 4 Privet Drive. With her monocle in place, Bones could see the very powerful wards on the house that extended even out into the street. She signaled the other two to a stop. Wards, she quietly explained, not even waiting to be asked. Notice me not charms, peoples, she ordered. All three immediately cast notice me not charms upon themselves before turning their wands to begin analyzing those wards. Once done, Bones said, I can see an anti-portkey, anti-apparition, anti-scry, anti-owl male, of all things. House elf avoidance, some form of compulsion charm aimed against one magical person, likely Potter, and some form of powerful blood-based magic. Other than the first three, the rest are as illegal as hell. Turning to her two senior Oars, she asked, what do you two have? After a glance between them, Robards replied, I got the first three, all right. I also picked up an aversion ward based on ill intent, monitoring charms on the wards and multiple of the same on an individual within the house, plus others have not been able to check yet. Bones gave a nod and turned to Hammer. Connie, anything to add? Yeah, she said, a little concerned. There are another set of wards in an inactive, but powered-up state, tucked inside the first set. They're another anti-portkey and anti-apparition set of wards, but they have a different signature to the first set. Plus the first set all also have the same magical signature, Dumbledore's. I'd know that signature anywhere. Bones turned back and cast another rapid set of wand movements before she lowered her wand, sighed and said, Yup, I see. Definitely Dumbledore's. Like you, I'd recognize it anywhere. Looking between the two she asked, anything else that's a standout? Nothing that would cause us harm. No, ma'am, they both replied. Then let's go and pay Mr. Potter a visit, she said, before turning back and walking to the front gate of the property. They did feel the wards as they stepped through them, but nothing that was of concern considering it's what they expected other than their notice-me-nots were stripped away. That gave them only slight pause. Bones, already knowing how to knock on the door of a modern Muggle home, spotted the doorbell button affixed to the frame of the door and pressed it for 2 seconds. All three heard the short tune that played from within. Inside, the boy known as Harry Potter felt the analyzing of the wards. He'd already reconfigured the monitoring charms he'd discovered on them to point to himself, rather than the one who'd originally set them up, Albus Dumbledore. That way, he'd feel the analyzing while Dumbledore would have no idea there was anything untoward occurring at the property he wouldn't like, such as magicals, such as Amelia Bones and her two Aurors, visiting the home. He merely smirked and waited for them to finish. Then, a minute later, he felt them enter the property. While he was waiting, he laid out the files he'd written up over the past couple of weeks on the dining room table, just so and in a specific order. He also laid out blank parchment, ink and quills, ready for use and in case needed. As the Aurors approached the front door, he did a last check around, stood in the lounge for a moment, checked the 3 dolls sitting on the mantelpiece were still safe and sound and waited. Once the doorbell rang, rather than knuckles rapping on the wood of the door as he expected, he walked to the front door and opened it. Looking at the 3 standing on the stoop, he saw the lady with the graying hair and monocle in the lead and asked, "Yes." When the front door opened, Bones found herself looking down and into the face of a boy who appeared to be about 8 or 9 years old. At first, she thought this could not be Henry Potter, until she saw the messy black hair, the bright green eyes through the spectacles and the remains of a faint lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead above his right eye. From his build he appeared to be suffering from severe neglect. However, he was dressed in a collared pale yellow V-necked t-shirt over black belted slacks and black loafer shoes. His glees, though, were not the aviator style she expected either. And were, instead, quite the trendy rounded-off rectangular, blackened wire frames. "Yes," the boy asked. "Mr. Potter," she genially asked. "I'm Madam Amelia Bones. I believe you asked me to visit." With a nod, Harry asked, "Do you have any identification?" Surprised she was asked for it, Bones gave a nod and reached into the inside pocket of her now suit jacket and pulled out her identification card. Surprisingly, it appeared to be an identification card and badge from Michigan 5. It had her name and rank of inspector. She immediately showed it to him. He glanced at it, smirked and quietly said, "Niece." Then gave a chin point to her 2 oars and asked, "I take it you can vouch for your 2 compatriots?" She smiled back and replied, "Indeed. They are both with me and the 2 you asked I specifically limit myself to." "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "And, thank you." Then he stepped to the side, pulling the door open wider as he did so, and said, "Please come in." All 3 stepped within with both senior oars, surreptitiously, casting about with their wands. The boy ignored the wand waving, closed the door and headed for the dining room. Glancing to Bones as he ped her, he said, "Please follow me." With her 2 oars again following along, Bones followed the boy into the combined dining room kitchen, specifically the dining room side off the lounge. He indicated the chair at the end of the table and said, "Please be seated," and headed for the side with his back to the window, where, unknown to the oars, he'd sat the previous day. Bones hesitated a moment before taking the offered seat. She began, "Now, Mr. Potter." As he sat and cutting her off, he said, "Let's get started, shall we? I estimate we have a little over half an hour to 45 minutes before we're interrupted by a manipulative old codger of a criminal with his false bonhomie and platitudes. He may arrive even quicker than that, for all I know. And we're going to need all that time for me to get through what I have for you before he gets here." Not waiting for her to respond, he slid one of the files before him, one labeled, "Last Will and Testaments of Lord James Charles Potter and Lady Lily Marie Potter née Evans" towards her. "Here is a copy of the Gringotts, copy of the Last Will and Testaments of James and Lily Potter," he explained. While Dumbledore successfully moved a motion in the Wizengamot for their wills to be sealed, the motion and subsequent ping of it was actually illegal. By law relating to an existing treaty between Wizarding Britain and the Goblin Nation, the one from 1211 AD, any and all last wills and testaments are held in trust by the Goblin Nation. Further, the Wizengamot has no legal standing to force the Goblin Nation to do anything except for a very few specific exceptions. The handling of last wills and testaments are not one of those exceptions. As such, I asked for and received from the Goblin Nation via Gringotts a certified copy of the true wills of both. Please take particular note of who is listed as both the one who cast the Fidelius charm and who the caster of the Fidelius charm set as the secret keeper. I'll also point out that no one but the caster can set who the secret keeper can be, unless the secret keeper dies, at which point all those who know the secret at that point in time will become co-secret keepers, if you didn't know. At this time, Madam Bones, I'll ask you to cast a Point Me charm for the wizard known as Peter Andrew Pettigrew. As the man would have to be alive for the charm to work, you'll know that he is still alive and, therefore, theoretically still the secret keeper for the Potter Cottage in Godric's Hollow. As Bones was currently flicking through the small file she was offered, amazed by what was contained within, she looked at Harry in shock. Why hadn't we thought of that? She thought. Madam Bones, Harry pressed when she didn't seem to be do anything. We don't have a lot of time. Please cast the charm. However, it was Master Auror Connie Hammer who drew her wand, placed it flat on the palm of her hand and cast the charm. She firmly incanted, "Point me, Peter Andrew Pettigrew." The wand lifted slightly off her palm and performed a complete 360+ spin before pointing in a northwestern, almost west-northwest, direction. Harry saw it and nodded at the now shocked Master Auror and said, "You'll find the following. He is, as your Auror's charm just indicated, alive. He is an unregistered animagus with the animal form of a common brown rat, and he is currently masquerading as the pet of one Ronald Weasley, who's just received him from his older brother, Percival. Percival had him as a pet for just over 9 years, whereas a normal rat will live to a maximum of about 3.5 years. He is in hiding at the Weasley family home, the burrow in Ottery Street, Catchpole, because he knows all those Death Eaters who escaped their own richly deserved incarceration sentences know he was to lead the dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort to the Potter's secret location that night and fears those unincarcerated Death Eaters aren't too happy with him at the moment. I trust you to use those hidden Slytherin traits of yours to come up with a plan to capture the little furry turd on 4 legs, so you can then use him as a ministry witness in the trials." Before any of the Aurors could say anything to that, he quickly moved on. Next, and slid another file over the table to Bones. "Wait," said Bones, cutting in. "How do you know all this?" "That will be explained once our next, and uninvited, guest arrives," he replied. "Now, if you please, I want you to be aware of all the information I have for you before he gets here. Otherwise you'll be somewhat lost as to what I have to say to him." Though clearly a little frustrated, she gave a nod back. "Next and related to the previous matter, is the issue of Sirius Orion Black III, he continued. "As per the previous file and confirmed by your Auror's Point Me charm, Peter Andrew Pettigrew is alive. He was the secret keeper for Dumbledore's Fidelius charm on the so-called Potter Cottage in Godric's Hollow. That means Sirius Black did not betray the Potter's secret, nor did he kill Peter Pettigrew. This, of course, should have all come out during his trial. However, as that file will show, Sirius Black never received a trial. He was picked up in the street in Manor, where he supposedly killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles in the local area and was immediately tossed into a cell in Azkaban. Sirius Orion Black is the named heir of the noble and most ancient House of Black. Common misconception, of course, is that Sirius Black was the secret keeper to the Fidelius charm placed on the so-called Potter Cottage in Godric's Hollow sometime before the 31st of October, 1981. It is alleged he, as the supposed right-hand man of the dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort, used his supposed status as the secret keeper to lead him to that cottage and through the Fidelius and, as such, was party to the murder of my parents and the attempted murder of myself. Within that file you will also discover evidence to the following. 1. Sirius Black was my sworn godfather and, as such, could not have been party to any attack which placed my life in danger. Magic would have killed him in the attempt before he could have done so. 2. As per the file that contains the last wills and testaments of my parents, Sirius was listed both as my sworn godfather and the first choice of guardian for me if anything happened to my parents. Which, of course, did happen. 3. Is the full details, in chronological order, of how it is that Sirius Black was thrown into Azkaban without a trial. For your immediate information, the 3 to sign the order to jail him without first trying him were Barty Crouch SNR as director of the DMLE, Millicent Bagnold as Minister for Magic, and, guess who, Albus Dumbledore. I remind you that Albus Dumbledore was the one to cast the Fidelius charm on the Potter's hidey hole. As such, he knew Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, not Sirius Black. If he tries to argue he did not know that, the file also explains he was verbally told the secret by Pettigrew. As such, he knows Pettigrew had to be the secret keeper, as only the secret keeper can relay the secret verbally. You can confirm that when you get Veritaserum into Pettigrew. Oh, and Pettigrew is a half-blood. As such, he's not exempt from being forced to take Veritaserum under that disgusting pureblood exemption law. Further, just in case people try to drag their feet in bringing Black to trial, the trial he should have been accorded by lawful requirement almost 10 years ago, I have arranged with the goblins of Gringotts to see to it that a copy of all that pertinent information is sent to Arcturus Black within the next 48 hours. It's about time that, Mr. Potter, snapped Bones. I do not appreciate being blackmailed. I'm not blackmailing you, Madam Bones. He immediately snapped back. I'm not threatening you. I'll send the information to Lord Arcturus Black if you don't act as I wish. I'm informing you the information will be sent to him. As that is completely irrelevant as to whether or not you act on the information you're being provided changes matters not one whit. All I'm doing is giving you, as the Muggles would say, a heads up, that it is going to happen. That way, when Arcturus Black storms into your office demanding to know what's going on, you'll be expecting it and have ready answers for him. Instead of accusing me of blackmail, you should be thanking me for giving you that fair warning. I was under no obligation to do so. Bones closed her eyes and grit her teeth for a long moment before she visibly relaxed and opened her eyes again. Thank you, she reluctantly said. Harry gave a nod back and said, moving on. Now, as Lucius Malfoy is under the impression that his spawn, young Draco, is the heir of Black after the boy's grandfather, Cygnus Black, it is easy to see he's going to do everything he possibly can to interfere. He wants both Blacks dead. The sooner, the better. I have no doubt a lot of gold is going to find its way into the right, or, should I say, wrong pockets with the intent of having Sirius Black found guilty and, likely, immediately Ed. Malfoy is wrong. As that file also shows, young Draco Malfoy is not the heir secondary of Black, Henry James Potter is. Almost immediately after James Potter announced the birth of his first, and, subsequently, only, son, Sirius Black undertook the godfather ritual for the infant Henry Potter. Then he immediately named Henry Potter as his own heir, that is, heir Black right behind him. The information concerning all that is also in that file. From that, alone, you have evidence Sirius Black could not have placed his godson at risk by allowing the wizard known as Voldemort through the wards on the Potter cottage. The magic of the ritual would have killed him before he had the chance. When you get Sirius Black his trial, the end result will be a complete exoneration, together with a very public declaration of innocent against all charges relating to that night. If he is instead declared pardoned, well, the consequences of that will be severe. I'll remind you that a pardon can only apply when the defendant is found to be guilty of the crime or crimes and subsequently excused them. As he is actually innocent, it would be a miscarriage of justice to grant him a pardon. Am I understood? Yes, Mr. Potter, she sighed. However, Sirius Black was disowned. He cannot be the heir apparent for the House of Black. Not true, he shot back. Walburga Black did disown him, yes. However, she only had authority to disown him as her son, which she did. However, she did not have the authority to disown him from the line of succession for lordship of the house. That authority laid, and still does, with Lord Arcturus Black. And he has not disowned Sirius. As such, Sirius is still, or, is now, the heir apparent. It's in the file. Ah, she muttered. With another nod he then slid the third file over to her. This one was labeled, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Next subject matter, he said, giving the file a double tap with an index fingertip. Tom Riddle, or, as he is now known, Lord Voldemort and other sobriquets. What? Gasped Bones. Mind you, both her Aurors also gave their own gasps of surprise, just not as vocal. Bones almost snatched the file up, opened it and began reading. This file is on the truth of the man, his full background. For a start, he was born Tom Marvolo Riddle, the only child of Merope Gaunt and a Muggle by the name of Thomas George Riddle, both of Little Hangleton near Coventry. As such, he's a half-blood. You'll find in there a copy of the man's Muggle birth certificate, the fact his mother died within an hour of his birth and that he was raised at Wool's Orphanage in Inner London. The orphanage no longer exists, as the Muggles have done away with them all. Orphans are now fostered out to volunteer families almost right from the start. And many of those families later adopt them. Therefore, there is no longer any file you can find on a young Tom Riddle's childhood. I had the goblins check. As for the father, Thomas Riddle was being dosed with a Mortentia by Merope Gaunt. As soon as Gaunt thought she no longer needed to dose the Muggle with the potion, wrongly expecting the man to have legitimately fallen in love with her by then, she stopped dosing him with it. At that time she was 6 months pregnant with our then future Dark Lord. However, as soon as Thomas Riddle was free of the potion, he immediately dumped her and ran back to his parents. And, as soon as he informed them what had happened, or what he believed happened, they organized for the still unborn infant to be disowned. As such, Tom Marvolo Riddle was born a bastard. So, the dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort, who was born Tom Marvolo Riddle in a Muggle halfway house in London and was raised in almost squalid conditions in a Muggle orphanage, is legitimately titled a half-blood bastard. And here he was, almost 30 years later, running around using purebloods to kill other purebloods, let alone anyone else, all in the name of blood purity. What a bloody hypocrite. He sighed and said, anyways, you can read all of this in closer detail later. It's all in the files, as promised. I need to move on to the next matter. And, if you thought that information was shocking, you're probably going to need a calming draft and stiff drink after I tell you this next one. Bones finally looked up from the riddle file and hesitantly asked, what do you mean? Before telling her, though, he asked, just how much do you trust your two Aurors here? She frowned and firmly replied, with my life. What about the life of your niece and safety of the wizarding world? He pressed. Bones's frown deepened and she replied, yes. That too. Harry nodded and peed over the next file. This one was titled, Phylacteries and Prophecy. Then, the first thing you need to know is that, while Tom Riddle died on the night of Halloween 1981, his spirit, his soul, if you will, did not pee onto what Dumbledore likes to call the next great adventure, he explained. That's because he found a very dark, very evil piece of magic that gave him a chance to come back if he was ever killed. As he saw his words have a profound effect on all three Aurors, he gave them a moment to digest that bit of news before he continued. What do you know of phylacteries? He asked her. When Bones gave a confused frown and shook her head, he asked, soul anchors. Again, she was confused, but he could see she was beginning to suspect. What about Horcruxes? While she remained confused, Hammer gave a gasp of shock. He glanced to her, as did Bones, to see her looking terrified, horrified and not a little ill. It appears one of your Aurors knows what I'm talking about, at least, he nodded. However, I'm surprised by that, as the Ministry's Department of Mysteries, together with their counterparts right across the wizarding world, have it as one of their priorities to remove and destroy any mention of that foul magic as soon as they come across it. That doesn't mean they've found all mentions of it, of course, which is how Tom Riddle came across it himself. A Horcrux is a phylactery, a soul container, that contains part of a person's soul. I will not go into how they are created, only that they can be, that they are a real thing. If someone creates a Horcrux for their soul, then, if they're killed, their soul will not pee on to the afterlife, it will remain tethered to this plane of existence. That's why they're also called a soul anchor. It anchors their soul to this plane. Now, Riddle discovered this quite esoteric, very dark and highly illegal piece of magic in a book that was kept in the so-called restricted section within the student library at Hogwarts. How it escaped the notice of those who were searching for such things to destroy them, well, that's something to figure out later. Now, the book covered information on how to make a Horcrux, but apparently also stated a single soul container was all that was needed to anchor the soul here. However, Riddle was not satisfied with only one. He wanted to know how many he could make. He managed to sweet-talk Horace Slughorn, then Potions Master at Hogwarts and his head of house, to tell him that 6 was the possible maximum. Together with the prime part of the soul, the part that remained within his body, he would have 7 pieces of his soul. 7 being a magically powerful number. However, Riddle didn't just want to use any old thing as a phylactery. He wanted magically powerful artifacts to host pieces of his soul. So, after making his first one, he waited until he could find such artifacts to use. At the time of his death on Halloween 1981, he had already created 5 of the things. However, one has already been destroyed. The remaining 4 are listed within that file. He nodded towards it under Bones's hand, together with what they are, a description of them, where they can be found, any further curses or the like he's placed upon them to protect them, and any P-words you need to get to them if such P-words have been used. I suggest you give that information to Saul Croker. As I said, the Unspeakables have it as one of their prime mandates to hunt the things down and destroy them. The only known ways to destroy them is with fiendfire and basilisk venom. However, it is also believed a powerful enough killing curse fired directly at the bloody things will also destroy them. Got all that so far? He asked. If not, I'm sure you can review this conversation in a pensive later. All this information is in those files, too. I do not have access to a pensieve, Mr. Potter, she said. You will by the end of the day, tomorrow at the latest, he said. The House of Potter gives you permission to use the Potter family pensieve for the purposes of reviewing this conversation, together with the one that will occur when our next guest arrives. You'll find it in the credenza in the headmaster's office in Hogwarts. Trust me, no one will stop you taking it. I just expect it to be returned to the Potter vaults in Gringotts once you're done with it, all right. Very surprised at the offer, Bones was a long moment before she nodded and said, thank you. He gave a nod back and slid the next file over. It was marked, Dursleys. Once you read my parents' wills out of the first file you'll come to understand they both left a list of who was to be given custody of me if anything fatal happened to them, he began. They are, in order, my godfather, Sirius Black, my godmother, Alice Longbottom, then a list of about a dozen other people. It may surprise you to know that you were the first of those listed after Sirius and Alice. What? She exclaimed. Suddenly she sat in shock for a few minutes as her eyelids fluttered a little. Then her expression suddenly morphed into one of fury. That, rotten, no good, bum raping. Stop, Harry suddenly and firmly commanded. When it looked like Bones managed to get control of herself again, he asked, I take it you just then managed to break through an obliviation. Yes, she gritted out with a low growl. Dumbledore, right? He asked. Yes, she snapped. I figured as much, he nodded. You'll have your chance to have words with him about that in about 15 minutes, if that. So, he's your next guest? She demanded. Though, it was clear she'd already figured that out. Yes, he replied. That's why I need to get through all this before he gets here. The Dursleys were also named in both wills. However, they were named as being people I was to never go anywhere near, let alone raise me. That's because both my parents knew exactly what the Dursleys were like. When she gave a curt nod he continued, now, Sirius is not going to be in any fit state to take custody of me, once you get him that trial. Plus, Alice and her husband, Frank, are currently both permanent residents in St. Mungo's. I have information in one of the files here, by the way, that will give you the information on how to revive them. Even then, both of them have a long road of recovery ahead of them once they're cured. As such, I'm asking, are you, Madam Regent Amelia Bones, both willing and able to take at least semi-permanent custody of one Henry James, Harry Potter? She gave an odd look to Harry and asked, you want me to take custody of you? What about your Muggle relatives? That's what that file's all about, he replied. And, from what information I have for you on them, I do not see you allowing them to retain custody of me for one moment longer. They're child abusers of the worst sort. And, yes, that file has your evidence to deal with them about that. However, I do not wish to give you a verbal review of it. Firstly, because we're running out of time, and, secondly, because I do not wish to revisit it if I can help it. She gave a nod and replied, understood, Mr. Potter. He then slid the next folder over. This one was marked, Potter Estate. Almost all of this is authenticatable records of the Potter accounts from Gringotts, specifically from the desk of the Potter account keeper, Grimjaw, he explained. As you're about to take custody of the heir Potter, you are granted authority to peruse it all. After all, easting in looking after it is about to become your job. What the information will show you is that Dumbledore, acting as my magical guardian, a position he was never supposed to have become, by the way, has been helping himself to the Potter accounts almost since the day after my parents were killed. And it's not just gold he's been taking, either. He's been helping himself to the Potter family heirlooms. 4 of the important ones are the family invisibility cloak, the Potter family pensieve and the magical portraits of my parents. On top of that, he's been illegally accessing Potter properties and using them as his holiday homes. Further, he's been selling off property, too. Wait, said Bones, suddenly interrupting. Dumbledore's been stealing from you. Yup, he replied. One of the first things you need to do when you go into Gringotts and accept the Regency ring for the House of Potter, is to give Grimjaw the authority to recover all those heirlooms and property and to take the missing gold from Dumbledore's vaults. After what's going to happen today, you're going to need to do that fast. Why the urgency? She demanded. I would have thought getting your godfather his trial would take precedence. Sorry, He grinned. But that would ruin the surprise. You will know within the next hour or so, though. Never fear. The next file he slid across to her was marked, Albus Dumbledore, The Crimes and Lies of. It was probably the thickest of them all. When you read that, he said, you're going to be appalled and feel like throwing up. So, I suggest you hold off on reading it until you can go through the lot in one sitting. When the information within that comes to light, and it will come to light, as that's something else I've tasked the goblins with, the entire wizarding world will fall into a state of profound shock before most of them switch to outright apoplexy. Now, that's all I have for. That's where he came to a sudden stop as he felt the ward's signal a powerful magic user had just crossed the outside ward boundary. I'm sorry, he said. We have to stop here. My next guest has arrived. Please, each of you, listen closely. The Fidelius charm within the Dursley house is located in the front left corner of the lounge room. Surprised, all three suddenly spun to stare into a corner of the lounge they'd not noticed before. Rising, Harry said, come. We needed to get you located within that small field before Dumbledore walks in. He then hurried across to the corner and showed them where the Fidelius charm boundary was and begged them to stay there until he specifically called them out. Madame Bones agreed and ordered her 2 orders to do the same. 15 minutes earlier and within the castle known as Hogwarts was the school known as Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, located in the southwestern corner of Scotland. Within, a middle-aged witch named Minerva McGonagall was going through the mail she received in that morning's mail delivery. McGonagall was the deputy headmistress, head of the Gryffindor house and professor of transfigurations for the school. However, at this time of year, it was her first title which was most important. At this time of year she received quite a bit of mail, so had it delivered by house elf to her office, rather than at the breakfast table in the Great Hall. As always for this time of year, she had the elves separate the mail out into piles of what she considered the most to the least important. The mail she received back from those in the wizarding world responding to their letter of acceptance to attend the school went on the least important pile. She was in no hurry to deal with it, as there was still 6 weeks until the start of the school year. After going through her personal mail, setting her magazine subscriptions aside with her copy of the Daily Prophet, Wizarding Britain's daily and only newspaper, she was soon onto the pile of letters back from prospective students. She quickly began to work her way through each one, while also checking the names off a list of 44 names set off to one side. That list of 44 were the prospective first-year students for the 1991-92 school year. As she worked she was muttering, Abbott, yes, Greenger, yes, Knott, yes, Entwistle, yes, Longbottom, yes, Malfoy, yes, McCutcheon, no, Pity, Turpin, yes, Potter, no, wait, what? Quickly and more closely reading the note, she was appalled to discover young Henry Potter, better known as Harry Potter, had declined attending Hogwarts. Leaving everything else exactly where it was on her desk, she kept the letter she'd received from young Harry Potter in her hand and stepped over to the office fireplace. From a little ceramic pot on the mantelpiece she took a pinch of what was called flow powder out of it and dashed it into fireplace. Headmaster's office, she firmly barked. There was a woof of green flames and she quickly stuck her head in the now heatless and green fire. For her, there was a momentary uncomfortable feeling of her neck being stretched before she was looking into the headmaster's office. Albus, she called, turning her face towards where she knew his desk to be. Yes, my dear, returned the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, walking towards the fireplace in his own office. He could see the face of his deputy, McGonagall, hovering in the flames. I need to step through, she firmly said. I've just received a letter from young Harry Potter. A little concerned, the headmaster commanded, step through, Minerva. Moments later, she did, and immediately banished a dusting of soot from her hair and robes. Before even being asked, she handed the letter from the Potter boy over to her nominal boss and said, he says he has no intention of attending Hogwarts while Albus Dumbledore is headmaster. Firmly she asked, do you know why, Albus? Opening and reading the letter himself, Dumbledore appeared to sigh before he said, I have no idea, Minerva. However, I intend to pay the boy a visit and find out. Behind his occlumency shields, however, he was both angry and a little worried. The Potter boy should have no clue who he was, as he knew the Dursleys would not have told him anything about the magical world. That he knew, at least to him, meant he knew something. And, if he knew who he was, then what else did the boy know? "I believe I'll be accompanying you, Albus," said McGonagall. "No, Minerva, you will not," he firmly disagreed. "This is between me and young Harry. I do not want you there distracting matters." He backed that up with a slight wandless compulsion charm. "Besides, you need to ready yourself for another day out in the Muggle world visiting our new Muggleborns and their families." McGonagall sighed and said, "Very well. However, as Deputy Headmistress, I need to know if the boy is coming or not. You will also be informing me of your conversation with him on your return." Dumbledore didn't even bother to reply. Instead, he raised his offhand forearm up and horizontally above his head as if a perch and firmly called, "Fox." The phoenix that sat in his office near his desk and on its long-existing golden perch leapt off the perch and flew over to land on the old man's arm. "Privet Drive, little whinging, my friend," Dumbledore firmly stated. In a flash of red flames that lasted only a bare second, where once stood Dumbledore with the immortal bird on his arm, was now empty space. In an almost identical flash of flames, Dumbledore, still, with the immortal bird perched on his forearm, appeared in almost the same place as Bones and her 2 oars less than 45 minutes earlier. Fox immediately flashed away again and the old man lowered his arm. Not even bothering to look about to see if he was seen arriving or not, he then drew a wand from where it was slipped into his belt in front of his left hip and began a small series of quick swishes, jabs and flicks with it. And his fancy robes with their moving embroidery was transfigured into an old-fashioned business suit. Once he felt he was ready, he started walking, turned left into and walked up Privet Drive to his destination, number 4. As he was going over in his mind how he would handle his confrontation with the Potter boy, he failed to take any notice of the wards he'd erected 9.5 years ago. If he had, he would have noticed they'd changed, in some places, quite a lot. He knocked on the door and waited, still going over in his mind what he was going to say and do. Harry had just got the 3 oars into the corner, making sure they were within the small Fidelius charmed area, when he heard the knock on the door. "Please remember, do not come out of the corner until I call for you." "Yes, Mr. Potter," said Bones. Harry gave a firm nod back and quickly made his way to the door. Opening the door only a little, he firmly held onto the inside door handle and looked out. Dumbledore was standing there with a false pleasant expression on his face and dressed quite conservatively, for someone back in the 1920s. Harry frowned and asked, "Yes. Ah, Harry, my boy," said the old man. "I'm Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. I simply must come in and speak to you about your letter expressing you declining attending Hogwarts." "No," Harry firmly stated. "As my letter back stated, at this time I have no wish to go there. Now, please go away and do not bother me again." Then he quickly shut the door, latching it in the process, locked it and walked back into the lounge. He'd barely made it to the middle of the floor before the door opened and Dumbledore strolled in like he owned the place. Immediately spotting Harry in the lounge, he said, "Now, Harry, that was very rude of you too." "Old man," Harry glared back and snapped, cutting off Dumbledore. "I said I do not wish to speak with you and demanded you leave. You've now committed the crime of breaking and entering by somehow jimmying the lock on the locked front door and walking in. I'm now demanding you immediately leave before I call the police, demand their attendance and have you arrested from criminal trespass. Get out." Dumbledore developed a put-upon expression and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot do that, Harry." Then he redrew his wand. As it started to be drawn, Harry quickly raised his right hand, crooked at the elbow, with his palm facing towards the old man. As soon Dumbledore's wand cleared his belt, Harry firmly snarled, "Mine." And the wand was ripped out of Dumbledore's hand, shot across the distance between the old man and boy and slapped wand grip first into Harry's hand. It was then easy to see the wand then bonded with the boy, as it shot a small stream of silvery sparks from the tip. As Dumbledore stood there in shock, Harry then raised the wand tip to point up and snapped, "Lockdown." Those sensitive to magic immediately felt wards and charms over the house snap into place. The aforementioned inert anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards immediately activated, as did a building-wide colloportus charm lock every window and door immediately before an overarching impervious charm snap into place on the external walls and entrances. No one would be getting in or out until that last two, at least, were brought down. Again, Harry smirked at the old man and, as he then slipped the wand into the right-hand front pocket of his pants, said, "All right, Madam Bones. You and your Aurors may step out now." While shocked over what had just happened to his wand, Dumbledore was shocked even further when he caught movement out of the corner of his eye and snapped to look at what his eye had caught. Amelia Bones and two of her senior Aurors had stepped out of the corner of the room. He had no idea they'd been there. Amelia," he stuttered. "Why are you here?" She, too, smirked and replied, "Unlike you, Albus, we were invited." Shocked to his very bones, Dumbledore was, probably for the first time in decades, utterly speechless. He had no idea what to say as this scenario had not even entered his mind as a possibility. He knew that his monitors on the property would have informed him if another magical was close to the house, let alone 3 other magicals, let alone within the house. Harry smirked at the old man's expression for a moment before, while still looking at Dumbledore, said, "Madam Bones, you have now witnessed with your own eyes, plus witnessed by 2 of your senior Aurors, Albus Dumbledore committing the crimes of breaking and entering and, as I immediately ordered him off the premises as soon as he entered, being illegally on the premises making it criminal trespass. As this is also a Muggle home, owned by Muggles, you could add the charge of Muggle baiting to the list. However, we're not done yet." "What do you mean, Mr. Potter?" asked Bones. She was holding her wand at the ready, but not to cast at Harry, to cast at Dumbledore. Her 2 Aurors, silent and behind her, were the same. None of them had yet cottoned on to it being the 10-year-old malnourished boy in the room who was actually the greater threat. "One of those files on the table in the dinette I have not had a chance yet to explain to you due to time constraints before Albus here turned up. The one-headed Albus Dumbledore, the lies and crimes of, contains a list, together with evidence and explanations of each, of a great swag of other crimes Dumbledore has committed," he replied. "Can you given me any examples?" she asked. He gave a nod and replied, "Let us go back to when Albus here was 17 going on 18 years old, the year, 1899. It was around this time he met a young man a couple years younger than he, who was the grand-nephew of a local family friend of the Dumbledores, Bathilda Bagshot. Her grand-nephew's name is Gellert Grindelwald. Grindelwald had been kicked out of Durmstrang for practicing dark arts considered even too dark for that school. He fled to England and to his great-aunt's place in Godric's Hollow." "Harry," blurted Dumbledore, "enough. I do not know." Harry glared at the old man and said, "Shut your mouth, Albus. Contrary to whatever opinion you may falsely believe, you are not in charge here." As Dumbledore gaped back in shock at being so rudely spoken to by a 10-year-old, turning back to Bones, Harry continued. "While together and because Albus was pissed about how his sister was permanently incapacitated by 3 Muggle boys who'd attacked his 6-year-old sister in fear, plus also pissed off about how his father, who had punished those 3 boys with magic for what they had done to his youngest child and daughter, was then thrown in Azkaban for it, Albus developed the mindset that this sort of thing would not happen if wizards were in charge of the world. Even back then, when Albus believed something should be so, then it would be so. Gellert had coined the term, Zum Wohl der Allgemeinheit, for this grand plan. In case you don't know, translated from the German into English it's for the greater good. Mr. Potter, barked Dumbledore. "Enough. Put a sock in it, Albus," snarked Harry. "One of those thick woolen ones you seem to favor. There's nothing you can do to stop me telling them. Even if you try to jump me, I'm sure Madam Bones's 2 Aurors, here, will drag you off me. They'll probably even restrain you and it'll simply add another charge to the list of charges piling up against you. Physically attacking a child will, of course, mean you'll also be immediately fired as headmaster of Hogwarts. So, do yourself a favor and shut up." Turning back to Bones, he said, "Oh, and if Albus does do something like that, you'll need to scan me for charms and the like as soon as your Aurors pull him off me. Albus can cast wandless compulsion charms and similar on someone, so long as he can touch them." Bones, frowning at Dumbledore, gave a nod to Harry and said, "Understood, Mr. Potter." Continuing, he said, "However, around Albus's 18th birthday, He and Grindelwald, now his new boyfriend of only a few months, had a great falling out about how they should take over the world for the betterment of wizard kind, not whether or not they should. Albus wanted to use a more subtle approach. Stealth, guile, manipulation and compulsions were his choice. While Gellert was more of the, let's just kill them all, mindset. Albus's plan would take a great deal longer to execute than Gellert's, and Gellert was not prepared to wait that long. When Aberforth, Dumbledore's brother and now owner of the Hogshead Tavern in Hogsmeade, had had enough of what he'd been hearing, he tried to force Grindelwald away. That led to a three-way magical fight between the three of them. During a most heated part of the battle, young Ariana was killed. Now, Albus, here, to this day, does not know whether it was he or Grindelwald who killed his sister. However, records at St. Mungo's show that she was killed by the killing curse, and Dumbledore knows that. Of course, this also means that, for Dumbledore not to know whether or not it was he or Grindelwald who killed poor Ariana, means that Dumbledore had to have been casting killing curses, at least one, at any rate. Since it is the casting of a killing curse at another human being that will get you tossed into Azkaban for life, not that you actually kill someone with it, means Albus Dumbledore knows he is guilty of a crime which should have seen him tossed into Azkaban for life, back when he was 18 years old. Irrespective of any other crime I've detailed in that file about him I've left for you, at the minimum Dumbledore should be in Azkaban for life. As all four adults gaped in shock at Harry, Dumbledore was the first to recover. His wand hand shot forward and he attempted to summon his wand out of Harry's pocket. It failed. Next, he thrust his off forearm into the air and firmly called, "Fox." Harry was expecting just that sort of response, so, as soon as Dumbledore stopped trying to summon his wand back, Harry drew it from his pocket. As soon as Fox appeared in the air above Dumbledore, Harry cast at the bird. Finite, he firmly incanted. Before Fox had a chance to land on Dumbledore's arm, Harry's magic-canceling charm struck the bird, center of body M, right in the. Fox was blown backwards about 2 feet with the force of the cast and hovered there a moment. Lowering the wand and starting to slide it back into his pocket, Harry stared at the bird and firmly commanded, "Fox, come here." Fox hovered for another few seconds, before he then flew around Dumbledore and landed on Harry's off shoulder. Then he stared at Dumbledore, squawking and making very disagreeable noises at the old man. "In case you haven't figured out what I just did, old man," said Harry, "I just broke the illegal enchantments and compulsions you cast on this beautiful creature to make it obey you and do your bidding. In other words, I broke your enmant of him. You will not be leaving here by Phoenix Flash." Fox had now turned his attention to Harry and was softly warbling and preening the boy's hair. With a quick glance to the Phoenix, Harry softly said, "You're very welcome." Then he looked to Bones and said, "In case you didn't know, under international law as set by the ICW, enslaving a Phoenix is a crime with only one punishment, execution of the offender." Dumbledore stuttered a bit and said, I can see it would be best if I was to take my leave for now, Harry." Then he reached up with his right hand and grasped the top ring that bound his beard together. "Good day," he firmly stated with a slight smirk on his face. When nothing happened, his eyes widened in shock and he switched his grasp to the bottom of the 2 rings. This time, he firmly intoned, "Until next we meet." Again, nothing happened. As the old man was clearly beginning to panic, Harry said, "There is a second anti-portkey ward over your anti-portkey ward, Albus. None of your portkeys are going to work." Dumbledore then snatched what appeared to be a large wooden old-fashioned hair pin out of the brim of his hat and tried to spin into an apparition. All he managed to accomplish was for the wooden pin to suddenly burst into quick flame and ash and for him to stagger on his feet a little. He'd used a hidden one-shot wand to try and apparate out. "Yes," said Harry, "there's an anti-apparition ward over your own anti-apparition ward, too, old man." As Dumbledore stood staring back in confused shock bordering on panic, Harry's smirk widened into a grin. He added, "A ward-based colloportus charm has also gone up over every window and external door. And a ward-based impervious charm has gone up over all external walls, doors and windows, so you can't simply break through them to get out. The only way out is for me to remove the lockdown. And, to do that, I have to also be free of any magic compulsing me to do so. The analytics part of the lockdown that checks intent will immediately refuse to release if I am." Meanwhile Dumbledore had groaned, sagged forward a little and brought his right hand up to begin maging his left bicep. Harry noticed it and gave a mental nod of satisfaction. He knew what that meant. It also meant time was fast running out. "Harry, please return me my wand," the old man pleaded. "I don't have your wand, Albus," replied Harry. "The only wand I have on me at the moment is a wand which is a Potter family heirloom. An heirloom you took from the hand of an unconscious Gellert Grindelwald, who also wasn't the rightful owner of it and whom you'd stunned before secretly shoving his ass into his own prison, Nurmengard, on the Baltic coast. Where he currently resides, very much alive." That had the two oars with Bones give yet another gasp of surprise each. Bones appeared only startled. "From that you'll know, Madam Bones," he said, "that although Albus here has never claimed he killed Gellert Grindelwald, only defeated him, he has lied through a lie of omission as to Grindelwald's actual life status. And, through that, accepted an order of Merlin First CL together with the 1 million galleons prize money, for the act. That's criminal fraud for the Order of Merlin and criminal fraud plus embezzlement for the 1 million galleons he accepted from the ICW. The details of all that, together with the evidence, are also in that file I've prepared for you on this old fool before us." "End noted, Mr. Potter," Bones quietly said. Dumbledore groaned and began to rub the inside of his upper left arm more firmly. "You'll also be aware, I'm sure, that Dumbledore gained his seat on the Wizengamot, his subsequent position as Chief Warlock, his seat on the ICW and subsequent position as Supreme Mugwump of that body, all based on his Order of Merlin. That's fraud in each of those cases, all stemming from the original fraud of supposedly killing the worst Dark Lord of the time, Gellert Grindelwald. As for the so-called battle between he and Grindelwald, well, that's a lie, too. Dumbledore did not defeat Grindelwald," he explained. "Grindelwald had already been defeated by the combined might of the Russian, American and other nations' forces when those forces absolutely destroyed Grindelwald's forces. In the end, Grindelwald was on the run. He was on the run knowing that, if he used wand-based magic, he would pinpoint his location to those magical forces currently hunting him. Therefore, he was running through Muggle means and restricted to only using wandless magic. For over a week, and once his forces were broken, Grindelwald ran. He was tired, hungry, magically and physically exhausted, mentally broken, etc. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was sitting in the Transfiguration Professor's office at Hogwarts, getting reports about the state of affairs from his minions within those forces engaging in the hunt. Dumbledore was getting plenty of sleep, plenty of food, was waited on by the castle's house elves and was physically and magically fully rested. Once he felt Grindelwald was tired enough, hungry enough, exhausted enough, he called Fawkes to flash him directly to Grindelwald's location. Utterly shocked to see his old boyfriend suddenly appear in a flash of phoenix flame only a few feet from him, Grindelwald was too slow to bring his wand to bear. Dumbledore, of course, was more than ready. Before Grindelwald's wand was even halfway up, Dumbledore stunned him. Then, after stripping the unconscious man of anything magical on him at the time, had Fawkes Phoenix flash him direct to Nurmengard. Once that was done, Dumbledore went to the ICW and declared how he had defeated Grindelwald in a mighty battle, of which he was victorious. If you think about it, since Fawkes could flash Dumbledore directly to Grindelwald at any time, that meant Dumbledore could have faced Grindelwald at any time he chose, even years before he did. Instead, Dumbledore waited until Grindelwald was all but helpless before he made his move. What an absolutely cowardly act on your part, Albus. "I find that a little hard to believe, Mr. Potter," said a very quiet and stunned Bones. "You can confirm it for yourself, if you like," he replied. "As I said, Dumbledore dumped Grindelwald in Nurmengard. The man is still alive and living in a cell on the top floor of the prison under guard by house elves and wizards utterly loyal to Dumbledore through magical vows. Take the information to the ICW and demand access to Nurmengard to confirm the information for yourself. I doubt very much they won't let you, as Dumbledore has also lied through omission to them. They'll want to confirm the information, too. Besides, the kill on-sight order upon Grindelwald has never been revoked, so I cannot see him living much past that confirmation being achieved." "No, Dumbledore Ed." He was now gripping his upper left arm more tightly, plus also trying to flex his fingers of that arm as if they were tingling from lack of blood flow. "How do you know all this, Mr. Potter? asked an odd Bones. Through an old friend and his acquaintances, he replied. Dumbledore's head snapped up and stared in horror at Harry. Gee, Tom, he querulously demanded. Surprised. At first Harry grinned, then he started to chuckle, then he let loose with a long belly. Laugh. Amelia, Dumbledore begged, you have to kill the boy. That's not Harry Potter. It's Tom Riddle, Voldemort. When he finally managed to get control of himself, Harry had to brush tears out of his eyes before he looked back at Dumbledore and, still chuckling, asked, you think this body is being possessed by the Dark Wizard, Tom Marvolo Riddle? From the look on Dumbledore's face, Harry could see that was exactly what Dumbledore thought. No, Albus, he chuckled. I'm not Tom Riddle, that soul fragment that was behind the forehead scar. An old friend of mine removed that a long time ago. Actually, he removed it about 10 minutes after you left this boy, back when he was an infant, on the doorstep of this very house, in the middle of the night, on a cold November morning, and walked away. If not for my old friend, infant Henry James, Harry Potter would have died that very night. Through your hubris and ignorance you came within a few hours of ending the line of the noble and ancient house of Potter, for one. And that, of course, was after you kidnapped the same heir apparent and sole remaining member of the house, yet another crime which carries as punishment, execution. But, Dumbledore tried. No buts, Albus. You did it and you know it, snapped Harry, or whoever he truly was. You then went and lied to the minister and Barty Crouch Sr. that Sirius Black was the secret keeper for the Potters, thereby knowingly participating in sending an innocent man, yet another heir of a noble and ancient house, this time a noble and most ancient house, to prison for life without a trial. That's perjury, Albus. The blood wards Dumbledore tried. Would have been fine if Henry was given to anyone who would have raised him with love, finished Harry. You, dumping the infant into the hands of these rabdophobic muggles, pretty much destroyed that protection. Yet another error brought on by your overweening hubris, Albus. You should have left well enough alone, but the great and mighty Albus Dumbledore, so-called leader of the light, but in reality a hidden Dark Lord, thought better. Who are? Oh, I haven't actually introduced myself, have I? Grinned the boy. You've all just been making umptions and I, admittedly, did not correct you on them. A true Dumbledore trick if there ever was one, right Albus? He grinned and said, I'm one of Henry's ancestors, his many times great paternal grandfather, Ignotus Peverell. How, when you and your then still boyfriend, Gellert, were making your plans to rule the world, you were also making plans to hunt down the 3 Deathly Hallows, he replied. Your plan was for one of you to become the Master of Death, as per the legends. The problem with that is that Beetle the Bard, who wrote the story of the 3 brothers down, had heard the tale told to him by someone who had the story told to them, who'd had the story told to them and so on. In that information diaspora, the truth became slightly corrupted. Personally, I'm surprised it's as accurate as it is. Yes, the 3 brothers were Antioch, Cadmus and myself, Ignotus Peverell. However, the truth about becoming the Master of Death, lowercase d, not uppercase, was not if one person managed to reunite them. Instead, it dealt with when the lines of the 3 Peverell brothers, through primogeniture, collapsed down to one person. My oldest brother, Antioch, was killed very soon after he received the Elder Wand from the being commonly known as Death. Oh, by the way, the one you call Death. His actual name is Thanatos. He had no offspring. Therefore, ownership of the wand, irrespective that it was stolen from off Antioch's body, fell to my other brother, Cadmus, next in line of succession. Cadmus had the stone and, eventually, it ped to his last descendants, the Gaunt family. The last remaining member of that line was Tom Riddle. That left my line. By the time of my grandchildren I had only one left, Iolanthe Peverell. She married Hardwin, son of Linfred of Stinchcombe, who very soon thereafter took the family name of Potter. So, ownership of the true cloak of invisibility ped down to my second last descendant, James, son of Fleemont Potter. You now have that cloak, having stolen it out of the Potter vaults at Gringotts, stored in your office at Hogwarts. Now, here's where it gets real interesting, he grinned. The last remaining descendant of my brother Cadmus, Tom Riddle, using Peter Pettigrew to get through the Fidelius charm on where Henry's parents and him were living at the time in that cottage in Godric's Hollow, attacked them. He killed Henry's father first, meaning the ownership of the cloak immediately transferred to Henry. Then he went upstairs and killed Lily. Unknown to him, she'd set up a ritual which her death then powered up, which placed an impervious protection upon her and James's son. Then he cast the killing curse at Henry. The active ritual circle, in which Henry was at the time, grabbed that curse, powered it up and reflected it back at Riddle. It was so overpowered it disintegrated the living body of Riddle when it hit him. Now, right then Riddle was physically dead. And, as you know, it is physical death, not spiritual death, which triggers primogeniture inheritances. Riddle may, as you believe, still be floating around as a disembodied wraith, but that's neither here nor there when it comes to inheritances. At that point, and since the man never left a last will and testament, everything he owned transferred to the next in line via bloodlines. To find his next in line you'd have to go all the way back to the Peverells, and he being a descendant of Cadmus Peverell. From there it jumped to his younger brother, Aannnd, all the way down the line to infant Henry. In other words, Henry was, by right of primogeniture, Tom Riddle's heir apparent at the moment the son of a tried to kill him, after first killing his previous heir apparent, James. Which also means his ownership, though not possession, of both the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone ped to Henry, now the owner of the true Cloak of Invisibility from a few minutes earlier when his father was killed. And, thus, Henry James Potter became the owner of all three. The items known as the Deathly Hallows are now united in one person. As of 11:50 p.m. of the 31st of October 1981, Henry James Potter, commonly known as Harry Potter, became the Master of Death. B.U. But, gasped Dumbledore, now very unsteady on his feet. Oh, yes, said Ignotus. Harry. You, turning a full-blown Potter smirk on the man, Ignotus said, just in case it hasn't occurred to you yet, Albus, you're in the process of experiencing a major cardiac infarction, that is, a heart attack. You'll be dead within the next few minutes. What? Gasped Bones. We have to get him to St. Mungo's. Sorry. No, said Ignotus. The immortal Thanatos, the Alpha and Omega, he who was there at the beginning and will be there at the end, the one witches and wizards call death, has already claimed him. He'll be by in a few minutes to reap his soul. There's nothing you can do to stop that. Hammer had already stepped forward and was rapidly casting detection charms on the old man. She stopped after a few moments and turned back to Bones, then gave a slow nod. Again turning his attention to the old man, Ignotus said, Oh, and just so you know, Albus. It was you who killed poor Ariana with a killing curse back in 1899, no matter how much you've tried to convince yourself otherwise. Ariana is now in the Elysium Fields, the good part of the afterlife. And, since it would be torture for her to send you, her murderer, to the same area, your next great adventure, as you like to call it, isn't going to be all that great, nor much of an adventure. Deliberately trying to lie to yourself about murdering your sister, Sir Orsider, means you have not sought redemption or forgiveness for your crime. As such, you're going. He stamped his foot twice on the floor. Elsewhere. The goddess, Hell, has a place already set aside for you. You're going to enjoy an everlasting existence in the fiery pits of hell. And no, cried Dumbledore. Mind you, I think you should get to go to Elysium, anyway. Henry's mum, Lily Potter née Evans, was looking forward to you turning up. From what I've heard, Hell herself was so impressed with what Lady Lily wanted to do to you once you got there, she wanted to offer her an apprenticeship in Hell just to use her ideas. He gave a chuckle, shrugged and said, Anyway, your time is now, Albus Percival Dumbledore. Don't let the hellhounds gnaw on your ass on your way down. A moment later Dumbledore toppled forward and collapsed to the ground at Ignotus's feet. Again Hammer stepped forward. This time she crouched over the body and cast a few quick charms. With a sigh, she stopped, stood and turned to Bones. He's dead. It was a heart attack, all right. Almost too quiet to be heard, there was long, deep coming from nowhere and everywhere. Then, fading in almost alongside Ignotus was a tall being that looked a lot like a Dementor. However, there was no feeling of despair radiating off this being, and the hands and almost hidden face were not but skeleton. Hi, choose, said Ignotus. All those there bar a dead. Dumbledore could sense the slight annoyance that seemed to emanate from the being. Ignotus had not even noticed how all three Aurors had hurriedly backed off quite a few feet. Fawkes, however, still sitting on Henry's Ignotus's shoulder, just looked at the embodiment of death and uttered a querying warble. Thanatos just gave a mutter grunt back, which Fawkes seemed to understand. Indicating Dumbledore's body, Ignotus continued, "He's all yours now." With what sounded like an annoyed grunt, Thanatos's death's left hand rose up and hovered over the body of Dumbledore about a foot over Ignotus's 10-year-old head. Then what appeared to be an asleep ghost rose out of Dumbledore's body, before the immortal being seemed to snatch it out of the air by its collar at the back of the neck. This seemed to startle the ghost awake as it was effortlessly rotated to be upright. "Hun?" it asked. Looking to Thanatos, Ignotus asked, "We still on for Pinnacle on Tuesday?" Thanatos seemed to hesitate a moment before he gave a firm nod back. "Excellent," said Ignotus. "Bring your game. I intend to win, this time." Ignotus, turning to look back at Dumbledore's spirit, snarled, "You're dead, you manipulative, child-abusing old. That means, it's time for you to be barbecued." Even Fawkes seemed to want to give the man his own final words and warbled something that sounded quite disgruntled and offensive. Coming more alert, Dumbledore's spirit recoiled in shock before it turned to look at who was holding him by the scruff of his robes. "No. No, please." As the two then faded out, they could still hear Dumbledore's ghost, "For the love of Merlin, please, no. I beg." That was as far as he got before both had completely faded out. "Well, that's done," said Ignotus with a voice that oozed the satisfaction of a job well done. He then drew the wand back out of his pocket, raised it and held it upright. Release lockdown. A flash of light and the 4 remaining magicals could feel the high-powered sealing charms fade away. Then he turned to the corner where the Fidelius was set up and cast Finite Incantatum. And the Fidelius charm there faded away. And finally, he said, again raising the wand upright, "Disengage ward stone." And the charm he'd set up to set the wards Dumbledore had set up to drop back to an inert state activated, dropping all the wards on the house in the process. "There," he said, dropping the wand back into his pocket. He looked to Madame Bones and said, "Dumbledore's wards are now all inert. You can portkey and apparate out of the house to your heart's content. You'll find the wardstone he used for it all buried under the boy's aunt's rose garden out front a couple feet down. I have to leave very soon and release this body back to young Henry. Please make sure the old fart's body is gone before I do that. I don't want to see my many times great-grandson traumatized from seeing it." "But, if you're possessing him," she began to ask. "Right now, he's not here," Ignotus smoothly cut in. "For the past couple of weeks he's been spending time with his mum and dad in Elysium. We'll switch back as I withdraw." "What about complications arising from possession?" she asked. "There won't be any because there's only been one soul occupying this body during the time I've been in here. There's divine magics involved to ensure it," he replied. "Oh, and you'll need to explain to him what has happened in that time. It's all in one of those files I've left for you on the dining table. Next," he continued before turning to gesture at the mantelpiece. "Those 3 dolls there, they're the Dursleys. They can be returned to their normal human selves with a simple finite incantatum. I suggest you hold off on doing that until you get them back to the DMLE and into one of your holding cells. Be aware, while they've been dolls, their consciousnesses have not been asleep, just sleepy, so they'll remember some but won't remember very much of anything beyond me casting transfiguration spells at them a couple weeks ago when all this started. Again, everything bar the physical evidence in this house, together with the scars on my Henry's body are in one of those files on the table. You'll find more than enough evidence to charge them, prosecute them and lock them away for a very long time." Turning back around he indicated the boot cupboard under the stairs that could be seen from the middle of the lounge room. "I suggest you take a very close look at that cupboard. That's where Henry's been forced to live by those bastards since the night Dumbledore dumped him on their doorstep. Except, of course, since I've been here. Since then, I've been sleeping in their guest room." Thinking through his plans, it was a moment before Ignotus said, "I think that's about all of it. Except for a few more points. 1. Get Henry to a healer. He's severely malnourished and that old goat Felcher, Dumbledore, has placed all sorts of blocks and charms on him. I've stripped many of them away, but there are some that'll need to be addressed by specialist healers. 2. Make sure you get in and claim guardianship of Henry before anyone else realizes old Twinkle Eyes is dead and try to claim it for themselves. The copy of his parents' wills will expedite that for you. 3. Once you get legal custody of Henry, get yourself to Gringotts. Grimjaw needs to speak with you most urgently. 4. There's also information there, in the file on Dumbledore, that will provide you with the information you need to wake the Longbottoms up. I'm sure old Warhorse Augusta will be very grateful to you when you get that done. 5. Sirius Black, please, get it done. Henry needs his godfather in his life. 6. One of the files I didn't get to properly explain to you, the one which deals with those Horcruxes, get it to the Unspeakables to collect them and destroy them as soon as possible. 7. Please, please, I beg of you, like with Sirius Black, get Henry a regular appointment with a mind healer and make sure he goes. He has psychological issues that need to be dealt with. I don't expect miracles, just positive action. And 8. Within the Dumbledore file is details of plans the old coot has already set in place to, as he saw it, temper his weapon. Henry, to face Riddle one-on-one in a magical duel to the death. Those plans are due to start as of the 1st of August, with Hagrid being sent to pick Henry up and take him to Diagon Alley to purchase his school supplies. Please be aware, other than what he's being told in Elysium and of which he'll forget specifics anyway, he has no clue about magic, how he's supposed to be some mythical boy who lived or anything like that. All the fan mail that's been sent to him since that night have been redirected to Dumbledore by Dumbledore, who then destroyed it all. That redirection was destroyed when I put the Wardstone into an inert state, just then. He'll now start receiving that mail again. There, done, said Ignotus. Let's get things happening. Bones gave a nod and turned to her oars. Robards, call in what support you need to get this house searched top to bottom. I want full physical and magical forensics. However, the first thing I need you to do is remove the body of Dumbledore back to the morgue. We'll deal with it later. Don't forget to disillusion it so people don't start asking questions before we have answers. Yes, ma'am, he immediately replied. Turning to her master Auror, she said, Hammer, as of right now you're now the personal bodyguard of young Mr. Potter here. When Mr. Peverell and young Mr. Potter, apparently, switch places, you're to take him to St. Mungo's and he's to undergo a full magical physical. Declare him to be a code purple. Tell the healers there I demand a full report on what they find, and then they're to immediately begin to rectify the problems. I'll also send you a few other orders so you can begin around-the-clock monitoring of the boy for security purposes. Yes, ma'am, she replied. I'll collect the files Mr. Peverell left for me and return to the office with them, said Bones, explaining what she would be up to. I expect I'm going to be there for many hours yet today, and, likely, many hours tomorrow. I want reports from both of you as soon as they're available. Yes, ma'am, both replied. As Robards dropped a portkey onto the body of Albus Dumbledore and portkeyed away with him, Bones walked back into the dining room and collected up the files. Don't forget the Dursleys, said Ignotus. I won't, she returned, working on gathering up the files before shrinking the lot down. All right, sighed Ignotus. Time for me and Henry to switch places. Bones frowned at him and asked, do you need to lie down or something first? Surprised he hadn't thought of it, Ignotus replied, actually, that's a pretty good idea. Then he immediately walked over to the sofa and lay down. Fawkes used that opportunity to flame away. Hey, he said, getting the attention of both witches. Robards had already left with Dumbledore's body. It was a pleasure to meet you all. And you, Mr. Peverell, said Bones. It's not every day one gets to meet a celebrity from the distant past. Let alone Thanatos, grinned Ignotus. Indeed, she returned, and I hope you're not offended when I tell you I hope to not meet you again for a great many years. No offense taken, grinned Ignotus. A moment later, he relaxed and closed his eyes. Everything seemed to stop for a few moments before Harry gave a slight gasp and sat up, looking around. Of course, he spotted both witches in their Auror uniform robes and looked to the closest, Hammer. Hello, he said. Who are you? Master Auror Connie Hammer, Mr. Potter, she smiled back. But, you can call me Connie. I'm what Muggles call a police officer, but for the magical world. Without waiting for Harry to say anything, she indicated Bones and said, this is my boss, Madam Amelia Bones. She's head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and is about to become your guardian." "Harry Potter," Harry muttered. Then he developed an expression of surprise and asked, "It worked? I don't need to stay with the Dursleys anymore, I mean. Grandfather Iggy said he and Uncle Thanatos would take care of it all for me." "No, Mr. Potter," said Bones, deliberately ignoring how the boy had referred to the being they all called Death as Uncle. "They will no longer be your guardians. As per your parents' wills, of which I've only very recently managed to get a copy of, I'm one of the people your parents chose for you to live with if anything happened to them. I'll be sorting out all the parchment work, paperwork, related to that sometime over the next couple of days." When Harry nodded back, she said, "In the meantime, I need you to go with Ma Connie, here. She's going to take you to see a healer at our hospital to have you checked over." "Oh," said Harry, just before he frowned in a little confusion. "I seem to remember my parents saying something about that." A moment later he looked at Hammer and said, "Do we go now?" "Yes, Mr. Potter," she replied. Harry stood up and, as he did so, looked down at what he was wearing. "Wow, nice clothes. I wonder where these came from. They're not Dudley's cast-offs." "That will all be explained in due time, Mr. Potter," said Hammer. "In the meantime, time's wasting." "Sorry," he blurted, quickly hurrying the few feet over to her. "Have you ever "No, I don't suppose you have," she said. "What we're about to do is what I've heard Muggleborns call teleport, Mr. Potter. Do you know what that means?" Yeah," he said. "That means we disappear from one spot and appear in another, right?" "That's right, Mr. Potter," she said, offering a metal pin that looked like a caduceus. "Just pinch on the edge of this, Mr. Potter, and we'll be off." Always obedient, Harry did as he was told. Hammer firmly called, "Medic," and instantly they swirled away in the sure sign of an activated portkey. Bones watched them go, sighed and finished gathering everything up. As she was walked out of the dining room, she remembered to pick up the 3 dolls off the mantelpiece and dropped them into a wizarding spaced outside pocket of her robes. She did not have long to wait until Robards was back with a team of Auror forensicists. "All right, peoples," she said, "the site is yours. I want it all noted and ready for the written report I expect no later than noon tomorrow. Robards, you know what I need." "Yes, ma'am," said Robards, as the other Aurors all began to spread out. Bones then apparated out. After landing in an untidy sprawl on the floor of the DMLE's emergency portkey area within St. Mungo's, Harry was helped to his feet just as 2 beefy hospital aides and a healer burst into the area. An alert charm told them an Auror had just portkeyed into the room. Expecting to see an injured Auror, they were surprised when they found Master Auror Conniehammer helping a small pre-teen boy to his feet while trying not to snicker. Both looked healthy. After taking the scene in, the healer sternly said, "Auror Hammer, I do not appreciate Aurors using their medical emergency portkeys to pay us a visit." "Sorry," she said, "boss's orders. This one is hush-hush. Can you send your 2 aides out of the room for a moment?" With an annoyed frown, the healer ordered the 2 aides out and closed the door. Turning back, he asked, "Now, what's this about?" Indicating Harry, she said, "This young one is Henry James, Harry Potter. We have reason to suspect a code purple. He needs to be checked over." Shocked, the healer gaped at Harry, who started to get a little embered by the stare, and said, Right. A code purple was one of the color codes used by St. Mungo's and the Aurors to verbalize information they don't want anyone there with to know about. In this case, a code purple meant they were dealing with a victim of suspected child abuse. The healer then smoothed out their expression into a, "Trust me, I'm a very nice person," look and said to Harry, "Hello, Mr. Potter." Then he indicated the floating gurney and said, "Would you mind hopping up onto here for me?" After he looked to Connie, she said, "It's all right, Mr. Potter. Healer Sibyldoch, here, is what non-magical people call a doctor. He just needs to check you over. It won't hurt a bit." Harry gave a nod back, turned back to the healer and stepped over to the gurney. He was surprised when it lowered down enough for him to easily hop onto it before it rose back up again. "Lay down, please, Mr. Potter," said the healer. "We don't want you to fall off if I have to turn a corner too fast." Harry did as he was told. Once he did, Connie came over and said, "All right, Mr. Potter, to protect your privacy, from this moment until we leave the hospital, I'm going to call you." "Oh," said Harry, "you mean like a secret identity? Can I be Jamie Evans? That way my first name is what my mum calls my dad and my surname is my mother's maiden name." Surprised, Hammer replied, "I can't see why not. It makes sense, too." Turning to the healer, she asked, "Albertus, is that all right with you?" The healer shrugged and replied, "It's as good a name as any." Turning to look at Harry he said, "All right, Mr. Evans, I just need to call my 2 aides in and we'll be off." "Okay," exclaimed Harry. Once the 2 aides came back in, the healer said, "Young Mr. Evans, here is a code purple. He'll be going into those rooms we have set up for that code." The 2 aides glanced down at Harry in sorrow for a moment before they both firmed up again. One asked, "Even been on a magical gurney before, Mr. Evans?" "No," replied Harry, "at least, I don't think I have." "Well, then," he smiled. "Think of it as a magic carpet ride." Harry grinned back. Over in the ministry building in the director of the DMLE's outer office, Bones let her aide know she'd returned and that she'd have a list of people she'd want contacted with a firm request to visit the boss's office. For underlings it would be along the lines of, "Get your ass in here now." For those outside the chain of command it would be, "Director Bones wants to see you in her office. Right now would be best." After first pulling the files out of her pockets and sitting at her desk, she remembered the Dursleys, and pulled the 3 dolls out to put them on her desk as well. Then she returned the stack of files back to their original size. There were 8 of them. Only because it was the one that most worried her and was the one Mr. Poe Peverell had not managed to get to, she pulled out the one marked, "The Near Future." She'd heard once someone say, "Death is timeless." She didn't think they quite meant in this way. It wasn't a thick file, but what it contained was both astounding and worrying. Of immediate note was that Dumbledore had been in contact with his old mentor, Nicholas Flamel the Alchemist, trying to convince Flamel to send to him, Dumbledore, the man's Philosopher's Stone. And, if not the stone, then a very close facsimile of it. He intended to use it as the end prize of a series of obstacles he was having his staff set up within the castle. He would then carefully, throughout the year, allow clues to reach the attention of young Mr. Potter as to the stone being kept at the school and that it was in danger. The idea was for the boy to navigate his way through those obstacles to reach the stone to save it. "Not on my bloody watch," Bones mentally declared, "and especially not the same year when my niece will be attending her first year." She jotted down a note to have Minerva McGonagall come to her office, in manacles and dragged in, if necessary, to explain what she and the rest of the staff thought they were doing going along with this sort of nonsense. However, that was something that could wait until the next day. A horrifying piece of information provided in the file, almost the first piece on top, really, was the recent or very soon to be possession of young Quirinus Quirrell by the Wraith of Voldemort. And that the man had already accepted the post as professor of Dada at the school. And that Dumbledore knew Quirrell would at the time likely be possessed. If Dumbledore wasn't already dead she'd already have him in her holding cells from what she'd learned that day. After having read that she'd have probably gone down there, stunned him, dragged his ass down to the Vale of Death in the Department of Mysteries and happily thrown his wrinkled bum through it. "Bugger a trial," she angrily muttered to herself. After shoving Black's ass into Azkaban, he obviously doesn't believe trials are necessary. She was about to write an interoffice memo to demand Saul Croaker come and see her when she decided to let him know she already knew he bugged her office. "Saul Croaker," she barked, "get your ass up to my office, right now. We needed to talk and I don't have time to play games with you." Then, while she waited, she drafted a letter to Minerva McGonagall demanding her presence, ASAP. She'd send that out by owl, later, once she herself had cooled down. She'd also realized the woman would probably be out visiting Muggleborns and introducing them to the magical world through most of the day and late afternoon. Next, she remembered her promise to Peverell about Black and activated her intercom. "Cynthia." "Yes, ma'am. Send for Arthur Weasley for me, would you? Oh, and when he gets here, send Senior or Shacklebolt in with him, would you?" "Yes, ma'am. After Weasley and Shacklebolt leave, I want to see Master or Moody." "Yes, ma'am. Then I want Mary Cattermole from the Wizarding Children's Protective Services office. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Cynthia, she finally said, removing her finger from the rune. She'd no sooner done that when there was a soft crack of displaced air right before her desk. A tall man in the robes of an unspeakable appeared and immediately dropped his hood. The man had short salt-and-pepper-colored hair, slightly swarthy skin, pale brown eyes and wore a black-haired Van Dyke beard. "How'd you figure it out, Amelia?" he demanded. "It made sense," she replied. "You've been to visit me before within a few minutes of something I'd said and I couldn't figure out how you got the information through your internal spies so fast. The only way you could have got it that fast was you had to have found a way to set up hidden permanent listening charms in my office." He gave a grunt of acknowledgement, still not admitting to it, and asked, "What do you need?" She thought about what to tell him before she said, "Wait one." First, she drew out one of her memory collection files and set it on her desk, opened. Then she raised her wand tip to her temple and concentrated on the memory of what happened at the Dursley residence only a short while ago. It took a while to get the whole memory together in her mind, but once she had it she slowly drew her wand tip from her temple. As she did, it came away with what looked like glowing white stringy fairy floss. Once she had it all out, she quickly picked up the open file and allowed the whole and large M to drop within. "If I tried to explain to you what happened, you'd never believe me," she explained. "Hell, you still might want to lock me up in the rubber room at Mungo's after you get a chance to view that. Just watch that with all due haste. I have a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time. Once you watch that you'll understand why. I'm also hoping you'll immediately come back to me to help." Accepting the file he asked, "How long?" "About 1.5 hours, she replied. "Then I'll see you in 2 hours, he said, before popping away again. Her intercom gave a slight buzz. Putting her finger to the rune, she asked, "Yes. Mr. Weasley and Senior or Shacklebolt, ma'am." "Send them in," she ordered. As soon as both men entered she said, "Take a seat, gentlemen." Once both were seated, she explained how she needed Arthur to take Shacklebolt to his home. Once there, Shacklebolt was to immediately stun and take into custody Ron Weasley's pet rat. "He's not a real rat, Arthur," she kindly explained. "He's actually an animagus hiding out as a pet of your children. I need you to not let on that you know that until after Shack has stunned and caged him." A little shocked, Weasley replied, "Yes, ma'am. You and your family are not in trouble, Arthur. Everything will be made clear to you a few days from now. For now, I need you and the rest of your family to remain quiet about what's happened, or will happen, at this time." "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "Shack, when you have him and caged him, I need you to bring him straight back to me." "Yes, ma'am," replied the tall black Auror. "Go, now," she ordered. "Yes, ma'am," they both replied, standing. As soon as Weasley and Shacklebolt walked out the door, Master Auror Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody stomped in on his wooden leg. "What do you need, Elle?" he growled, demanded. "I need you to take at least another Auror you trust, not Shack, to Azkaban, get Sirius Black and bring him back here to a holding cell. Then get one of our healers to give him a once-over," she replied. "I've just learned that the man is innocent of the crimes for which he was unjustly tossed into Azkaban, without even a bloody trial, no less. Go out, draft up the parchment work, bring it back in here and I'll sign it for you." She hesitated just a jot before she added, "And not one bloody word about this to anyone, clear?" "Yeah, Elle," replied Mad-Eye. "Crystal." Without another word he stomped out again. While inside he'd not even bothered to sit. He never did. As he walked out her intercom buzzed again. "Yes, Mrs. Cattermole, ma'am," replied Cynthia. "Send her in, please." A moment later the door opened and a slightly worried Mary Cattermole entered, clutching her purse before her. "Mary, relax," said Bones. "You're not in trouble. I just need you to do something for me and do it immediately." "Yes, ma'am," the woman replied after first visibly relaxing. "I need you to bring me the file you have on Henry James, Harry Potter. Plus, I also need you to bring me the parchment work for a transfer of guardianship, both normal and magical if they're two different documents," she said. "Got that, Yes, ma'am." Bones gave her a nod and said, "No one else is to know of this, not even the minister or his undersecretary, got that. Yes, ma'am. I expect to see you back here within the half hour, said Bones. Thank you, ma'am, said a somewhat confused head of the Wizarding Children's Protective Services office before she left again. Bones thought about what to do next and again pressed the rune for the intercom. Yes, ma'am, send someone, preferably someone of master or rank, down to the DMLE Records office to pull the criminal file for Sirius Orion Black III, she ordered. I need it urgently. And please also send in Rufus Scrimgeour. I need a word with him, too. Yes, ma'am. As Bones returned to the files, she realized Croaker would immediately demand the file on the phylacteries when he came back. She began to read through that one first, and took notes. When her intercom again buzzed, she distractedly pressed it. Yes, Master or Scrimgeour, ma'am. Send him in, please. When Scrimgeour, a man with reddish-brown hair that looked like a lion's mane, walked in, she said, "Take a seat, please, Rufus." As soon as he sat, he asked, "Does this have anything to do with how about a half dozen of my Aurors have suddenly been sent off on secret missions?" "Yes," she replied, not fazed by the backhanded telling off. "There's a lot of things I found out today. Every one of them is both shocking and not a little frightening. The people I've sent off are being sent off to do something that is both highly sensitive and time-critical." Clearly still miffed he had no idea what was going on, Scrimgeour just gave a nod back and waited for his boss to tell him just that. "All these Muggle files here." She indicated the piles of files. "As on information I was given today. For a start, about half an hour ago I sent young Mr. Henry James, Harry Potter, to St. Mungo's, escorted by Connie Hammer, as a code purple." That had Scrimgeour gape in shock. "Yeah," she sighed, "the Muggles Dumbledore dumped him with. And I do mean, dumped, as in on their doorstep in the middle of the night, have been abusing him for the past 9 years. Scrimgeour began to look angry. "So, we need to go arrest Dumbledore and these Muggles?" he asked. "No to both," she replied. "For a start, this information is all need to know, only, at least for the time being." When he gave a nod back, she continued. Indicating the 3 dolls still on her desk, she explained, "These 3 little dolls are actually the Dursley family. They're the Muggles young Mr. Potter was being abused by. They're to be taken down to a holding cell each and left there. I do not have time to interrogate them yet, and probably won't until tomorrow at the earliest. You can undo the transfiguration through a firmly cast finite incantatum. I suggest you do not cast the charm on them until they're in their cells. That we have them is also a secret." "Yes, ma'am," he said. "Next, I've sent Shaq with Arthur Weasley to go to the Weasley family home to snag an unregistered animagus. That animagus is actually Peter Pettigrew. Weasley and Shaq do not know that, though." Scrimgeour gave a start of shock. "Next, I've sent Mad Eye with another Auror of his choice to Azkaban to collect Sirius Black and bring him back here to another holding cell. Apparently, Black never received a trial. I've also been heard that if he had received a trial, it would have quickly become clear he was not the one to have betrayed the Potters or killed all those Muggles in that street in Manor. That it was, in fact, Pettigrew who betrayed the Potters, then framed Black for both sets of crimes." Looking to the head Auror before her, she could see he was stunned speechless. She could relate. And next, while Dumbledore was being confronted about his part in all this, that he knew Black was innocent of the crimes and that he was responsible for the Potter boy being abused by Muggles for the past 9 years among other crimes, she sighed, the old man up and had a heart attack. He dropped dead on the spot. "So, we've just lost the headmaster of our premier school of magic, our chief warlock, our ambassador to the ICW and the ICW's supreme mugwump in one swoop. However, if he hadn't up and died, I'd have the old bastard in one of our holding cells, right now, and be preparing the ministry's case against him for multiple crimes. Crimes of such severity the Mo would have no choice but to toss his ass through the veil of death." "Bloody hell," Scrimgeour softly exclaimed. "Yeah," said Bones, "and that's not even a decent portion of the crimes I have on that man, apparently, together with the evidence to ensure conviction." She tossed the file marked Albus Dumbledore, The Crimes and Lies of, across the desk to Scrimgeour and said, "Once you finish with what I need you to do first, I then need you to read that and prepare to give me a briefing on it." "Why yes, ma'am," he replied. "Before then, Though, I need you to select 3 highly trustworthy Aurors who know to keep their mouths shut and know how to deal with Code Purple children, irrespective of how famous they happen to be, and send them to Mungo's to meet up with Hammer. Hammer's then to set up a shift schedule for the 4 of them to provide our young hero, Mr. Potter, with around-the-clock bodyguarding. Can you get that done for me, Rufus? She demanded. Yes, ma'am, he firmly nodded, while holding the thick folder he'd just been tossed. And I'm sorry I didn't bring you into the loop on this as soon as I got back, she apologized. I've just had my whole worldview rocked so severely I think I've barely managed to hang on to my own sanity. Yes, ma'am, he replied. I think I can relate. And you haven't heard all it yet, she grinned. Once Scrimgeour left to get on with his own recently given tasks, Bones had returned to the file on the Horcruxes. However, it was only a few minutes later when her intercom buzzed once more. Yes, Mrs. Cattermole to see you, ma'am. Send her in, please, Cynthia. A moment later, Cattermole entered and quickly crossed the floor to the desk. She then offered the 2 files in her offhand across the desk and said, "The file and documents you asked for, ma'am." "Thank you," said Bones. "Take a seat for a few moments, please." As Cattermole gingerly sat down on the edge of the seat, Bones already had the file opened. A quick read through and she gave a grunt of annoyance. Here was proof Dumbledore was not the true magical guardian of the Potter boy. Magic still recognized Sirius Black in that role, and there was no information on the Muggle guardians, even their identities. She quickly opened the other file and found the form within that would grant her custody of a magical minor child. She quickly filled it out, igning herself both full custody and magical guardianship of one Henry James Potter, signed it, stamped it with her Director of the DMLE notary stamp to state it was approved, added a genuine copy of both Potter's wills as evidence, returned both together with the copies of the wills to their respective files and handed them back to Cattermole. "Thank you, Mary," she said. "By magic and by law I have just taken and accepted custody of the minor wizard known as Henry James Potter, Harry Potter, as per the wishes of his deceased parents as laid down in the codicils of their last wills and testaments. I've included a copy of both wills in the file. Process all that immediately and return to me, ASAP, my copy of the authority that shows me to be Mr. Potter's new guardian. I'll need it to make lawful decisions for the boy this very afternoon, especially those related to his physical health." Yes, ma'am," replied Cattermole, who immediately stood and hurried from the room. As she hurried out, Weasley and Shacklebolt walked in. Shacklebolt was carrying a small metal cage in his hand that had the body of an adult brown rat within. "Done, ma'am," reported a very satisfied Shacklebolt. "I've also cast the animagus detection charm on the rat. It's definitely an animagus, ma'am." "Thought so," she firmly nodded back. "Take him down to a holding cell, dump him inside, force him out of his animagus form and register him as prisoner John Smith, would you? Make sure you also activate the anti-animagus field on the cell while you're at it." "Yes, ma'am," replied Shacklebolt, again picking up the cage. Weasley hesitated for a long moment and, before Shacklebolt reached the door, he asked, "Ma'am, are we allowed to know who that is now?" Even Shacklebolt paused on hearing that. Bones sat back, thought about it, decided they'd find out as soon as he was forced out of his animagus form anyway and replied, "I'm led to believe that's Peter Pettigrew. He's the one who actually betrayed the Potters, killed all those muggles in the street in Manor, then went and set Black up as the scapegoat to take the fall. On top of that, he's actually a marked Death Eater, which adds to proof of his guilt." Both men gaped back. Arthur turned a little pale, but Shacklebolt quickly got over his own shock. "Not a word of this to anyone, gents," Bones firmly reminded them. "If unsavory types find out we've got him and what it means, I've no doubt efforts will be made to kill him. I need him alive so he can both stand trial in his own right and stand as hostile witness in a trial for Sirius Black. I'll be getting arranged as fast as I can." Yes, ma'am," said Weasley. Shacklebolt just gave a curt nod and replied, "Ma'am." Next in was one of her Master Aurors carrying a file. It was Master Auror Proudfoot. "The Sirius Black criminal file, ma'am," he said. As he handed it over, he said, "You're likely to hear a complaint about me, ma'am." "Oh," she asked. "Nathaniel Pants refused me the file," he explained. He claimed it was sealed by the chief warlock with no one allowed it without his say-so. I told him to hand it over or be arrested for hindering an official DMLE investigation. When he refused again, I stunned him, then threatened that flunky of his to stay the hell out of my way or he and his boss would be waking up in a holding cell, and went and got the file myself. Bones gave a slight snort of amusement. Tell Rufus that, if he does come in to make a complaint, Rufus has my permission to fire the man. At the very least, Rufus is to firmly remind the man he works for me, not the chief warlock. When the head of the Aurors or DMLE gives him an order, he's to bloody well obey it. Yes, ma'am, replied Proudfoot. Thank you, Michael, she said. As Proudfoot headed back out, Bones opened the file on Black and found it to be exceptionally thin. It contained only a copy of the arrest report, the authorization form ordering Black incarcerated, and the transfer order for Black to be moved from the DMLE holding cells to Azkaban, nothing else. There was no record of interview, no record of trial transcript, no witness statements, nothing. With an annoyed grunt and sigh, she set the file aside. Bloody hell, she thought. How the hell does something like this get missed at all, let alone for so long? She was then finally able to make proper headway. Through the phylacteries and prophecy file she's received from Potter Peverell, concerning what she'd been told about these supposed Horcruxes. Already, though, other information had been confirmed, such as the Weasley's pet rat being an unregistered animagus and it being, likely, Peter Pettigrew, and about Black not even receiving a trail before he was dumped in Azkaban. As such, she'd yet to be given any hint the rest of the information she'd been given was anything but true. It was only a short while later she had her own separate list written out. The Peverell House ring with a fixed resurrection stone, at the gaunt hovel in a small copse of wood in Little Hangleton. Ravenclaw's missing diadem in a room known by the castle's house elf inhabitants as the come-and-go room on the 7th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Tom Riddle's personal school diary in the possession of Lucius Malfoy in a hidden room under the dining room floor of Malfoy Manor, and Hufflepuff's fabled cup in the Lestrange vault inside Gringotts. She also had the secrets to how to gain possession of each of them and what foul enchantments were also placed on each as a final line of protection. But, what was most disturbing, was the prophecy written out in the folder. Mind you, Peverell's notes concerning it and his views on it also made a lot of sense. If the one with the power to vanquish was, indeed, Harry Potter, and the Dark Lord was Voldemort, then Harry vanquished him on the 31st of October in 1981. Or, handing over, by his hand, the files on how to destroy the malevolent spirit of Voldemort could also be seen as the Dark Lord dying by his hand. If, however, the Dark Lord was Dumbledore, then Harry vanquished him today. And if the Dark Lord was Grindelwald, then the prophecy has nothing to do with Harry, and someone else, who was also born as the 7th month dies, will kill him. Dumbledore should never have leapt to the conclusion that Harry Potter would have to face Voldemort in a one-on-one magical duel. It was still open to far too many interpretations. She'd placed all that in her own folder and slipped it into her Fidelius Charmed, secret, bottom drawer of the desk. She knew she'd be losing the phylacteries and prophecy file of the 8 she'd received from Peverell to Croker, and wanted a copy of the relevant portions for her own elucidation. She'd no sooner got that out of the way and was flicking through the folders wondering which one to tackle next, when her aide informed her Mary Cattermole had returned, yet again. Send her in, please, Cynthia. Cattermole came in with a file and immediately handed it over to Bones. Your documented proof you are now young Mr. Potter's rightful custodian and guardian, ma'am. Thank you, Mary, she replied, accepting it. As per always, this is classified information, not for dissemination to anyone without authority of the guardian, me. Yes, ma'am, nodded Cattermole. Thank you, Mary, she said. You may go. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, replied Cattermole, before she once again hurried from the room. Bones opened the file and quickly perused it to ensure everything was as it should be. She wanted no one to be able to come along later and claim the right documentation had not been filled in or submitted. To her relief, Cattermole had missed nothing. She was going to need that file when she went to Gringotts and saw Grimjaw, so set it aside for now. That had her pull out the file on the Potter estate, and, again, pull to her right side a small stack of parchment, ink and a quill. However, When she opened the file, she found on top an itemized, executive summary of all that was within the file. Well, she thought, that's bloody handy. Thank you, Mr. Peveril. She'd not need to take notes, after all. She read through it, saw what Peveril meant about why she needed to visit Grimjaw, plus a side note as warning about what Grimjaw was likely, or had already warned, he would want to do. Bones had no problem with any of it. That folder got shrunk and dropped into her pocket for when she went in to see him. Right, she thought, Peveril's file on Black. Mad Eye should be back with him soon. Opening it, she was grateful it was a relatively thin one. It contained a copy of the record Sirius Black III was Henry James Potter's sworn godfather and referred back to the last wills and testaments of James and Lily Potter, the promised chronological list of how the man had been thrown in prison without a trial, and a copy uncertified of the signed order that had him thrown in prison. She jotted down she needed to question Barty Crouch SNR about that. However, what Peveril hadn't told her was that Barty's son, Barty JNR, was being held by his father under the imperious curse at Crouch's home under the care of the Crouch family house elf, Winky. So, Crouch SNR was going to be thrown into Azkaban right alongside his son. She needed to have Crouch SNR and JNR arrested, and both he and his son brought to the DMLE and dumped into holding cells. That would be the next task for Mad Eye. She was sure the man would love the job. That was all then set aside. Picking up the file on the Dursleys, she was about to start in on that when, with a light crack of displaced air, Croaker was standing before her again. This time his masking hood was already done. Bloody hell, Amelia, he exclaimed. I mean, bloody hell. For the love of Merlin, please tell me this is a very elaborate prank you're pulling on an old friend. Bones was gobsmacked. She'd never seen her colleague so discombobulated in her life. However, she could also understand it. Instead, she gave a slight snort of amusement. No, Saul, she carefully replied. It's no prank. I swear to you that memory I gave you is a true and correct memory of what happened earlier today. As she spoke, she rose from her desk and went to her hidden drinks cabinet, pulling out 2 shot glees and a bottle of Ogden's finest. She poured a healthy measure and a smaller one for herself before returning the bottle to its rack and bringing the 2 glees over to her desk. Sitting down, and placing the glees on the desk, she indicated one of the chairs opposite and said, Sit down, Saul. We need to talk. As soon as the man did, she offered him the shot GL with the healthy measure and kept the one with the least amount to herself. When Croaker took the GL and downed it in a single swig, she then offered him the Phylacteries and Prophecy file. Without a word, Croaker put the shot GL back on the edge of the desk and accepted the file, before then opening it and scanning through it. She quietly waited for him to finish perusing it. Finally, he sighed and said, Bloody hell. You'll take care of them? She demanded. Of course, he replied. As young as Mr. Peveril told you, it's one of our mandates. Oh, and Victoria Pants, the Lyrian at Hogwarts, is going to get her ass well and truly kicked. I figured, she replied. What else are you up to? He demanded. The 3 Dursleys are now in holding cells downstairs. I'll deal with them when I have time, as what I need to deal with them about can wait, she started to explain. I had Arthur Weasley and Kingsley Shacklebolt go and retrieve Peter Pettigrew from the Weasley family home, where he'd been hiding in his animagus form masquerading as a pet rat. He, too, is now in a holding cell. I sent Mad Eye with another senior Auror to Azkaban to collect Black, bring him back here, dump him in yet another holding cell and have one of my healers give him a once-over. I expect them momentarily. I had Black's criminal file pulled from our archives and I've gone over it. Peveril was right. Black never had a trial. I've already filled out an accepted guardian and custodianship of young Harry Potter. He's currently in St. Mungo's as a Code Purple. You know what that means, right? Croaker nodded and said, suspected victim of child abuse. Right, she said. As well as Mr. Peveril confirming it for us, I have another file here on all that I'll need to read, plus his appearance alone confirms it. I expect the healers are going to go almost ballistic when they start checking him over. Croaker gave his own snort of amusement at that. Next, as the memory would have informed you, I currently have Dumbledore's body under stasis and disillusionment charms in the DMLE morgue, she said. I really don't want anyone to know the old bastard has carked it until I've got things sorted out. And sorting things out is what I need your help with. He nodded and replied, "You've got it. Besides the Horcruxes, Dumble's death is another matter relating to the security of the realm. I may be pushing the boundaries of our mandates to use them that way, but this is too big for the department not to be involved with." "Thank you," she nodded. "Besides, if I was to suspect what Rufus is going to tell me about that file of Dumbledore's crimes is anywhere near accurate, I don't think you'll be pushing the boundaries, as you put it, anywhere near as much as you think you will." "Well, I don't think I need to tell you I've already notified my contemporaries in the ICW that the information that Grindelwald is still alive will come as a shock to you," he said. "You really don't need to go and see for yourself. I'll make sure you receive proper and authenticated evidence he was still alive." "Good," she firmly stated. "We'll need that to confirm for the populace why Dumbledore's Order of Merlin was stripped from him, post-mortem." "The Order of Merlin was presented by the ICW, not the Ministry," explained Croker. "They'll be the ones who'll send the British Ministry information it was stripped and why." "One less task off my plate then," said Bones. "Thank you. I'm more interested in the facts about those Deathly Hallows," he carefully said. She thought about how to respond to that before she said, "If you want to go and try and take them from Mr. Potter, be my guest. However, that memory I gave you showed that death, or, rather, Thanatos, is a real being. Do you really want to piss him off?" No," said a suddenly quiet head of the Unspeakables. "Mind you," she grinned. "You might want to go and ask Mr. Potter if you can borrow them, pretty please, and all that. After all, you'll be collecting one of them, the Resurrection Stone, when you go and get the Horcrux from the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton. He has the wand," he said. "And, apparently, the cloak is in Dumbledore's office in Hogwarts." She gave a snort and said, "As I'm now Mr. Potter's legal guardian, I'm requesting that you, when you go and get the diadem from that hidden room on the 7th floor of the castle, also collect the cloak and pensieve Dumbledore stole from Mr. Potter from the old fool's office while you're there. Mr. Potter has already given me permission to use the Potter pensieve that's in the office, so you can borrow the cloak and stone for a while. Just not too long, mind. And you can leave the wand alone." "Understood," he said. "And, thank you. However, as soon as Mr. Potter asks for them back, they're to be returned without any quibble from you and your people about it," she added. "Again, thank you," he said. Her intercom buzzed and Cynthia said, "Master Auror Moody is back and wants a word, ma'am." "Send him in," she immediately replied. Standing, Croker said, "I'll keep in touch with our progress." "You don't want to hang about to hear what Mad Eye and, later, Scrimgeour wants to say?" she asked. He just wryly grinned and said, "You already know I'll hear it." Then disappeared with another light crack. Moody stomped in and, without even being asked, said, "Black's in a holding cell. I've got Wilkes keeping an eye on him and sent Healer bin Kati in to give him a once-over. He also seems pretty lucid for someone who's been in Azkaban in a maximum security cell for near on a decade." She nodded and said, "I'll give him a couple of hours, maybe until tomorrow, until I talk to him then. Make sure he's kept comfortable and gets medical treatment. He's not to be mistreated in any way. Already organized," he said. "Got anything else for me?" "Yes," she immediately replied. "I need you to go and arrest Barty Crouch SNR, then go to his place. He's got his son stashed there under the Imperious Curse. Go get him and stick his butt in a holding cell, too." Moody just stood there, frozen. Even his magical eye was stopped, frozen in place and staring at her. A moment later, he took a deep breath and barked, "Right. Son of a, I'll get that done right now," and stomped out again. If it wasn't so serious, she'd have laughed at her old mentor's reaction. She'd never seen him so shocked, not even when investigating a serious crime. As Bones was starting to reorder the files before her, Scrimgeour walked in. He hadn't even waited to be announced. He looked both horrified and angry and was carrying the file she'd given him under his off arm. "Have a seat, Rufus," she said. As he sat, he said, "Amelia, if even part of what's in this file is true, do you have any idea what that? "I've a fair idea, yes," she replied. "When you're ready, let's hear it." And Scrimgeour, almost snarling in anger in places, gave her a verbal synopsis of what he'd read in the file. It took about 10 minutes. Once he was done, He also placed a dictaquil written statement on her desk. He'd even gone so far as to sign it. "All right, Rufus," she said. "Thank you. I need to go speak with the Potter account manager at Grimjaw. I expect I'm going to be about 2 hours. For the duration, you're in charge." "Yes, ma'am," he grumped, still upset and angry about what he'd read in that file. "In the meantime, you need to know the following," she said. Then went on to explain what she'd done and discovered since she'd returned from the Dursley residence. Once she was done, he replied, "Yes, ma'am. I'll let Cynthia know on my way out, too." "Thank you," she said. "Once Mad Eye comes back with both Crouches, they're to be tossed directly into holding cells. As with everything else, this is all to be kept secret undergoing investigations, at this point. If anyone finds out about it outside the OR department, I want them immediately arrested and investigations begun into who leaked the information. Whoever did that will be immediately fired for cause. Got all that?" "Yes, ma'am," he grumped again. As she stood, she picked up the Potter Estate file, the new file that contained the documents that proved she was now the Potter boy's guardian, and said, "The department's yours, Rufus. I'll let you know as soon as I get back that I'm back." As Scrimgeour walked out, she went to her flow. Less than a minute later she was stepping out of the public flow in the Leaky Cauldron pub at the top of Diagon Alley. And, without even acknowledging anyone, made her way to the bank. With the way she walked, with purpose, no one who immediately recognized her and may have otherwise liked to socially catch up a little on happenings of interest, said a word to her. At St. Mungo's Harry had been gurneyed into a very nice room up on the second floor of the hospital. It looked a lot like a child's bedroom, with nice pictures on the walls, carpet on the floor, curtains on the window, toys and games in a small cabinet, even a small bookcase loaded with children's books. What was different was a small conversation table with 3 dining-style chairs around it, a suspended rail with a curtain that could drawn around the bed about 5 foot out from the bed and the bed itself. The bed was also a standard, though old-style, hospital bed. He also had a call button he could press if he ever needed anything or felt he just needed to talk to someone. However, after being told to change into a set of pajamas that had been provided for him, he was then kindly ordered to lie on the bed by the healer that had escorted him up. And Connie remained standing just inside the door of the room. Then the healer started waving their wand over him. Harry couldn't tell what he was thinking, either. The man's expression, to him, looked almost robotic. He didn't know what someone looked like when they had their occlumency shields up full, or he would have recognized the expression on senior healer Albertus Sibyldoch's face. The wand waving went on for quite a while. However, Harry wasn't watching the wand waving. He was watching a floating self-writing quill writing on a floating clipboard that had parchment on it. To him, it looked both brilliant and awesome, and said so. Sibyldoch glanced at the floating auto quill and back to Harry. Even his mouth twitched for a moment into a grin. It never failed to surprise him how much a Muggleborn, new to the magical world, could be so enraptured with simple magic he himself was so inured to. Once done, Sibyldoch read through what was written to ensure nothing was missed, created a copy of the written results, signed the copy pumping magic into the signature as he did so and handed the copy over to Hammer. "For your boss," he quietly said. Hammer simply accepted the document, nodded, folded it in half and slipped it into an inside pocket of her robes. "You're not going to read it?" Sibyldoch quietly asked. "No," Hammer replied. "It's for the boss to read, not me. She'll let me know what I need to know." Sibyldoch nodded back and returned to his patient. "My respect for you, Master Orr Hammer, just went up a fair bit." "Why is that?" she asked. "Far too many would have almost salivated at the chance to read what is on that parchment," he replied. "You, however, know it's not your place to do so, and didn't even think to do so." "Self-discipline," she returned. "All right, Mr. Evans," said Sibyldoch, as he turned back to Harry with his, "I'm a nice healer," expression back on his face. "It looks like you're going to be here for a while. No doubt you're hungry as you've not had lunch yet. I'll organize that for you." "Oh, I can get it," said Harry, starting to rise. "Just tell me where the kitchen is and I'll start cooking right away." Sibyldoch reached out and gently pushed the young boy flat again. "No, you don't. We have people paid to do that. You wouldn't want to put them out of work, would you? No, he sighed. But how will they know what to cook for me? You let me worry about that, he said. You lay there and rest for a bit. How about something to read? Read? He asked. You mean, I'm allowed a book to read? Yes, Mr. Evans, sighed the healer. He then indicated the bookcase and said, you're allowed to read any book in that bookcase for a start. If there's anything else you'd like to read, I can organize that for you, too. Oh, okay, he said. Then he shrugged and said, anything would be nice, I suppose. Sibyldoch walked over to the bookcase, pulled out a book and returned to Harry with it before handing it over. How about you start with this one? Okay, he happily said. Then Sibyldoch returned to the bookcase, pulled out all the Harry Potter books that were there, which he now knew to be absolute lies and slander, very quietly called a house elf and had the house elf remove them, before repopulating the case with other books that made no mention of Harry Potter. Once that was done, he returned to Harry and said, all right. I need to leave for a little while. You enjoy reading and I'll be back before you know it. Okay, replied Harry, already opening the book to read it. Just then, Fox flamed into the room and landed on Harry's bed's headboard. Then began to warble a joyous refrain. Turning to look at the bird, Harry said, whoa. Then he looked back at Sibyldoch and asked, did you see that? At the Dursley residence, Fox had already flamed away before Peverell switched back with him. Indeed, Mr. Potter, replied the healer. That, there, is a phoenix. They're a highly magical bird and are considered strongly of the light. He will not harm you. Cool, said Harry, starting to turn back to look at the bird. That's brilliant. As Sibyldoch left the room, he snagged the arm of Hammer and dragged her outside. Once outside and with the door closed, Sibyldoch immediately snarled, you get the Urs who did this to that boy and you send them to Azkaban for life, you understand me? Already being done, said Hammer. They're already in custody. Then she hesitated a bit and tentatively asked, it's really that bad? Yes, snapped the healer. That poor boy is going to be with us for a while. Let Bones know she can expect him here for at least 2 weeks. Ah, said Hammer. I'll do that. Good, said Sibyldoch. Now, what's Dumbledore's phoenix doing here? Sorry, she replied. I can't tell you that. However, I can tell you Fox is no longer Dumbledore's phoenix. I think he just might have bonded with young Mr. Poe Evans. I'll check that later, grunted Sibyldoch. Meanwhile, I now need to speak with colleagues and formulate a healing plan for the boy. This is going to need to be carefully handled. And walked off. And curse breakers, he muttered. Hammer went back into the room and stood just inside the door. Harry was already so engrossed in the book he didn't even notice her come back in. He was also talking to the bird while he was reading, and the phoenix seemed to be gently warbling things back. The book he was reading was a tutorial on the magical world written for a preteen so they could begin to understand how the magical world worked. And Harry seemed to be talking to the bird about it. When Bones walked into Gringotts, she approached the concierge desk set aside for those of ancient and above houses and said, I'm Amelia Bones. I need to speak with Grimjaw. The goblin behind the desk simply nodded back and said, he's expecting you. Then he snapped his fingers and another goblin approached from Bones's side of the desk. Griphook, this is Madam Bones, he said to the goblin. Griphook. Take her directly to Grimjaw. He's expecting her. Yes, Concierge Hookblade, replied Griphook before he turned to Bones. Follow me, please. Then he spun on his heel and walked off. Bones followed him and very soon she was shown into an office deeper into the bank. As soon as she walked in, the only other goblin in the room and sitting behind the only desk asked, Madam Amelia Bones, I presume. Yes, she replied. Account Manager Grimjaw, he said. Then he indicated one of the chairs before his desk and said, please, take a seat. We have a lot to discuss. As she approached she said, thank you. Then sat on the indicated chair. Without even being asked, she then handed over the file with the documents granting her guardian and custodianship of Harry. Proof of my claim of custodianship of Henry James Potter, she said, by way of explanation. Grimjaw accepted the file, opened it, perused the contents and cast some form of goblin magic upon it. The whole file then glowed green for a moment. Confirmed, he firmly said. Then he looked up and said, "You and I have a lot to discuss. I hope you've cleared your appointment schedule for at least 2 hours." "I have," she nodded. "Let's get to it, then," he said, pulling a thick ledger from the side to in front of him before opening it. When she walked out of the bank a little over 2 hours later, Bones was wearing the regents' rings for the houses of Potter and Peveril. She was also carrying in her pocket the heirs' rings for both houses and a signet ring of a scion of House Black. She'd be wearing the regents' rings for Gryffindor and Slytherin and carrying the heirs' rings for the same if such existed. She had no idea Harry was also the heir of those 2 houses, though she shouldn't have been. However, they did not have such rings, as those 2 houses predated when the concept of the rings was first conceived and had not had them made. She'd ordered sets for both to be made and for her to notified when they were. However, they would take some time to fashion. She was also informed the head's ring for Peveril was missing, but she already knew that. It was one of the Horcruxes and was at the Gaunt Shack. She'd also learned that, contrary to popular opinion, the 4 founders of Hogwarts did not each own a quarter share of the school. As Grimjaw explained, females were not permitted to own property until a law change in the late 1800s. That meant Gryffindor and Slytherin actually each owned half the school and castle. Which now meant young Harry, as the rightful heir of both, actually owned the school and its castle outright. However, both the fact that Harry was the heir of both Gryffindor and Slytherin and that he owned the school would be kept secret until Harry came of age and decided what he wanted made known. Also, while in there, she and Grimjaw went through the Potter accounts, but left the others alone for now. She ordered Grimjaw to recover the stolen artifacts and gold of House Potter, except for the invisibility cloak and pensieve, explaining the unspeakables would collect them first. She'd actually been stunned over just how badly and deeply Dumbledore had ransacked the Potter vaults. She also ordered that what other property, including land, houses, business ventures, shares, etc. which had been taken through Dumbledore's machinations be recovered and, where necessary, purchased back. The Potter ETS, except the gold, were to be returned to what they were as of the evening of the 31st of October, 1981. She firmly demanded any shortfall in gold was to be taken from the Dumbledore vaults. Albus Dumbledore had no legal right to make any determinations on any of it, as such his estate can pay for it, she firmly stated. "I don't care for excuses, just get it done." "It will be," said Grimjaw. "We've been careful in monitoring the lot and tracking it. I'll be getting onto that as soon as you leave. However, there's another urgent issue you need to attend." "What's that?" she demanded. Instead of verbally replying, Grimjaw handed over a small stack of documents. The one on top, she immediately saw, was a marriage contract. "Shit," she muttered. Looking closer, she could see it was signed by Albus Dumbledore. "That no good rat f. Tear it in half," said Grimjaw, interrupting what he knew would be a lesson in colorful language. "As it's illegal, it's non-binding." With a glance to the goblin, Bones immediately flipped the document on its side, tightly gripped the now top edge of it between her hands and tore it in half across the middle. As soon as she did, it burned away in a heatless flash of flame. "There. Done," nodded Grimjaw. Yet further proof the wizard Albus Dumbledore had no claim to act as regent for the House of Potter. "I didn't get to see who the so-called lucky witch was he was to marry," she said. "Does it matter?" he asked. "Yes," she firmly replied. "Because, while I can't go after Dumbledore for it, I can go after the other signatory." "Not if they believed Dumbledore was the rightful regent," he reasonably explained. She sighed and said, "No, I can't, can I?" However, it was for one Ginevra Muriel Weasley, born 11th of August 1981. And was signed by one Septimus Harfang Weasley just before he died in 1982, explained Grimjaw. If Septimus Weasley signed in good faith, would it be just to drag his name through the dragon dung over this? "True," she sighed. "I'll just let Arthur know about it if he doesn't already know, and inform him it was both illegal and has been destroyed." "As you say," said Grimjaw. "Any others?" she asked. "No," he replied. "However, there are other illegal contracts." Grimjaw went on to show and discuss contracts Dumbledore had signed with manufacturers and others to license them the right to use Harry's name and image. "Gods damn it," she vehemently muttered. "Right. All such licensing is hereby revoked. She declared. All such supposed licenses are to be informed the contracts they signed were and are illegal. All such permission they believe they have to use the name and or image of Harry Potter are to cease immediately. All such books, toys, other materials and paraphernalia, statements to the contrary and all the rest are to be removed from sale immediately and then destroyed. Inform them that if they do not immediately comply, the Potter estate will be seeking full legal recompense in damages against them dating all the way back to when they first started using his name and image. I will financially destroy them, then come along and seize control of whatever pitiful financial resources they have left, including their own homes if I have to. Grimjaw chuckled and said, spoken like a goblin. It shall be done. Oh, she said, suddenly having another idea. And charge any fees related to fixing all that to the Dumbledore account, as well. He's the cause of it, his estate can pay for the fixing of it. If the Dumbledore account manager and whines about it, tell him I'll then come after the Dumbledore estate for recompense for damages. Again, Grimjaw chuckled. I'm going to enjoy this. Next, she demanded. Nothing that can't wait until you have more time to go over things with me. We still have the other accounts to go through, after all, he replied. In the meantime, he then dumped a small stack of ledgers onto her side of the desk. A copy of all the accounts. I ask you to go through them and prepare your questions for me when we next meet. Permission to draw and use my wand to shrink it all, she asked. Grimjaw just leaned over and tapped the stack with his finger. It shrunk down to a stack about the size of a 2-inch stack of chocolate frog cards. A simple wizarding finite will restore it, he said. With a nod she picked it up and dropped it into a pocket of her robes. Anything else? She asked. No, he replied. In that case, she said, standing. I'll leave you to the work you've now got ahead of you. Anything urgent you need me for, please don't hesitate to tell me. May our business this day and in the future lead to gold flowing into our vaults, Account Manager Grimjaw. And with you, Madam Regent Bones, he replied with smirk and a slow nod. I have no doubt it will. On returning to her office, Bones immediately notified both Scrimgeour and her aide she'd returned, then returned to her desk to start going over even more of the files Peverell had left for her. However, she'd barely sat down when Scrimgeour walked in and flomped himself down into one of the chairs opposite her desk. He was scowling. Rufus, she asked. Crouch must have managed to get a message off to the minister while he was being arrested, he replied. We've just had Umbridge in here demanding he be released. Did you? She asked a little worried. He gave a slight huff of apparent annoyance and replied, no. So, you can expect the minister himself along any moment now. Thank you for the warning, she returned. Besides that, he said, I hope you don't mind, but I've made a start on interviewing the prisoners. Who? She asked. Pettigrew was first, he scowled. That fat little rat. Bastard confirmed under Veritaserum he was the Potter's secret keeper. That he killed all those muggles in Maynard during the early days of November 1981, but claims it was an accident. That he deliberately set Black up as the scapegoat. That he's a marked Death Eater, I verified that by checking his arm. And that he's committed quite the long list of crimes while a Death Eater, including multiple uses of the all three unforgivables. Just from his statement alone the little bastard's headed to Azkaban for life, minimum. Next, because I knew Fudge might just be able to get Crouch out of the holding cell if you weren't back on time, I interviewed him next. As soon as I confirmed for him we'd already been to his home, found his imperious cursed son, who was supposed to have died in Azkaban 9 years ago, and that we'd confirmed he'd been the one casting the imperious curse on his own son all these years, the man broke down and blubbered an admission of guilt. How'd you get the imperious curse on his son confirmed so fast? She asked. Junior told us as soon as we broke the curse on him, Scrimgeour grinned a little evilly. The son really hates his father. Bones gave a slight snort of amusement. He then handed across the desk to her a copy of both Crouch's statements under interrogation. I was about to make a start on interviewing Black, continued the head Auror. However, he's more than willing to give his testimony under Veritaserum and Healer Bincuti said not to use the serum on him until tomorrow, at the earliest. She's still pumping healing potions into him. Fair enough, she said. How about, instead, you make a start on interviewing the three Dursleys? However, She then lobbed the Dursley file onto the desk on Scrimgeour's side and said, "You should read that, first. Robards is out at their home with the forensics team and won't have a report on that until tomorrow about lunchtime. Your interview of the Dursleys today may well only be the first one." Before anything further could be said, Minister Cornelius Fudge, in all his overweight bottle green pinstriped suited glory, slammed the door open and stormed in. He might have even cast an impressive sight if not for his manner of dress. "Bones," he demanded, "release Barty Crouch, right this instant." Bones just sighed and said, "Cornelius, if you don't immediately apologize for bursting into my office without permission, just then, I'm going to call in my Aurors. They're going to arrest you. For hindering an ongoing DMLE investigation, they're going to throw, and I do mean throw, your fatting ass into one of my holding cells. Then I'm going to make sure it stays there for almost 72 hours. After about 70 of those 72 hours I'm going to have it dragged out of that cell, dragged to one of my interview rooms, and then I'm going to question you on just why you have just attempted to order me to release a person who has just admitted to breaking a man out of Azkaban who was sentenced there to life imprisonment in the maximum security wing. Furthermore, he has just admitted to gross abuse of authority and who has just admitted to many multiple occurrences of casting the Imperious Curse, any one of which will automatically see the sent to Azkaban for life, himself." She gave that just a bare moment to seep into Fudge's in before she snarled, "If you don't apologize for acting like a complete turd to me just then, after your stay in my holding cells, one of the charges I'll be charging you with is aiding and abetting in those aforementioned crimes, which will see you sent to Azkaban for life, yourself. Have I made myself crystal clear to you, Minister?" Utterly shocked, Fudge stood stock still for a long moment, pale and trembling, before he finally answered, "Why yes, Madam Bones. My apologies. I'll leave you to it." Then he spun about and practically ran from the room. He didn't even delay long enough to close the door behind him. "Hun," muttered Scrimgeour, a moment later. "I didn't know it would be that easy to deal with the idiot." "You're an Auror, Rufus," she said. "You should know the law. No matter who you are, interfering with an ongoing DMLE investigation will get you arrested. Not even the minister is legally exempt from that, not even if he declares himself immune from prosecution, because, for him to do so, is an abuse of authority on his part. Another offense under the law, and you can just go right ahead and ignore his so-called immunity while also charging him with a second abuse of authority." Scrimgeour gave a slight frown as he clearly thought about what he was told, then he gave a nod, began to stand and said, "I'd best make a start on the interviews of the Dursleys, Rufus," she corrected him. "Vernon, Petunia and their only child, Dudley." "Yes, ma'am," he said, before he gave her a nod, hefted the Dursley file and walked out. Over the rest of the day the two adult Dursleys were interviewed by Scrimgeour, 2 senior Aurors and an attending healer due to the Muggle-worthy truth serum involved. The interviews with both adult Dursleys took over an hour and a half each, while Dudley Dursley's only lasted a little under half an hour. Dudley's, was only to confirm and add a few points related to the evidence from his parents. While those interviews were going on, Robards returned with the forensics team and looked about ready to murder the Dursleys with his bare hands if he could get away with it. The information he brought back was confirmed through the interviews of the Dursleys. Meanwhile, Bones was finally able to return to the now 7 files left by Peveril for her, the other being given to and kept by Croaker. All but one did not provide all that much more information she did not already now know. However, there were a few points that provided added clarification on that information. She also wrote up to be sent out the urgent summons for the judiciary arm of the Wizengamot to meet, 3 days hence on Monday the 29th of July 1991. Instead of listing who would be trialed, she wrote, multiple cases, covering 7 individuals. And added an addendum that the members should expect to be sitting for at least the full day starting from 9 a.m. sharp. It was 3 days, because they would not be sent until the next day. She also needed to formally brief the ministry prosecutor and the chief interrogator judge and organize legal representation for all 7 defendants. The ministry prosecutor would be Seraphina Greenger, sister in bond of Lord Caden Greenger, and the chief interrogator, ignited by the Wizengamot, was Lord Miles Marchbanks, son of the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, Dowager Lady Griselda Marchbanks. She sent messages to both asking them to meet with her at 11 a.m. the next morning in her office. She then went to the issue of legal representation for the defendants. She knew the Dursleys would not have won, as their defense counsel needed to be a registered law wizard. However, she'd be asking the others, both Crouches, Black and Pettigrew, if they had won. If they did, she'd immediately contact them. If they didn't, she'd organize one for them. Surprising herself, she had all that taken care of pretty quick. After anticipating a very long night in the office, Bones was able to get away almost right on dinner time. Just before she left, she wondered if she should tell her niece, Susan, about young Harry Potter. Quickly decided it wouldn't hurt her cases and, as she knew the boy had no friends and they were roughly the same age, thought Susan might like to fill that role. Then grinned to herself when she knew young Susan would leap at the chance. However, the girl needed to be briefed on the truth of Henry Potter first. Bones knew her niece was going to be quite shocked and possibly even a little disappointed to learn the boy hero, Harry Potter she'd read about in all those books was actually a lie. Then shocked even more, later, when she learned that lie was one organized and perpetrated by now dead Albus Dumbledore. Over in St. Mungo's, Harry's treatment had begun. He had been visited by a very nice lady who introduced herself as Mrs. Eliza Pickerniny, who said she was a mind healer. "I'm someone who helps people, especially children, talk about bad things they went through," she explained, "so they have an easier time of getting past it." And then told Harry he could call her Mrs. P, as some folks seem to have a bit of trouble pronouncing my name. And grinned at him as if she was telling him a big secret. He enjoyed talking to her as she didn't treat him like something that should be wiped off the sole of her shoe or accused him of lying. All she did was jot down notes and ask him questions that took him a bit to think about before replying. He did his best to answer honestly. However, he had also been visited by other medical staff who were introduced to him and then they started talking between themselves, mentioning things Harry had no idea what they meant. It all sounded important and Harry knew not to interrupt adults to ask questions where they were talking, as it would be rude. Soon thereafter, they started giving him little bottles of colored liquids, even one that seemed to glow a little and one that had sparkles in it, and told him to drink them down. Only a couple of them tasted anywhere near Nice. He'd also been introduced to these little creatures called house elves, who would be bringing him his meals, take away the dirty plates, bowls, cups and cutlery later, tidy the room, little things like that. One particular one was introduced to him and he was told its name was Jesty. That one was the one who came back and delivered him a really, really big lunch. When he told it he didn't think he'd have a chance to eat all of it, Jesty replied, "Master Jamie must eats as much as Master Jamie cans. It will helps potions work to make Master Jamie better. We rather be feedings you too much, than not enoughs." "Oh, okay," he replied. "Thank you." When dinner was served he was surprised by how much he was able to eat and not get sick from it. He figured it had something to do with the potions he'd been made to drink. He was right, but it was never confirmed for him. It was an appetite enhancer. It was soon after lunch when Connie came over and introduced 3 others to Harry, Jamie, who all wore the same colored robes she did. He was told their names and that all 3 were Aurors. "Like you?" he asked. "Yes, Jamie," she smiled. "From now until you've at least left the hospital one of us will be with you or just outside the door. So I do get bodyguards," he said with the slight air of someone who'd figured out something important and it had just been confirmed for them. "Yes, Jamie," she grinned. "You do." He thought about that for a few moments before he gave a wide beaming smile back and said, "Brilliant." When Bones arrived home she called Pauline Abbott, who babysat Susan through the day when she had to be at work or otherwise couldn't be there, to let the woman know Susan could flow home. Abbott was also the mother of Susan's near lifelong friend, Hannah. With both girls undertaking lessons together for the past 3 years to ready them both for Hogwarts and their stations in later life, that friendship was both long and strong. While Amelia Bones was the regent of House Bones, Susan would become the Lady Bones on her majority. In the wizarding world, that was 17 years of age. The Bones house elf, Binti, was already preparing dinner for his 2 mistresses, so it was not something Amelia needed to worry about. That meant she'd have time between Susan arriving home and dinner to tell her about Harry. A few moments later Susan was stepping daintily out of the fireplace, and Amelia quickly cleaned her of the dusting of soot one always picked up traveling via flow. "Hello, Auntie," said the young girl. Susan Bones, the future Lady Susan Charity Bones, was a slightly plump 10-year-old girl who was still carrying a little baby fat. She had shoulder-blade-length ginger hair, no freckles yet thankfully, was neatly dressed, as a young lady should be, always well-behaved with a pleasant personality and Amelia's most profound joy to have in her care. She knew Susan had the best traits of both a Gryffindor and Hufflepuff student at Hogwarts and would either become a Gryffindor with Hufflepuff traits or a Hufflepuff with Gryffindor traits on her sorting at Hogwarts in a little over a month. She leaned more towards the latter because she also knew young Hannah was a Hufflepuff's Hufflepuff and, as Hannah would be sorted before Susan, Susan would want to follow her friend into the same house. Besides, it was also the house Amelia was sorted into when she was a student there. After going through the "How was your day?" catch-up between them, Amelia asked her to join her in her home office. For young Susan, she knew her aunt had something very important to tell her, as she knew she'd done nothing wrong and her aunt only invited her into the office when she had something important to tell her. She followed dutifully behind. Once both were sitting at the discussion table in the office, Amelia got right to it. She told Susan how she had just that become the guardian, like for her, of young Harry Potter. That stunned the young girl. However, she didn't immediately start asking questions because she knew her aunt had a lot more to tell her than just that. Then Amelia went on to explain, in a way she knew Susan would understand, how Harry had not had a pleasant life since the night his parents were killed. She didn't go into specifics of that, because it was not the sort of thing a young girl should hear. She definitely did not mention she'd met Thanatos, the being known as death to witches and wizards. However, she did mention that Dumbledore was also there and had died of a heart attack while they were talking. Then she explained quite a bit about how many people had been arrested and would be facing trial on the coming Monday and how she, Auntie Amelia, would be quite busy between now and then. "How many were arrested, Auntie?" asked Susan. "6, dear," replied Amelia. "I guess it won't hurt for me to tell you who they were, as it'll be in the Daily Prophet within the next couple of days. They were the 3 Muggle members of the Dursley family, who were Harry's Muggle guardians until today, Barty Crouch Sr. and Jr., and Peter Pettigrew. The 7th trial will be for Sirius Black. I've only learned he never had a trial before he was tossed into Azkaban and, now that we've also captured a very much alive Peter Pettigrew, Mr. Black will be getting the trial he should have had 9 years ago." Susan thought deeply about that and asked, "So, it was Peter Pettigrew, who everyone thought was dead, who was the person who betrayed the Potters and killed all those Muggles?" "Yes, Susan," she replied. She again thought and asked, "So, is Harry Potter going to be coming here to live until we go to Hogwarts?" "Yes," she replied. "However, he was badly mistreated by the Dursleys. So, at the moment, he is in St. Mungo's getting healed. No one knows any of that yet, as Mr. Potter was entered as a patient under a pseudonym." "Do you know what that is?" Susan again thought and said, "Pseudo means false, and nym means name, right?" "That means false name, right?" "Correct," beamed Amelia. "Mr. Potter was entered as a patient under the pseudonym, false name, of Jamie Evans. Again, that is secret information, not to be discussed with anyone else." "Yes, Auntie," Susan immediately returned. "How long will he be in hospital for?" "I've been told by his healers it will likely be for at least 2 weeks, she replied. "He must be awfully lonely," said Susan. "Are any of his friends allowed to visit him?" "Another thing that's falsely written about Mr. Potter is how many friends he has, Susan," she replied. "Actually, he doesn't have any that can visit him." "That's not nice," said Susan, as she dropped back into thinking mode. Amelia knew what was coming next, even hoped for it. But she knew Susan had to reach that point on her own. Looking back at her aunt, Susan tentatively asked, "If he has no friends who can visit him, would it be all right if I did?" "Hannah, too, if that's all right." Amelia beamed a smile back at her niece and replied, "I was hoping you would ask. And, yes, I'll let my Aurors know you, Hannah and even Auntie Pauline can visit him. I'm sure he'd like to meet new friends." As Susan smiled back in happiness, Amelia said, "Go and get freshened up for dinner and I'll jump on the flow and talk it over with Auntie Pauline, all right?" "Thank you, Auntie." exclaimed Susan, before she quickly hopped off the chair and dashed from the room. Before the young girl had barely left, Amelia yelled, and no running in the house. Sorry, was yelled back. After going back to the fireplace and placing a flow call back to Pauline Abbott, Bones quietly discussed with the woman what was going on and what she'd allowed Susan, Hannah and herself to do regarding young Harry Potter. Pauline was as appalled at the treatment the Potter heir had received at the hands of his Muggle relatives as everyone else who'd heard of it. And urged Bones she'd be happy to escort the two girls to go visit that poor Potter boy, on regular occurrences. We shall visit with him first thing in the morning, declared Abbott. He's in the abused children's wing, Pauline, said Bones. He's entered under the pseudonym of Jamie Evans, so please make sure to not use the name Harry Potter when you visit. Let whichever of my Aurors is currently on bodyguard duty at the time know that you have my permission to visit. If necessary, they can confirm it with me. Will do, Amelia, replied Abbott. The next day, the Friday and only 2 days after Harry Ignotus had sent out the letters, Bones was early into the office to make a start on what she knew was going to be another long day. Grimjaw hadn't let the moss grow under his feet the previous day before he'd sent off his cease and desist letters, as that morning's Daily Prophet had the first reports coming in about businesses receiving those letters and getting all up in their wands about them. The Prophet didn't indicate it was the new regent of House Potter who had initiated it, as they were still apparently unaware of that. Instead, they blamed the lot on Dumbledore, going senile in his old age. Bones was an avid reader of military strategists and remembered something written by the French general, Napoleon Bonaparte, that went along the lines, never interrupt your enemy when he's busy making a mistake. If the Prophet wanted to blame it all on Dumbledore, she had no problem with them continuing to do that. And, apparently, Grimjaw was of a similar mindset, because none of the offended parties had any idea Bones was now the regent for House Potter, either. Black still needed to be interviewed, as did the Dursleys, again, based on what the forensics team found in the house and during interviews of the neighbors, and all the evidence needed to be properly collated and separated out into each of the cases. She also needed to formally brief the ministry prosecutor and the chief interrogator judge and speak with the legal representation for all 7 defendants. She was only partway into that when her flow flared to life and Minerva McGonagall's head appeared in the flames. Amelia, she asked, Albus is missing. Can I step through? Bones gave a wince, as it was something she'd forgotten to take care of the previous day. So, of course McGonagall would want to alert her to her missing headmaster. Bones cast her wand on the fireplace, releasing the lockdown on it, and said, Step through, Minerva. A moment later, McGonagall stepped out and distractedly banished the soot off her hair, hat and robes. She appeared, of course, worried. Take a seat, please, Minerva. Bones indicated one of the chairs opposite. After McGonagall sat, Bones took a moment before she said, I have grave news, Minerva. Albus Dumbledore died yesterday morning of a MIV heart attack while illegally on the premises of a young boy. McGonagall gaped back in shock as her offhand rose to her. She immediately began lightly shaking. Bones gave her the time to internalize that news. He was going to visit young Mr. Potter, explained McGonagall. Young Mr. Potter sent back a note in response to his letter informing him he'd been accepted to Hogwarts, stating he had no intention of attending Hogwarts while Albus was headmaster. Yes, nodded Bones. I was at the Dursley residence at the time Dumbledore visited. Mr. Potter refused him entry and Dumbledore let himself in anyway. He was quite shocked to find me and 2 of my Aurors already there. During the resultant discussion, Dumbledore suffered a MIV heart attack. He was dead before his body hit the floor. While true, her explanation in no way explained the whys, wherefores or anything else about that discussion. Everyone would know soon enough, and McGonagall did not need to have it dumped on her, right then and there, just how much of a right bastard her personal hero truly was. As McGonagall sat there, still utterly shocked, Bones gave her the time to gather herself together once more. As of then you became acting headmistress, Minerva, she explained. And yet I cannot access, the older witch began to explain before she suddenly stopped. We had unspeakables in the school, yesterday afternoon. One set went up to the 7th floor while another set went and broke into the headmaster's office. I take it the fact they were there in Albus's death are related. Yes, she replied. However, I cannot tell you why, just yet, other than to tell you the unspeakables were there to recover certain artifacts. One of the things they took was Albus's pensieve and a brown paper-wrapped soft bundle, said McGonagall. No, Minerva, Bones sadly corrected. They actually took Mr. Potter's pensieve. She sighed and said, I'm sorry to tell you that Albus was plundering the Potter holdings. The two items they took that you just described were Mr. Potter's pensieve and, by the sounds of it, Mr. Potter's invisibility cloak. Those were two of the items Dumbledore illegally removed from the Potter vaults in Gringotts. And they weren't, by a long shot, all that Dumbledore took. For your information, as of yesterday I became Mr. Potter's legal guardian and have taken full legal custodianship of him. I've also arrested the Dursley family and they're currently in my holding cells awaiting trial. That will be one of the trials I was in the middle of organizing for Monday when you Flo called me. I foresee a very long prison sentence for both adults and for their son to end up in a criminal children's facility in the Muggle world. As McGonagall's expression went from shock, to horror, to deep emotional pain, she closed her eyes, brought up her shaking off hand to mage her forehead and muttered, "Oh, gods above." Bones reached over to her room to activate her intercom and pressed it. "Yes, ma'am," asked her aide. "Cynthia, can you have one of our healers bring in a calming draft for me, please?" "Yes, ma'am, I'll be all right," disagreed McGonagall as Bones released the rune. "I've more to tell you that is going to shock you and I'm not going to tell you until you take the potion," disagreed Bones right back. "I'll not have you die of a heart attack on me, too." McGonagall sighed and just nodded, still looking wretched. After the healer brought it in the draft, was told to administer it to McGonagall, who reluctantly took it, and left, Bones said, "There's going to be coming out a great deal of information about Dumbledore that's going to utterly shock everyone. I think you need to be told the gist of it, so you can then tell your staff before you or they read about it in the Daily Prophet." When McGonagall nodded again, she sat up straighter. The calming draft was beginning to work. Bones then handed over the file on Dumbledore provided to her by Peveril, plus the sheet out of the Potter estate file that listed all the gold and artifacts that had been stolen by Dumbledore from the Potter vaults. "Take your time," she said. "I'll be working through matters relating to the trials while you read. Sorry, but I cannot allow you to take those files from this office." As McGonagall flipped open the Dumbledore file and began to read, Bones went back to her parchment work. Harry had just finished his breakfast brought to him by Jesty, surprised by how hungry he was and how much he was able to eat, when there was a knock on the door. The male Auror with him at the time, Edmund, he said his name was, opened it and stuck his head out. A moment later he opened the door wide, and stepped out of the way. In walked three people, two young girls about his age and an older woman. Of the two girls, one was really skinny, almost as much as he was, and had twin hair plaits down her back. She had hair like the older woman with them. The other was slightly chubbier, had reddish hair that fell loose to her shoulder blades and was in front. "Hello, Jamie," said the reddish. "I'm Susan, this is Hannah and this is Hannah's mum, Auntie Pauline. You've met my aunt and guardian, Madam Bones. Auntie Amelia, that's Madam Bones, told me she's now your guardian, like she's mine. That means, when you get out of here, you'll be coming to stay with us. Won't that be great?" "Hi," said a slightly stunned Harry. It's nice to meet you, Susan," said the senior abbot witch in a slightly stern voice. "Remember what you were told. You're not to overly excite Mr. P. Evans." "Sorry." Susan immediately blushed, looking down in contriteness. "Don't worry about it," said Harry. "It's okay. I was just a little surprised, is all." She immediately turned a beaming smile to him. "Madam Bones told me she'd now be looking after me," he said. "So, I think it's brill you came in to see me." "Me, too," she exclaimed. "I hope you're not upset I'll be coming to stay," he carefully said. "Oh, no," she quickly blurted. "I think it's great." Other than being interrupted for a few minutes by a healer who'd come in to check on him, the three visitors stayed for about an hour. In that time, they talked a lot about many things, with Susan first and then with Hannah helping, explaining a lot about the magical world and how they were all going to Hogwarts together in September. Pauline Abbott, after the first couple of minutes, simply walked over to the table, sat in one of the chairs, pulled out a book from the bookcase and began to read. However, she was also keeping a close eye on the three pre-teens as she read. It was when Harry had a large morning tea brought in by Jesty, who again ordered him to eat as much as he could, before the adult abbot told the girls to say their goodbyes. "Will you come and see me again?" asked Harry. "You've told me so much about things I didn't know. I'd like to know more." After both girls quickly glanced at Pauline, the older abbot replied, "If not tomorrow, then the day after." "Brill," said Harry. "Thank you, ma'am. It's nice to meet new friends." McGonagall had just finished reading the files and had them sitting in her lap. Her head was bent forward and she'd have been crying if it wasn't for the calming draft. "I told Albus," she said. "I told him those muggles were terrible people and young Harry shouldn't be left with them. But, would he listen? No, they're his family, Minerva, he told me. With them, he'll grow without the pressure of the fame that would arise around him. He told me he'd have a happy childhood." "Bastard, he lied," said Bones. "Mind you, he was probably lying to himself about them, too. He just didn't want to know the truth. He wanted the boy out of the way until he had need of him." A long moment later, McGonagall asked, "In this file, it mentions about the traps Albus has had us set up in that third-floor corridor." "How did you know?" "That, you do not need to know," Bones firmly replied. "And thank you for confirming it, by the way. You'll have them dismantled well before school starts, Minerva. And you'll also get Flammel to take his infernal stone back. If I find out it even crosses the wards into Hogwarts, I'll seize the bloody thing and immediately hand it over to the Unspeakables. I know they want it." McGonagall nodded, then asked, "Who'll be taking care of young Quirinus?" "The Unspeakables," she replied. "Sirius Black, already in my holding cells here," she replied. "As soon as you leave I'll be going downstairs to interview him. He'd already demanded the interview be with Veritaserum, so we know he's telling the truth. His is one of the trials on Monday. While you now know about Quirrell, Black and Pettigrew, that's not for you to tell anyone, including your staff at Hogwarts. If they press for further information, tell them it's all part of an ongoing DMLE investigation and you're not permitted to speak of it." "Yes, ma'am," replied McGonagall, knowing an order when she heard one. "As soon as you get back to Hogwarts, take control of the wards, Minerva," she instructed. "I recommend you do that before you even gather your staff together, or do it while they witness you doing it so they'll know. Once you have control of the wards, you should be able to get into the headmaster's office again, now yours, for the time being at any rate. Thirdly, you can expect representatives of Gringotts to come along and search for further items off that list of artifacts Dumbledore stole from the Potter vaults. Give them whatever access they need. The quicker you do, the faster they'll be out of your hair." Again, McGonagall nodded and replied, "Yes, ma'am. I'm sure you also have at least in the back of your mind the things you'd immediately do once you replaced Dumbledore. I suggest you enact them pretty quickly. The school board might decide to appoint someone else headmaster or mistress once they find out, meet and discuss the issue. I recommend you immediately sack Snape, Filch and see what you can do to get rid of Binns. You're likely to also need a replacement as Transfigurations professor and another as Dada professor, let alone find a new potions professor if you're smart and sack Snape. And, you've only got a little over 5 weeks to get all that done before school recommences." "I can't sack Severus without first putting him on probation," said McGonagall. "Maybe not," said Bones. "However, you can say to him it would be a good idea if he was to immediately resign. With Dumbledore now dead, he's lost his protection from prosecution. You can tell him from me that, if I learn he so much as steps one pinky toe out of line, even just sneering at a student, I'll arrest his ass for child abuse. That'll enable me to get him inside one of my interrogation rooms and, as he's a half-blood, I'll be fully within my right to dose him with Veritaserum." McGonagall gave a slight snort of amusement and said, "I'll tell him." "Thank you," said Bones. "Now, sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I have DMLE-sensitive work to do and I can't have you here while I do it." "No," said McGonagall, "you've been more than hospitable for me." She rose and headed over to the fireplace. As she took a pinch of flow powder out of the container on the mantelpiece, she said, "Good luck, Amelia. And may whatever gods Albus believed in have mercy on his soul." Bones already knew they didn't. Peveril had told her where the man's soul was headed. But only she, Peveril and her 2 oars knew that. And both her oars were highly trusted not to say a word. After all, who would believe them if they told anyone they'd met the embodiment of death? She just nodded back as McGonagall stepped into the now active flow and, with a cry of "Transfiguration's office, Hogwarts," was gone in a flare of green flame. With McGonagall gone, Bones headed down to the holding cells for herself. She wanted to be present when Black was questioned under Veritaserum. She grabbed Scrimgeour and the necessary healer, Binkati, on the way. After the ping through the security and ensuring Black was at the other end of the room when they unlocked the door, she, Scrimgeour, Binkati and the young Dictaquil operator entered. "Amy," Black happily exclaimed on seeing her. And he did look happy to see her. "Black," she flatly returned. After all, while they might have been friends while he was still an Auror before, that night, she had to remain professional for this. On hearing her tone and seeing her expression, Sirius just pouted back. He still bore a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, though. "Healer Binkati," said Bones. "Please check to ensure prisoner Black is now healthy enough to be questioned under Veritaserum." Binkati stepped forward and waved his wand over Sirius with a few flicks, swishes and jabs. A moment later he replied, "He is, though you are to limit the dose to no more than 3 drops. "More than enough," muttered Bones. "All right, Black," she sighed a little louder. "Let's get you into an interview room." Sirius carefully stood and had to use a hand on the wall to see himself as he did so. As he stood he said, "So long as you don't expect me to perform the tango, I should be right enough to walk to the interrogation rooms." Under wand point, but not while wearing manacles, as he clearly needed to use his hands to balance himself as he walked staggered. They escorted him past the rest of the cells and into the nearest interrogation room. He pretty much then collapsed into the chair on the interviewee's side of the desk with a relieved sigh. After getting everything set up, Black was then questioned under 3 drops of Veritaserum, with the entire record of interview faithfully transcribed with the Dictaquil. 10 minutes later he was done, and yet further evidence he'd not committed the crimes for which he'd been, unjustly and illegally, dumped into Azkaban was now in evidence. Legally, they'd have to release him right then, as they actually now had no reason to hold him. However, he actually asked to remain in custody and be given a trial. "No one will believe I'm actually innocent of the crimes unless I'm actually tried, Amy," he reasonably explained. "The only way I'll truly have my name cleared is with a trial." She sighed and replied, "Well, I think that's the least we can do for you. However, I'll not have you locked in a cell. Then stash me in one of the department's safe houses." He shrugged. "He still needs medical attention," said Binkati. Bones thought about it and said, "How about we stick him in Mungo's under an alias?" "That'll work," said Binkati. "Oh," exclaimed Sirius, "my name can be Podrick Foot." "Podrick?" asked Bones. "That's an odd name." "He was the patron saint of Ireland and the name means, nobly born," he replied. "How? In Merlin's name? Did you know that?" asked a surprised Bones. Sirius grinned and replied, "Because my marauder name is Padfoot. I'd once looked up what sort of false name I could come up with that still identified to those in the know who I really was." "Padfoot?" she asked. Sirius grinned and said, "The reason I didn't go bonkers while a prisoner in Azkaban, besides the fact I knew I was innocent, is because I spent most of my time in my animagus form. Dementors don't bother animals." Bones immediately developed a pained expression, closed her eyes and grumbled something that sounded offensive. A few moments later she again sighed, opened her eyes again and said, "Let's see it, then." Sirius's grin widened. He carefully stood and wandlessly shifted into his animagus form, a black and gray-haired Irish wolfhound. Then he gently barked at her. "Damn it," muttered Bones. "All right, change back." And he did, but he had to use the edge of the interview room table to help him stand again. "You're not registered, so you'll be doing that over the next couple of days," she ordered. "And I'm fining you 1 whole galleon for not registering it before now." He just grinned back with his eyes twinkling again. Shaking her head in exasperation, she glanced to Binkati and said, "All right. Take Mr. Podrick Foot here to St. Mungo's and get him checked in. If he behaves himself, I'll organize for his godson to come and visit him." Sirius immediately perked up at that and asked, "You're his guardian?" "Thank the gods. I was worried Dumbledore would interfere and dump him with his Muggle relatives, or something." She hesitated just a jot before she said, "We'll talk about that later. For now, be a good boy and go with Healer Bincuti here." Bincuti smirked at him and said, "Heal." Laughing, Sirius shifted back into Padfoot and followed Bincuti out of the room. He seemed to move a lot easier in his animagus form than as a human. Once they were out of the room, Scrimgeour said, "The fact he's also an unregistered animagus should not have been a surprise." "No," said Bones, rising from her own chair. "James Potter probably was, too. And Remus Lupin. Those four were thick as thieves." As Amelia returned to her office space, thinking about how to organize Harry to see his godfather before the trials, her aide, Cynthia, stopped her before walking into her own office. She was clearly fretful. "Ma'am, you have a visitor in your office." "I couldn't stop him. Truth to tell, he scares the whoopies out of me." Frowning in annoyance, Bones asked, "Know who it is?" "Lord Black," Cynthia near whispered back. "Ah," said Bones. "The goblins moved faster than I thought, then." She gave a nod and said, "If he's not left by then page me in 10 minutes and inform me I'm needed urgently down in the holding cells, would you?" "Yes, ma'am," she replied, mentally fortifying herself and drawing her wand in the process. Bones then walked to her office door and opened it. As soon as she did, Arcturus Black, standing in the middle of the office floor, turned to her, saw who it was, and barked, "Amelia. Do you know what I've just been informed of?" Bones stepped fully within, closed the door and started to walk past the man to her desk. He stood tall, slim without being skinny, had a growth of black hair graying at the temples that was tied back with a black ribbon into a ponytail, and a click Van Dyke beard for facial hair with the chin part almost completely gray. He was also wearing flat black acromantula robes with gloss black highlights. However, his skin had that slightly gray pallor of someone thought ill. Sitting down while being glared at, she calmly said, "Yes, actually, I do. Get my grandson and heir out of that place, right now." He snarled. "I already have," she returned. When Black blinked at her in surprise and didn't say a word, she said, "Take a seat and I'll let you know what's going on. You're going to want to be sitting down for this." Frowning back, but more in confusion instead of anger this time, Black moved to a chair before her desk and dropped into it. "Thank you," she said. "I had Sirius removed from Azkaban and brought here to our holding cells yesterday. I also had a DMLE healer begin working on him to get his health back up. I've also interviewed him under Veritaserum." When Black slightly jolted in shock and developed a thunderous expression, she held her hand up in a stop gesture and quickly said, "He specifically requested it." When Black settled again, still angry, he muttered, "Idiot." "Not true," she shot back. She explained, that interrogation, taken under Veritaserum and transcribed with a certified dictaquil, has proven he was in no way guilty of what happened that night or a few days later in Manor. He was set up by Peter Pettigrew, who I've also now got in a holding cell and, as he's a half-blood, have questioned under forced Veritaserum. Pettigrew is guilty as sin and will be facing trial on Monday. He also confessed to having set your grandson up after first betraying the Potters. Surprisingly, Sirius is quite lucid and he's admitted to how he was able to accomplish that miraculous feat. However, physically he's a mess. He's now stashed in St. Mungo's under the pseudonym of Podrick Foot and, again at his request, will also stand trial on Monday. He believes he needs to be exonerated of all charges in front of the Wizengamot before people will actually believe he's innocent. Well, innocent of the crimes for which he was dumped in Azkaban, at any rate. "And just how did that happen, Amelia?" growled the powerful lord before her. Dumbledore told Bagnold and Barty Crouch, while she was minister and he was director of the DMLE, that he made Sirius the secret keeper when he cast the Fidelius charm on the cottage in Godric's Hollow. He lied. However, Bagnold and Crouch took him at his word, decided to forego the trial and just threw his ass into Azkaban. "And just where are those three now?" the man demanded. "Bagnold's dead. She was killed some time ago, and that's something we've not told anyone. Crouch is currently in one of my holding cells and is yet another who will be facing trial on Monday. Of what I've got on him, I've got him dead to rights for his own lifetime sentence in Azkaban." The man secreted his own son out of the prison and has been continually casting the imperious curse on him to get him to behave, while also hiding him in the Crouch family home. As for Dumbledore, he, too, is dead. The man had a MIV heart attack yesterday while illegally on the premises of a Muggle-raised child in Surrey. The old coot dropped dead right in front of me, too. There is nothing suspicious about his death. I can also assure you that if the old bastard had not dropped dead he'd be in one of my holding cells, too. The list of crimes I've now compiled against the man, even though I can no longer actually charge him, would curl your goatee. Though I can't charge the old bastard, I've been assured all that information will be handed over to the press for publication. Dumbledore's much wanted and vaunted reputation is about to be torn to shreds. We've kept all that quiet and I beg of you not to tell anyone until Monday afternoon at the earliest. However, I'll be bloody surprised if any of it strays secret for that long, anyway. Black heard her out before he gave huff, grunt and said, I'd have to be informed of all that before Monday, anyway. You'd have been informed on the Monday once you arrived to sit in judicial session, if you'd bothered to turn up, of course, she said. Both knew it was a dig by her at him for making himself scarce for Wizengamot sessions over the past decade. And both knew the other knew he couldn't care less. You're sure about Bagnold and Dumbledore? Yes, she immediately replied. Master healers working for me confirmed both under their Bonhamic oaths. However, if you want to confirm Dumbledore's turned his toes up for yourself, his body's currently under stasis in my morgue. He again gave that grunt huff before he said, no. I believe you. You're one of the few people inside this place I know won't lie to me without good reason. And you've no reason to lie to me about that wannabe Machiavellian old fag's death. They sat in silence for a long few seconds before he said, I need to see my grandson. Where do I find him? As I said earlier, St. Mungo's, she replied. He's being admitted right now by healer Roscoe Bincutti under the name Podrick Foot. I didn't want to risk someone like Malfoy finding out about him being out of Azkaban and organizing for him to have an accident. Black gave another huff and said, that French faggot wouldn't dare. The longer she looked at the man opposite the more worried she became. He was now lightly sweating. Arcturus, she quietly asked. Are you all right? Black scowled back, clearly thought about it for a moment and finally admitted, my family healer cannot find anything wrong with me. Would you please allow me to have one of my healers quickly check while you're here? Again the huff grunt before the man said, as long as he or she is under DMLE and healer oath. They are. Bones immediately activated her intercom and said, Cynthia, can you send in one of our master healers, please? Yes, ma'am. Oh, and, after them, I want to see Rufus Scrimgeour again. Yes, ma'am. I don't know why you're bothering, Amelia, Black quietly said. You and I rarely see eye to eye on anything. While that might be true, she said, I still find you to be quite the honorable man. And we always see eye to eye on the law and rightful justice. A moment later the requested master healer walked in. Ma'am, he asked. Please scan Lord Black. Here, she replied. I believe he's being poisoned. The healer immediately walked over and began casting spells. Because of who he was dealing with, he had already been warned by Cynthia. He cast them verbally. He did not want the man to suspect him of anything underhanded. After a good 15 seconds of casting, he frowned. Then more carefully recast his last two charms. Sir, he said, are you, by any chance, a werewolf? What? Exclaimed Black. No. Then, sir, you are definitely being poisoned, the healer firmly stated. Someone is slipping you trace doses of aconitum, also known as aconite, monk's hood, wolf's bane, devil's helmet, blue rocket and quite a few other names. The amounts are slowly increasing and are now at a toxicity level that's very close to being fatal. You need to get yourself to St. Mungo's as quick as you can for treatment. As Black started to get more and more furious, the healer said, Sir, you need to remain calm. One of the effects of aconitum causes heart arrhythmia. You could easily have a heart attack. Are you suffering from gastrointestinal issues, a numbness in your mouth, uncontrollable sweating, breathing difficulties? Yes. Damn it, snapped Black. Then, sir, St. Mungo's, now, said the healer. The numbness in your mouth means the poisoning is occurring orally. Someone is slipping it to you in either your drink or food. Physically getting himself back under control, Black's occlumency shield snapped up and said, "My apologies, Amelia. It seems I need to take my leave." "No apologies necessary," she said. "I'm glad I spotted the outward symptoms." As he stood he looked to the healer and said, "Thank you. This shall be remembered." The healer nodded back and said, "Just let the healers at Mungo's know it's a conidum and that it's a neurotoxin. They'll know how to treat it." Black nodded back and muttered, "Thank you, again." As he then was about to walk off, he turned back to Bones and said, "Podrick Foot, right?" "Yes," she replied. "Good luck." He just gave another grunt and strode from the room. As he left, Scrimgeour walked back in. The healer turned to Bones and said, "Who do you think is going to suddenly turn up dead?" "His so-called family healer for a start," she replied. "And, if I was to make a guess, Lucius Malfoy or possibly Cygnus Black, Malfoy's father in bond." "You're not going to step in," he began. "Step in for what?" asked Bones. "No crime, other than someone trying to poison Lord Black, has been committed yet. And I cannot even investigate the poisoning of Lord Black until he makes formal complaint or turns up dead." "He hasn't done either." The healer smirked back and walked out as Scrimgeour walked over. "Ma'am?" he asked. Once the healer left and closed the door behind him, Bones looked to her deputy and said, "I'd forgotten something until Lord Black's ailment reminded me." She then opened one of the Potter files on her desk and removed a sheet of parchment from it, and quietly handed it to Scrimgeour. Reading through it, Scrimgeour was quickly shocked. "The Longbottoms?" he asked. "Yep," she replied. "I need you to take Mad-Eye with you to go and see the chief healer at Mungo's. Tell Mad-Eye he can be as scary as he likes with this one. Tell the chief healer I want the bastard who's been dosing the Longbottoms to keep them in their near comatose states arrested and brought back here. And the chief healer is to make damn sure the Longbottoms are then cured. He can let Augusta Longbottom know of their cure once it's been administered. Until then, this is yet another DMLE investigation." "Yes, ma'am." "Oh, and Augusta Longbottom is not to be informed of the identity of the culprit," she ordered. "I want the man, or woman, tried, rather than killed by that old warhorse through a blood feud or something." "Yes, ma'am," grinned Scrimgeour. "Thank you, Rufus." "Yes, ma'am," he again said, before quickly exiting again. With the door closed again, she sat back with a sigh. A quick check of the time showed her it was approaching 11 a.m. and the time of her appointment with the ministry prosecutor and chief interrogator. "Damn," she muttered, surprised. She quickly got her notes for that particular meeting organized, and not a moment too soon. After being announced by Cynthia they'd arrived, Lord Miles Marchbanks, the current chief interrogator, and Seraphina Greenger, the current ministry prosecutor, were shown into her office. "Welcome," said Bones. Indicating the chairs opposite her desk, she said, "Please take a seat." When both did, she immediately launched into why she'd called for both to join her, then handed over copies of the arrest reports, interview transcripts and other matters Greenger would need to prepare her cases against the 7 defendants. Both were, understandably, shocked. "Bloody hell," Marchbanks finally muttered. Bones just nodded and indicated the stack now in Greenger's lap. "With everything Seraphina now holds in her hands, I cannot see any one of these folks, bar Sirius Black, escaping a very long prison sentence each. Hell, other than the Muggle Dursleys, I cannot see any of them not being sentenced to at least life in Azkaban." Looking more directly at the prosecutor, she said, "And there'll be no negotiating down to a lesser sentence, Sarah. I want the book thrown at them. If even half of what you've told me is true, as if I don't believe all of it, there's no way I'll negotiate," the woman opposite promised. "Good," said Bones. "Then we're all on the same page." She then pulled out the forms required to authorize trials for each of the defendants and handed them over to Marchbanks. He quickly read them over and signed them as chief interrogator, authorizing they be brought before him to stand trial on the coming Monday. They let themselves out a few minutes later. After thinking things through for a few long moments, Bones decided to use her lunch break to go and visit Harry. It had now been over a full day since she'd seen him and wanted to show him the guardian and custodianship parchments she had concerning him. Another quick message to her aide about being out for an hour and she was out through the flow direct to St. Mungo's visitors' fireplaces. As she already knew what room he was in, She was about to bypass the welcome witch and head up to the second floor when she stopped and asked, "In which room would I find Podrick Foot, please?" The witch glanced down at a sheet before her, allowed her finger to slide down it and looked up again. "Third floor, room 303, she declared. "Thank you," said Bones. A minute later she was knocking on the door to Harry's room on the second floor. Harry was again reading one of the books out of the bookcase and feeling a little antsy, as his Aunt Petunia used to say. He'd spent almost his whole life doing one chore after another, hour in and hour out, except for when he was locked in his cupboard, that this sitting in bed or sitting at the table was making him feel quite uncomfortable. When he heard the knock on the door he was hoping it was another visitor who wanted to talk to him. The Auror at the door, who also kept occasionally casting pitying looks his way, was quick to open it and check who it was. Harry immediately knew it had to be a visitor because the hospital staff never knocked, they just walked in. A moment later the Auror stepped aside and Madame Bones walked in. He immediately grinned at her with relief. Seeing his expression as she walked over, she asked, "Bored already?" He blushed in emberment, looked down and quietly replied, "Yes." "Sorry. Don't apologize for being bored," she replied. "Anyone would be bored being stuck in a hospital room." He sheepishly glanced back up, grinned and nodded back. "How are doing, Jamie?" she calmly asked. He seemed a little uncomfortable before he quietly replied, "I don't like potions. Most of them taste yucky." She quietly chuckled and said, "I'll let you in on a little secret. I think they make them taste yucky on purpose." When he looked at her in a little confusion, she said, "I think they do that so you won't look forward to taking them. Some of them can be addictive, meaning you'll keep wanting to take them." His confusion deepened a little more and he asked, "Who would want to keep taking them?" "Believe it or not," she replied, "there are those few who would." "That's just silly," he declared. She again chuckled and said, "Yes, it is." Then she asked, "What are you doing to keep yourself occupied?" "Just reading," he sighed. Then he suddenly perked up and said, "Oh, I met Susan, Hannah and Hannah's mum, this morning. They're nice." "Well, I'm glad you think so," she replied. "After all, once you're out of this place, you're going to see a lot more of them. As I promised, you're going to come live with me." Then she pulled the declaration of guardianship out of her inside robe's pocket and handed it to him. "Take a look." Carefully, he read through it. He didn't understand a lot of the legalese, but of what he did understand, it stated Madame Amelia Susan Bones was now the guardian, with full custody, of Mr. Henry James, Harry Potter. He looked at her with awe. "You did it," he happily exclaimed. "I told you I would," she said. "Yeah, but," he muttered, "you've had people tell you things that would have made you happy and they didn't happen, right?" "Yeah," he sighed. "Well, this," she said, indicating the parchment, "means I told you the truth." Taking one of the chairs she said, "I might not always be able to tell you something. But, whenever I do, it will be the truth, all right?" "Yes, ma'am, trying to figure out what you should call me," she asked. "Yeah, call me what Susan does," she offered. "Aunt Amy or just Auntie. I won't mind." "Thank you, Aunt Amy," he said, clearly relieved and happy. She grinned back and said, "You are very welcome." When he blushed again, something she found quite cute, she asked, "Had lunch?" "Yet, no, not yet," he replied. "I'm getting pretty hungry, too." "It's the potions making you feel like that," she said. "Yeah, Jesty told me that," he explained. "Jesty?" she asked. "A house elf, right?" "Yeah," he replied. "He's a bit bossy about making me eat a lot, too." She laughed and said, "That's because he knows the potions need you to eat a lot so they can work the best." Harry nodded. "Now, since you're bored and Jesty hasn't been by with your lunch yet, how about you and I go to the hospital cafeteria and have lunch there?" she asked. "Really?" he asked, suddenly getting excited. "That would be brill." She chuckled, stood and said, "Come on, then." When Harry hopped off the bed he was about to walk off to follow her when he remembered he was wearing pajamas. Shouldn't I get dressed first?" he asked. "The hospital cafeteria is one of those places you get to wear your pajamas to," she replied. However, she drew her wand and quickly transfigured him a dressing gown to go over the top of it all and a pair of slippers for his feet. "There you go," she said, offering them to him. Once he had them on, he looked back at her with a wide grin. "Ready," he declared. Harry and Bones had only just sat down at a table to eat a modest lunch each. Bones had purchased for them when Jesty popped in, saw how much was on Harry's plate, frowned at him and popped away again. A moment later the elf was back and Harry's single plate was added to with others containing a big dessert, a large fruit smoothie, and a plate of quarter-cut sandwiches. "Jesty," Harry whined. The elf just frowned, waggled a finger at him and demanded, "Eat." Then popped away again before Harry could say anything else. Harry just sighed and did his best to try and eat it all. While eating her own lunch, Bones just watched, amused. Once it was clear Harry had managed to get down as much food as possible, she gave a firm nod and said, "You did well, Jamie." He gave her a relieved look. She smiled and said, "Now that we've eaten our fills, I know where someone is in this hospital you might want to meet." "I know he definitely wants to meet you." Curious, Harry asked, "Do you think I'll like him?" "Well, he was very good friends with your parents," she carefully replied. "So good a friend, that is, that they made him your godfather." Harry frowned and asked, "If he was supposed to be such good friends, why didn't he come and see me while I was at my aunt and uncle's?" "There was a very good reason why he couldn't," she replied. "He was simply unable to. However, he can very soon be part of your life again, if you're willing to let him." "Who is it?" he asked. She leaned in a little closer and quietly said, "Well, like you, he's currently in the hospital as a patient under a false name. The name he's using at the moment is Podrig Foot." "But, Pad Rag Foot?" asked Harry, confused. "What sort of name is that?" "Well, you might call him by a shortened version of that," she replied. "Pad Foot, Pad Foot?" he asked, clearly confused. "Pad Foot, Pad Foot." Suddenly he clearly got excited and asked, "Pafu? Pafu is here. Big black dog, right?" Surprised he knew that, she replied, "Well, yes. However, that he can." Harry had already leapt to his feet and was almost biting on the spot. "Can we go?" he begged. "Can we go, now?" "All right, Jamie," she replied, also rising to her feet. "We can go now." She was surprised when he suddenly grabbed her by the hand and tried to drag her out of the cafeteria. "Whoa, Jamie," she firmly declared, pulling back enough to pull the boy to a stop. "You need to settle down. This is a hospital, not a race track." Again he blushed and looked down in a little shame. He also seemed to cringe a little as if expecting to be hit. She decided to ignore that and just speak calmly. His reaction was for the mind healers to deal with. "By all means you can take me by the hand," she said, again offering her hand. She was just glad he had taken her by her left hand, as she didn't feel it was appropriate right then to tell him to take her only by the left hand, or why. It was necessary in her line of work for her right hand to always be free unless it held a wand. "However," she said, as Harry tentatively took her hand, "seeing as you do not know where in the hospital he is, perhaps you should allow me to lead the way, yes?" "Yes, Ma, Aunt Amy," he quietly replied. He was now a lot calmer and more behaved, walking beside her as she walked. As the hospital cafeteria was on the first floor and Black's room was on the third floor, they had to walk up 2 full flights of stairs to the right floor. They could have used the lift, however, Bones felt neither of them was invalided enough to warrant it. Besides, it was good exercise. On the right floor they then walked down the correct corridor, finding the room quite quickly. She was very surprised to realize Black's room was almost directly above Harry's room, just on the other side of the corridor and down 1 room. Entering, she saw that Black had a private room, as she expected, and that he was in bed and poking about his plate with his fork what remained of his lunch. As soon as he saw it was Bones who walked in, not even noticing Harry yet, he put his cutlery down and pushed the wheeled table away from before him. "Madam Bones," he smiled. A ple, and froze. That's when he noticed the young boy. With his eyes looking the boy over, it was only a moment before they widened and he tentatively asked, "Harry Foot," snapped Bones. "It's Jamie, please." Yeah," he almost distractedly replied. He was still focused on Harry. Harry finally stepped out more from behind Bones while looking at Sirius. "Pafu, you got old." Sirius blinked back once before he started chuckling. Then he began to laugh. Yeah, I guess I did, he finally replied. And you got big. I was a baby, Harry scowled. I know, said Sirius. And now you're almost ready to attend Hogwarts. Where have you been? Asked Harry. Aunt Amy said you were somewhere, which made it so you couldn't visit me. You should have visited. After a glance and looks between Bones and Sirius, Sirius replied, as your Aunt Amy told you, I couldn't. I'm really sorry about that. But I do intend to make up for it. That cracked the ice between them, and the two started to catch up, focusing on Harry's life. When Sirius heard Harry had until the day earlier been at the Dursleys, his eyes flicked up to stare in horror at Bones. As I said, I'll explain later, Black, she quietly said. Oh, and has old Arcturus been by to see you yet? Sirius frowned in confusion and replied, no. Will he? I've no doubt he will, she replied. He's probably down in casualty, at the moment. He didn't look well when he came to see me, so I had one of the DMLE healers check him over. Someone's been dosing him long-term with traces of Wolf's Bane. Again, Sirius was shocked. Is he going to make it? I'd say so, yes, she replied. I'm led to believe my healer caught it in time. Sirius gave a nod and turned his attention back to Harry, who appeared confused about what they were talking about, but wouldn't ask. So, Jamie, he asked, what do you like to do for fun? Fun? Asked Harry. Read. Sirius mentally sighed. He knows barely anything about the wizarding world, Sirius, said Bones. And we've only got 5 weeks to teach him as much as we can about his place in it before he has to leave to go to Hogwarts. Whoa, said Sirius. Cramming, hun? Asked Harry. Lots and lots of study, Jamie, explained Sirius. Sorry. Why sorry? Asked Harry. I like to read and learn stuff. Then you keep right on enjoying that, Jamie, smirked Sirius. You're going to need to. After having Jesty come in and tell Harry he needed to get back to his room because Mrs. P. wanted to talk to him again, Harry asked his new guardian, Bones, if he could visit with his godfather in the future. Yes, you may, she replied. I'll inform your bodyguard I'm allowing it so they may accompany you. However, you will not be able to visit on Monday until late afternoon, as your godfather will be at the ministry attending court that day. Oh, okay, he replied. Thank you. Turning back to Sirius he said, you don't mind if I come visit tomorrow, do you? Not at all, said Sirius. I'm already looking forward to it. When he returned to his own room, it was to find Mrs. P. already waiting for him, sitting at the table. Before he could say anything, Bones said, my apologies for Mr. Evans not being here, Healer Pickerniny. I took him to visit with his godfather, who is also in the hospital. No harm done, smiled Pickerniny. Then she looked at Harry and said, how about we sit and talk at this nice table today, Jamie? Okay, said Harry. Bones said, I'll leave you with it. I need to return to work. She gave Harry a hug, which caused him to suddenly freeze in sudden apprehension for a long moment, not even breathing, before she released him, gave him a slightly sad smile and walked out after saying, I'll try to come back and see you tomorrow, Jamie. Yes, Auntie Amy. Take a seat, Jamie, said Pickerniny. When he sat she asked, did Madam Bones hugging you like that scare you? No, he carefully replied. It's just that, people touching me worries me, that's all. She nodded and said, I cannot see Madam Bones ever hurting you, Jamie. You can trust her. He just nodded back, unsure of what to say. When Bones returned to her office, through her office fireplace this time, she immediately buzzed her aide to let her know she was back. And only a few minutes later both Scrimgeour and Moody sought audience. As soon as they walked in, Scrimgeour said, got him. Who? Asked Bones. The one dosing the Longbottoms. Yes, ma'am, he replied, dropping into a chair. A healer, Childerton. As soon as we told the chief healer for the hospital, Dedworth, what we believed was going on, he was ropeable. He summoned the man immediately to the office while we waited in the office's attached bathroom. Dedworth reminded him of the specific healer's oath the man was supposed to have taken to work at Mungo's, the Bonhammock oath. Then we walked out of the ensuite and back into the office proper. Right then it was easy to see Childerton knew the jig was up. Right away he started going on about how he couldn't say anything due to a magical vow he made to someone. Sorry, said Moody. But I snarled at him that Dumbledore was dead, therefore, any vow he made with the man was now toast. Scrimgeour cut back in and said, he blubbered everything after that. Even told Dedworth where the stock of that potion he's using is kept in his office. Then went ahead and said there was also an antidote for it there too. He wanted to make sure they could be revived if Dumbledore demanded it. Dedworth then fired him right then and there and declared him an oath breaker. And told us to take him away, practically demanding we toss his ass in a holding cell and, how'd he put it, pour veritaserum down his throat until it leaks out his ears. With a slight chuckle, Bones asked, and the Longbottoms? Dedworth allowed us to use his personal fireplace to flow children back here to the holding cells, replied Scrimgeour. We quickly processed him and came looking for you. Since you weren't back we went back to the hospital. Moody cut in and said, I wanted to see if the antidote truly worked or was, in fact, something that would permanently silence them. Thankfully, it was the former. We left about half an hour after they were dosed and were slowly coming around. I think it had become pretty obvious by then they were going to be all right. Good, said Bones. That, at least, is another task out of the way. Write up the authorization to have children tried on Monday. He can be a last-minute addition to the docket. Then find out who his law wizard of record is and let them know we've got him. Anything else going on? Yes, ma'am, replied Scrimgeour. We've received a message from Minerva McGonagall that the staff at Hogwarts have now been advised Dumbledore is dead and that she's taken control of the wards as acting headmistress. Apparently, Severus Snape waited until she actually accepted the wards then, before she could say anything else, immediately and verbally gave her his resignation as a staff member of the school. He was gone within half an hour. I figure, he wanted to be gone before we found an opportunity to go and arrest his butt. Moody grumbled. I also think he only delayed that long because he didn't believe the old coot was dead until Minnie was actually able to accept control of the wards. She wouldn't have been able to if he was still alive. Bones gave a little, sound and said, you're probably right, both of you. With this many people now in the know about Dumbledore being dead, I'm surprised we haven't had the media here clamoring for confirmation, said Scrimgeour. Bones thought about that and said, I've been thinking of when to announce it. I'd like to hold off until Sunday, if at all possible. But I need someone to go to the Hog's Head Tavern to inform Aberforth Dumbledore of his brother's demise before it's reported in the Prophet. She thought a bit longer and said, tell Robards he's to take a trainee with him to the Hog's Head Tavern in Hogsmeade to make the official notification to the next of kin. The trainee could do with the experience of how to handle such a situation. Robards can do that this afternoon. He was there when Dumbledore dropped dead. I'll let him know, said Scrimgeour. Next, she asked. Nope, he replied. That's it, other than the usual malarkey we have to deal with. Nothing for you to be concerned about. Very well, she nodded. As always keep me updated with the relevant stuff. Yes, ma'am, he replied as he rose to leave. As usual, Moody never sat. For the rest of the day Bones was able to finalize everything she needed to get done for the trials on the Monday. She knew she'd probably be in the office again over both days of the weekend, but she deliberately tried not to leave weekday work for the weekends. Besides, the law wizards for each of the defendants were entitled to at least 48 hours notice to prepare their clients' defenses. By making sure they were informed during that day, she'd given them almost 72. She'd leave the corralling of them to the weekend DMLE or her staff. She'd stay out of it. The last visit she received before heading home for the day was from another suddenly appearing croaker. Saul, she quietly sighed. She indicated her office door and said, you see that upright wooden rectangular thing in the wall over there? The one with the metal knob on one side and hinges on the other. It's called a door. Have someone teach you how to use one, would you? He just grinned at her for a moment before his expression turned serious. That information you provided us about the Horcruxes? He asked. Yes, she replied, urging him on. It was accurate, he flatly replied. We've collected them all. She nodded and said, any problems getting them? A couple, he replied. Firstly, you're probably going to receive a complaint from the Malfoys, specifically Narcissa Malfoy. She frowned and asked, why not Lucius? The complaint from her you're going to receive is that the Unspeakables have taken her husband directly from their manor home, he replied. Do yourself a favor and bury it. Why? She demanded. We first forced him to hand over the diary Horcrux he had stored in a hidden room under the manor dining room. We took it and him, together with quite a few other illegal items he had in that room, with us when he left, he explained. He met with an accident and died trying to escape. He actually tried to escape? She asked, surprised. That's the official report on the incident, he replied. Unofficially, he managed to get himself dead by trying to escape through the veil of death. Whether or not he was ousted in that effort is and will remain unconfirmed. I see, she returned. I take it you're only telling me this so I don't publicly push for further information. He grinned and replied, I always knew you were a smart one. She sighed and said, I'll send a pair of oars to Malfoy Manor to let Narcissa know her husband is dead, killed while trying to escape the custody of the unspeakables. We'd rather you say it was from the custody of the DMLE, he tried. Too bad, she flatly snapped. You killed him, we're not taking the blame for it. He thought about that for a moment before he gave a very slight shrug and said, for the best, I suppose. We're better able to weather the political fallout than you are. What about the others? She asked. Hufflepuff's cup was in the Lestrange vault. The goblins were furious to learn of it, but were hesitant to hand it over to us. I had to threaten them with taking the department's funds out of their bank and storing it ourselves to get them to do so. Am I going to have an irate Director Cresswell storm into my office and rant at me over wizards running roughshod over the goblins in contravention of any treaties? No, he replied. It's handled and reparations for our running roughshod, as you put it, have been paid. She nodded and asked, the other two? We collected the diadem from that hidden room at Hogwarts, no problem. The instructions to get into the room and find it once inside were also accurate, he explained. It had a mild compulsion charm on it for anyone to pick it up to immediately don it. The soul fragment would then try to possess the wearer. The idea of hitting it with a killing curse actually worked after we first removed the compulsion charm. We'll study it for a while and then present it to the school. Thank you, she nodded. And the ring? Same, he replied. However, there was a fast-acting withering curse locked into it as well, which would have led the person who put it on to slowly die. The ring is actually the head's ring for the ancient house of Peverell, he explained. I take it you're going to want it. Know about that too, huh? She asked. Not bothering to wait for an answer, she said, yes. It needs to go to Gringotts. And the stone attached to it. It's confirmed it's the second Hallow, he replied. As offered, we'll hold on to it for a little while to study. And, as promised, we'll return it as soon as Mr. Potter asks for it. Bones just nodded back. She was glad the locket was recovered by Peverell, stripped of the soul fragment and now resided in the Potter vaults. Next point, said Croaker. We tracked down Quirinus Quirrell at the Leaky Cauldron. We subdued him and a possessed S that was in his presence before taking both into custody. We're currently interviewing Quirrell, but we suspect he, too, might try to escape our custody. As for the S, it's Tom Riddle, all right. To stop him abandoning the body of the S, we've put it into suspended animation and transfigured it into a rubber toy. We don't think the prophecy is all that meaningful any longer, but we're not willing to take chances. As soon as Mr. Potter is up to it, we want you to bring him down to the department. Then, we'll give him the rubber S and ask him to toss it through the veil. He doesn't need to know why, so we'll leave it to you to figure out a reason for him he'll accept. By that method he'll have met the line, and one must die by the hand of the other. Gee, thanks, she snarked. He just grinned at her before he then pulled a small case from his pocket. He placed it flat on her desk and then tapped it with his wand, where it immediately resized to a case about 2.5 feet square by about 6 inches high. Saul, she exclaimed, reeling back. What the hell? He just grinned again and said, open it. Scowling at him first, she was able to easily lift the lid off and look inside. With a jump of shock she snapped her eyes back up at him. Is that a pensieve? Yep, he replied. Mr. Potter's. We checked. It has the Potter crest on the underside. It's the one out of Dumbledore's office. He had it hidden in a notice-me-not shielded drawer in a cabinet. There's also a hidden room off his office, too, he added. Once you've got time, we'll need to go there, get McGonagall out of the way and open it. We'd like to see what's inside of it, too. We believe we didn't have time to do that yesterday. She sat back again and sighed. I'll organize it. However, I won't have time until after the trials on Monday. Tuesday's good for me, he said. Giving him a slightly pained expression, she said, Tuesday morning, then. Meet me here at 9 a.m. It's a date, he grinned, and immediately popped away. It's not a bloody date, she grumbled. The news of Dumbledore's death and the arrests broke in the Saturday morning's Weekend Daily Prophet, front page, of course. The main headline of the article above the fold was simply, Dumbledore dead. Then went on to what was mainly hearsay and conjecture. The accurate points were that he died while visiting the home of a Muggle raised, but implied it was a Muggle-born, that it was a severe heart attack, that he was dead before any help could be gotten for him, and that there were no suspicious circumstances about his death, other than no one could give a logical reason why he was visiting a home in the Muggle world, when such visits were handled by the four heads of house at Hogwarts. However, there was conjecture that the home he was visiting at the time was the suspected Muggle home of the boy who lived, Harry Potter. And that was based on the next article, Harry Potter's Muggle relatives arrested. That article covered only that the relatives were arrested, and there was conjecture that it was the home Albus Dumbledore was visiting at the time. It wasn't a long one and wouldn't have even made the paper if it wasn't for the relatives being Harry Potter's. As the two articles were written by two different reporters meant they'd not yet fully put together the two events. She expected there'd be an article in the Sunday's edition that put the two events together. Another article written by the reporter who wrote the article about Dumbledore's death also wrote an article on the arrest of certain individuals. However, they only knew of Barty Crouch SNR and Peter Pettigrew being found and arrested. They had nothing on Crouch JNR or that Sirius Black had been brought from Azkaban to the DMLE. However, they did mention that, with Peter Pettigrew being found alive, it raised questions as to Sirius Black's conviction. After reading them, Amelia breathed a sigh of relief. Combined, the three articles would give the populace more than enough to gossip about, while also keeping the rest all under wraps for now. Thinking about it further, she couldn't have planned for the news to be made public in a more palatable method if she'd been the mastermind to have planned for it herself. However, it was less than a half hour after the edition hit the streets before the duty desk senior, which was on her home flow, begging her to come into the office to personally handle the influx of inquiries from both the media and witches and wizards of the populace that had stormed the DMLE offices looking for more information. All right, senior, she'd told the woman. I'll be there in half an hour. When she arrived, wearing her proper and best Auror uniform, Bones had her lectern set up on the public side of the Auror front counter. All the experienced journalists knew that was where she gave public announcements when she was in control of them, so were already there and waiting for her. The only time she didn't give such public announcements at that spot was when she was acting backup for the minister, who was giving his own public announcements. What she was unaware of was that the minister had already come looking for her, as he wanted to be fully briefed on what was going on so he could make the announcements. It was his bad luck she'd never received that notice, and, even then, she would have ignored the request for the briefing. She was past caring about Easting Fudge in boosting his popularity. Once she was ready with her speaking notes, she walked out of her office, crossed the Auror bullpen, walked around the counter and made her way to stand behind the lectern. All right, peoples, she firmly said. Listen up. As per usual, I will not tolerate any interruptions. Hold your questions until I directly tell you I'm ready for them. If you don't like the answers I give you, tough. After giving that a moment to sink in, while the photographers snapped their pictures, she said, Thursday morning just passed and, at his specific invitation, I was visiting with Mr. Henry James, Harry Potter, at the home of his Muggle relatives. We were busy and deep into an important discussion when Mr. Albus Dumbledore tried to visit. Mr. Potter informed Mr. Dumbledore he did not want to see him and sent the man on his way, locking the door in the process. Not more than 5 seconds later, Mr. Dumbledore illegally let himself into the home. At that moment he had committed the crime of breaking and entering. Mr. Dumbledore was, at the time, unaware I and 2 of my Aurors were also on the premises and witnessed the crime. Mr. Potter firmly ordered Mr. Dumbledore to leave his home. Mr. Dumbledore refused. As he was ordered to leave and refused, that now meant Mr. Dumbledore was guilty of the crime of criminal trespass. Mr. Dumbledore then began to draw his wand. I and my two Aurors saw it and recognized it was in a threatening manner. Neither I nor my two Aurors doubt in any way it was Mr. Dumbledore's intent to magically attack Mr. Potter. However, before we could react, Mr. Potter was able to disarm Mr. Dumbledore. She then went into the details of how, during the then heated discussion, Dumbledore clutched his left arm before he toppled over, dead. It has now been confirmed Mr. Dumbledore died of a sudden, what I am told is called major cardiac infarction, a MIV heart attack. Nothing could be done to save his life. From the discussion before and during the time Mr. Dumbledore was on the premises, quite a lot of information came to light, especially as they relate to criminal actions. Based on that information and subsequent investigations, the following people have been arrested and will stand trial on Monday. They are Mr. Potter's two Muggle guardians and their son and Bartemius Crouch SNR. While arresting Mr. Crouch, Mr. Crouch's thought deceased son was found alive in the Crouch home under the Imperious Curse. When that curse was lifted, he immediately fingered his father as the one who was continually casting it upon him. Other information also alerted us to the fact that Peter Pettigrew, the wizard thought murdered by Sirius Black back in November 1981 and posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin 3rd CL, was actually alive and of his location. As someone who was supposedly both dead and a hero to have been in hiding these past 9 years, we had questions for him. He was located, detained and brought back to our interrogation facility here in the DMLE. During his questioning under Veritaserum, his identity was confirmed. It was also discovered it was he who was the Potter's secret keeper, not Sirius Black, and it was he who killed all those Muggles in Manor, again not Sirius Black. He purposefully framed Sirius Black for the crimes. Sirius Black was collected from Azkaban and brought back here. Under questioning while under the effects of Veritaserum administered at his own request, he confirmed he was not the secret keeper for the Potters. He believed Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper. He did not, of course, kill Peter Pettigrew, and he did not harm any of those Muggles in Manor. Further investigation as to how such a miscarriage of justice occurred discovered Mr. Sirius Black did not receive a trial, as required by law, before he was summarily tossed into a cell in Azkaban. The records we have show that he was ordered tossed into Azkaban without a trial by the immediate past minister, Millicent Bagnold, Bartemius Crouch SNR and Albus Dumbledore. The charge relating to that gross miscarriage of justice has been added to the charges against Mr. Crouch. Ex-Minister Bagnold is currently outside our jurisdiction. However, if she wasn't, she too would have been charged. Albus Dumbledore is, as announced, dead. Sirius Black is now in a secret and undisclosed location where he is receiving medical aid. Even though we now have indisputable proof he is innocent of the crimes for which he was tossed into Azkaban, he has demanded he still be given a trial so his innocence can be proven. In fairness to him for this injustice, I have acceded to his demand. He, too, will stand trial on Monday. I expect his full exoneration. I'll now take your questions, one at a time. Harry felt he was already having a much better Saturday than Friday. Susan, Hannah and Hannah's mum again came to visit with him. This time they were able to stay a little longer and they were each able to talk between them a little easier. Apparently, Susan and Hannah had thought of questions to ask and subjects to talk about before they came. Then, after lunch he asked the Auror to take him up to visit his godfather, which the Auror was happy enough to do. However, this time he didn't stay as long, as he didn't want Jesty turning up and telling him he needed to get back to his room. That was a little embering when the elf did it last time. Harry was a bit concerned when Padfoot kept going on and on about pranks he, Harry's father, someone named Mooney and the rarely mentioned Wormtail used to commit all the time. While they were at school. To Harry, it sounded too much like bullying. However, he wasn't prepared to tell Sirius that, just yet. They were only just starting to get to know one another again. What Harry did ask about was whether Sirius would be upset about him being the ward of Amelia Bones. If that's what you want, Jamie, definitely not, replied Sirius. He then gave a wry grin and said, besides, I think I'm going to be quite a while recovering from my time at Azkaban. The healers have already told me it's probably going to be longer than it will be before you go to Hogwarts on the 1st of September. However, I would like it very much if we can catch up again when you come home, that is, go back to Amy Bones's place, at Yule. Christmas. Harry grinned in relief and said, "That would be brill." Sunday morning's Weekend Daily Prophet had the full details of the trials to be held the next day. It faithfully recorded what Bones had briefed them on, as they knew not to misquote her unless they wanted to be brought in to her office where she could correct them on their errors. That is, she would rip verbal strips off them and threaten them with all sorts of punishment if they ever deliberately did it again. Pushed to below the fold, likely because of the news of the trials, was yet further information concerning business owners getting up in their wands about more cease and desist notices coming their way from Gringotts, acting on behalf of the Potter Regent. However, now that it was public knowledge Dumbledore was dead, the prophet was begging to be informed the identity of the new regent, that is, the one who pushed the goblins to send out the cease and desist notices. And the goblins, as per their norm, weren't talking. She near laughed herself silly when the prophet strongly suggested that Madame Bones, as director of the DMLE, go speak with them and demand the information. She then received a flow call from Fudge, who'd stated he'd been contacted by concerned citizens as to the identity of the new Potter Regent. He hadn't come right out and asked until she left him no choice. "We need to know who this supposed new regent is, Amelia," he demanded. "As Dumbledore was appointed by the Wizengamot, so will the next. Whoever this person is." "Shut up, Cornelius," she quietly said, cutting him off. When he gaped back she said, 9 years ago the Wizengamot illegally appointed Albus Dumbledore as regent of the House of Potter after he illegally sealed the Potter's wills. On Albus Dumbledore's death that illegal sealing was released. I am fully aware of who is now the Potter Regent, as I, too, was on the list of who was to become young Mr. Potter's guardian and regent on the death of both his parents. And, first off, I can tell you that Albus Bloody Dumbledore was not on that list. Secondly, the person who is the rightful regent has now taken regency of the House of Potter, as they bloody well should have held it since back in November 1981. And, now that you know that, if you try and interfere with that, I will inform the other noble and ancient houses just what you've tried to do. Think about that for a moment, Cornelius. Stay out of it, Cornelius," she snapped. "I know and am the rightful regent is acting in the best interests of both young Mr. Potter and his house. Dumbledore, illegally acting as regent, signed off on a hell of a lot of contracts selling the use of the name and image of our Savior. Not one canute of that gold rightfully found its way into the Potter vaults as was required as per the contracts he signed. Instead, it all went into the pockets of Albus Dumbledore. I assure you, if the man was still alive, right now he would be in one of my holding cells remanded into custody to stand trial for grand theft and multiple instances of financial malfeasance and fraud. Now, since the contracts were fraudulent, the regent is acting in the best interests of Mr. Potter, informing all those supposed licenses they are to cease and desist in using his name, image, etc., or find themselves facing litigation and sued until they are so far beyond broke they will start dreaming of the day when they'll once more be only broke. That regent is right to do that. If I find out you've been making promises to any of those people you'll, shall we say, fix this, then you will be guilty of the crime of aiding and abetting in the crimes of malfeasance and fraud. And I'll very quickly move to arrest your ass and dump it into one of my holding cells along with the other criminals. And, no, I really don't give a shit if you're the minister or not. Have I, yet again, made myself clear to you, Cornelius?" "Yes," he mumbled back, before he immediately withdrew from the flames and closed the connection. "Idiot," she muttered, rising to her feet from in front of the fireplace. The court cases on the Monday, as expected, occupied the entire day. And, thankfully, the findings were all as they should be. The dark faction, expecting to be led by Lucius Malfoy, who was still missing, were unable to counter a lot of the votes going the way Bones wanted them. Narcissa Malfoy had not yet made public that her husband was deceased. Bones suspected her of plundering the Malfoy vaults before official notice of the man's death led the goblins to sealing the vaults. The two Dursley adults were sentenced to 10 years each in a Muggle prison for child abuse, while their son was remanded to a juvenile detention facility for 3. On his release his custodianship would be handed to his father's sister, Marjorie Dursley. The DMLE had a set of contacts in the Muggle justice system for just this sort of thing, and those contacts organized everything. Barty Crouch SNR, just on the continual casting of the imperious curse alone, was sent to Azkaban for life. His son already had such a sentence, however, as an escapee, was sentenced to death via the veil. It was carried out at sunset that night. Peter Pettigrew, after first having his Order of Merlin 3rd CL stripped from him, was sentenced to death via the veil. He received life imprisonment for being a confirmed Death Eater, aiding in the death of the Potters and the murder of 12 Muggles in Manor. However, on his way back to his holding cell he attempted to flee custody. As he'd already been sentenced, he was escaping lawful custody prison. He was brought straight back to the court, retried on the spot and, like Barty Crouch Jr., found guilty of escaping lawful custody. He, too, went through the veil at sunset that night. Sirius, as righteousness demanded, was fully exonerated of the crimes for which he'd been deemed guilty. Cornelius Fudge, of them all, was the most unhappiest about that. He was expecting a healthy bribe from Lucius Malfoy to engineer Black's execution, but Malfoy never offered it and never showed. As such, probably in spite, voted not guilty to all charges. That brought the late addition to the docket to be brought forward for trial, ex-healer Christopher Childerton. He was found guilty of ongoing magical alt upon the rightful lord and lady of the noble and most ancient house of Longbottom, 10+ counts. He, too, found himself sent to Azkaban for life. Immediately after his sentencing, Augusta Longbottom used the opportunity to announce her son and daughter in bond, Frank and Alice Longbottom, had woken from being under long-term drugging by Childerton and were on a long road of recovery. Then she vehemently thanked Bones for discovering it was going on and immediately acting to rectify the situation. Umbridge had tried to voice her opinion in one instance, but was ordered to remain silent by the chief interrogator. The second time she tried to voice her opinion, the chief interrogator flatly told her, "Shut your mouth, woman." Then ordered Fudge to control your pathetic underling or I'll have Madam Bones charge her with contempt of court. We'll then see how she likes to sit in the defendant's chair, tightly bound with the chains, while we sit in judgment of her. Fudge immediately, quietly and firmly ordered Umbridge to remain silent and further ordered her from the room. She left in a huff. Before the session ended, even though, except for a break of 1 hour for lunch, they'd been sitting for over 6 hours in judgment, they devolved the meeting into legislative review for the purposes of calling for a formal report on the death of Albus Dumbledore from Bones, together with calling for a vote to elect a new chief warlock which. That vote would take place at the next sitting of the Wizengamot in legislative review. They broke in time for them all to head home for dinner. However, before she left, Fudge managed to latch onto Bones and demand why she didn't get back in contact with him before she gave her press conference. "Because it had nothing to do with you," she snapped. "I'll give you a short briefing on what's going on Wednesday morning. Until then, leave me alone. I could fire you," he quietly snarled. She just cast an evil grin at him and calmly replied, "No, you can't. You can only request the Mo fire me as I work for them, not you. You don't have the authority to fire me in your own right." Then showed him her regent's rings for Bones, Potter and Peverell. "On top of those 3, I'm also regent for 2 more. I'm just not wearing the rings for them at this time. Piss me off any further and it'll be you who'll be fired, not me. Times, they are a-changing, Cornelius. You'd best quickly learn the new political landscape before you're plowed under." And laughed. "You're the Potter regent?" he asked, shocked. "Yes," she hissed back. "That's why I know the Potter regent is acting with the full weight of the law and is in the right in dealing with those companies who are illegally using Mr. Potter's name, image, et al. Now, get the hell away from me." Fudge hurriedly backed off in shock before he then practically ran off. He'd meant to ask her about the location of Lucius Malfoy, but forgot to when Bones threatened him right back, actually laughed at him and then threatened him again. He hadn't expected any of that. The next morning's Daily Prophet, as well as, surprisingly, accurately reporting on the results of the trials, carried as one of the lead articles that Lucius Malfoy had died, while involved in an altercation within the Department of Mysteries. However, it was Wednesday's newspaper that carried the real shocker and pushed back what was learned the previous day into the so-so category of importance. The headline in the lead article at the top of the page and directly under the newspaper's banner: "The Lies and Frauds of Albus Dumbledore. It was the information from within the folder given to Bones by Peveril Potter the previous Thursday morning. He'd warned her the same information would be handed to the prophet within the week. As she always received the prophet at home before she headed into work, she sat at the breakfast table and skimmed through it while sipping from her strong cup of breakfast tea. The article, series of articles really, was broken down into sections relating to various parts of Dumbledore's life. It covered his life up to graduating from Hogwarts with high honors and head boy for the 1898-99 school year. It next covered the period of his life between graduating from Hogwarts and leaving to accept an apprenticeship with Nicholas Flamel, including his friendship and subsequent breaking of that friendship with Gellert Grindelwald. It also stated they'd received intelligence that stated Dumbledore, while in a three-way magical duel with his brother and Grindelwald, accidentally killed his sister with the killing curse. And put forward, themselves, that it meant Dumbledore was guilty of casting at least one of the unforgivables before he even began his apprenticeship under Flamel. It then sparingly covered his time with Flamel and him, supposedly, coming out of that apprenticeship with a mastery in alchemy and transfiguration. After that, it reported on his time as a professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts, him becoming deputy headmaster just before the start of what became known as the official dates of the Grindelwald War, and wrapped that section up with the truth about the so-called magical duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, which was, in truth, Dumbledore suddenly turning up and stunning Grindelwald within seconds of spotting him. Then it reported on how Grindelwald had not been killed, as Dumbledore had led everyone to believe, but had instead been imprisoned in the maximum security area of Grindelwald's own prison, Nurmengard, on the coast of the Baltic Sea. Then it covered Dumbledore becoming headmaster of Hogwarts and Britain's ambassador to the ICW, before later becoming chief warlock of the Wizengamot and supreme mugwump of the ICW. And how it was all based on the lie Dumbledore had killed Grindelwald, in a major and powerful duel that was supposed to have lasted hours. And demanded on behalf of the citizens of the magical world that Dumbledore's Order of Merlin be posthumously stripped from him. Thankfully, the articles ended there and did not cover what happened regarding the prophecy, Horcruxes or Dumbledore's treatment of young Harry. After finishing it, Bones smirked and thought, there goes Fudge's career. Cornelius Fudge, since it became public that Dumbledore had died, had been telling all and sundry, especially the press, that Dumbledore would be given a state funeral and be buried in a tomb on the grounds of Hogwarts, as he'd wished. The only member of staff to have been given such an honor. On Bones's arrival at work, Fudge was already in her office with his bowler hat being worried between his shaking hands. Amelia, he begged, you need to tell the press that I had no idea what Dumbledore had done. I was acting with honor and dignity for a man who was much admired and considered one of our greatest heroes. She just chuckled and replied, I warned you not to do it, Cornelius. I also told you, if the man was still alive, he'd have been in one of my holding cells. But you had to go ahead and do it anyway. She had, too. She'd told him on the Monday evening, after he'd contacted her for a second time, that there was more information she'd been warned would come to light about Dumbledore. Fudge refused to listen and had accused her of trying to foment a GIT prop against his ministerialship. Yes, he muttered. Now, I need you to set aside all that and stand with me when. She cut him off. Not going to happen, Cornelius. You brought this upon yourself when I specifically and strongly urged you not to do it. I suggest you go straight back to your office and write your resignation. I will not be going down with you, which is what would happen if I was to show you any support, not when I was the one who told you not to do it. The people of magical Britain will demand no less. If you don't, I've little doubt an emergency session of the Wizengamot will be called and you'll be summarily fired within moments of the opening of the session. I'll probably even call for it myself. Goodbye, Cornelius. Don't let the door smack you on the ass on your way out. As Fudge stood there utterly dejected, she added, oh, and take that toad-faced of an undersecretary with you. She, after all, is the one who pushed you into this, so your last act as minister should be to fire her before you sign your resignation. I assure you, no one will overturn it. Without another word, Fudge walked out with his head hung down. He was finished and now knew it. Croaker had only waited until Fudge had left before he popped in. He was chuckling as he did. There goes a broken man, he grinned. He's a damned fool who only managed to last as long as he did because Malfoy had a use for him, she returned. However, I'm surprised it only took a couple of days after Malfoy's death before Fudge, without Malfoy whispering in his ear, managed to stick his foot so deeply into his own mouth he managed to choke his career to death. I expected him to last at least 2 weeks, maybe a month. Well, shall we go? He asked. I'm itching to take a look in that hidden room in Dumbledore's office. Can we delay until tomorrow? She asked. I'm organizing a team to accompany us who will be checking over the Hogwarts staff. I have intelligence Dumbledore's been judicious and heavy-handed potioning and charming the staff to blind obedience. I'd rather kill 2 Snidgets with 1 bludger and accomplish both tasks at the same time. Besides, I think there's going to be a lot of fallout today when Fudge fires Umbridge and hands in his resignation. I really need to be here for it when it happens. He gave a nod and said, I have no problem with that. An extra day won't hurt plans. I'll see you tomorrow, then. And popped away. The next day shocked the staff at Hogwarts when Bones turned up with a signed court order from the chief interrogator, countersigned by her, for the staff of the school to be examined for effects from mind-altering potions and charms. She was accompanied by 4 of her most senior Aurors available at the time, 4 healers, 2 from the DMLE and 2 from St. Mungo's, and 3 unspeakables. None of the school staff had any chance to refuse. Because the potions and charms were considered mind-altering, the staff had no right to refuse treatment as they were not considered to be able to make logical decisions regarding their own health and well-being. In pairs, separated behind screens and silencing wards in the school infirmary, they were put through a near barrage of tests. Once that started, Bones and the 3 unspeakables quietly left and headed for the old headmaster's, now acting headmistress's, office. As for the staff, all of them were found to be under the effects of loyalty potions and charms keyed to Albus Dumbledore. Even Filch, a squib and the school caretaker, Hagrid, a half-giant and the school games keeper and keeper of the keys, Flitwick, a part goblin otherwise thought to be immune to such, and Pomfrey, the school medi-witch. As soon as the first couple, McGonagall and Pomfrey, were confirmed to be under such potions, a flow call was made back to Mungo's via the infirmary fireplace for a small team of medi-witches to be sent through in support. As soon as they arrived, the medi staff began to strip the charms away and flush the potions from the systems of McGonagall and Pomfrey. It made for an uncomfortable day for the entire Hogwarts staff and, by the end of it, all of them wished for nothing more than to have Albus Dumbledore resurrected so they could slowly torture him to death, before starting the whole process all over again. Later, Bones was even able to widen her vocabulary of Gobelin, the goblin tongue, swear words. She had no idea kindly little Professor Flitwick had such a filthy mouth on him when properly riled. Outside the headmistress's new office, before Croaker and his 2 ward breakers were able to step forward, Bones said to the gargoyle that protected the stairs, as regent for the houses of Gryffindor and Slytherin, I demand access to your spaces beyond. Croaker just smirked at her while the 2 other unspeakables just looked to her for a moment before glancing at one another and looking back. A moment later, the gargoyle nimbly leapt to the side. Croaker gave a snort of amusement. So, it's true then. The Potter boy is the rightful heir of both houses. None of your business, she muttered back. He chuckled in response. Once at the office door the unspeakables disillusioned before quietly stepping within and immediately freezing all the portraits and the sorting hat. They then dropped the disillusionments and signaled Bones and Croaker within. Without a word they just gave Croaker a dual nod and began scanning the room. They quickly found the hidden door located behind one of the bookcases. It was the one with the sorting hat sitting on a shelf at about head height. It took them about 10 minutes to get the bookcase opened and then 5 to get the door behind it opened. Then a further 5 to ensure there were no traps that would be set off by someone stepping inside. Turning back to Bones and Croaker, one said, clear to enter. Once inside, the second one softly, but firmly, called, lights. And a small chandelier hanging from the ceiling in the center of the room with about a dozen candles on it flared to life. Bones was stunned by what she saw. Almost immediately she spotted the portraits of James, Lily, Fleemont and Euphemia Potter, Harry's parents and grandparents on his father's side, and the 4 portraits she already knew to be missing from the Potter vaults in Gringotts. They were leaning against the back wall of the room, side by side. Above them were 4 other paintings of equal size and shape hanging on the wall. However, their images could not be seen as all 4 were each individually covered with a black cloth. "Don't touch anything yet," said one of the ward breaker unspeakables. "We've not yet cleared the room." Giving a grunt of acknowledgement, she only continued to look about. She also spotted a bookcase with what were clearly family grimoires on little stands sitting side by side, about 10 of them. Of them she instantly recognized the house crests on 3 for Potter, Longbottom and Peveril, and thought she also recognized the crests for Dearborn, Fenwick, McKinnon and Pruitt. 4 others she did not recognize, properly counted them all and realized there were actually 11. Below them and on a second bookcase alongside were shelves of other books with, except for the first row, almost all of them appearing quite old. The first row appeared to be all books of the same make and manufacture. They were handwritten on the spine of each a series of chronological dates, with the one furthest on the left marked Sep 1892 to Mar 1898, the next was marked Mar 1898 to July 1903, and so on. The last one was marked Dec 1982 to August 1989. There was then a gap of about 3 inches before the row continued with the same sort of books. However, this time there were no dates written on the spines, they were blank. "Journals," she quietly stated, staring at them. Croker looked at what she was looking at and asked, "You don't mind if we take those, do you?" "If you promise to let me know of matters I need to know from them, no," she replied. "Thank you," he said. "And I so promise. There must be another somewhere," she said. "The one that goes from August 1989 until very recently." He gave a nod and said, "We'll find it. It'll be in his office, somewhere, if McGonagall hasn't already packed it away and or sent it off to his brother." "I think that's the last of it," said one of the wardbreakers. "Just give us a tick to recheck everything." And he and his partner were yet again silently casting charms hither and yon. A minute later the partner said, "Nope. That's all of it except for what's supposed to be there." "What's supposed to be there?" demanded Bones. "Protection charms on the grimoires, the animation charms on the portraits, that sort of thing," he replied. "Thank God," a female voice suddenly said. "You've found us." Turning to look, it was the portrait of Lily Potter. "Hello Lily," smiled Bones. "Yes, we've found you." One of the ward breaker unspeakables gave a slight annoyed snort. Correction, she was correct to say, the unspeakable ward masters, here, found you. "We couldn't care less who found us," said Portrait James. "You need to get us out of here before Dumbledore gets back and obliviates everyone." "He's dead," said Bones. "Dropped dead of a heart attack almost a week ago. No one needs longer worry about him." "Good." James, Lily and Fleemont Potter all said, with Fleemont adding, "Bastard." His wife, Euphemia, quietly scolded him, "Flea. Language. Have you removed the covers from the portraits above us, yet?" asked Lily. "No, we were about to," said Croker. "You're in for a shock," said Lily. "Oh, yes, indeed," said Euphemia. Croker flicked his wand and all 4 black cloth coverings were yanked away from the 4 paintings. They, too, were portraits. And it then took the 4 humans a moment to jig to who they were, the 4 founders of Hogwarts. "Well, it's about bloody time," said the portrait of Salazar Slytherin. That had the other 3 add their own grumblings, while the 4 Potters were all grinning away. "Bloody hell," said one of the ward masters. After about 10 minutes of getting an overview of how they had managed to find themselves in that room, the founders had been there for almost 8 centuries, it was decided to pack everything up. Bones called for a castle house elf to bring a couple of wizard space trunks she was sure could be found in the room of requirements she'd been informed by Croker about, and they were popped in only a few minutes later. The unspeakables wanted the portraits of the 4 founders, but Bones put her foot down about that. "I am regent for both owner houses of Hogwarts. They belong to Harry and I'll be taking them. They can help him understand the history of the school. I'll let you visit and talk to them later. We wish to be returned to the walls of Hogwarts in the Great Hall," declared Godric. "You will be," replied Bones. "However, school is not in session for another few weeks. I think we can make a big reveal about your being found on the day after the students return. That way, no one can then try and take you from your rightful places again. Between now and then you can speak with your young heir. He's due to start as a first-year student this year. That is a wonderful idea, said Rowena. It would be nice to return to teaching, if only for a short time. Bones gave a nod back and said, Saul, you get Dumbledore's journals. Plus, you get most of everything else except for the grimoires and the Potter portraits. Like me, you'll be trying to track down the rightful ownership of each and, where possible, return it to them. What you organize with them regarding studying artifacts is between you and them. The DMLE, let alone the ministry, needs not be involved in that. Croaker thought about that for a few moments before he shrugged and said, Deal. But, I'd really like to have a look inside those grimoires. You and me both, she said. However, the laws on family magics is sacrosanct, you know that. He sighed and said, Yeah, but you can't blame an unspeakable for trying. Nor can I stop you from asking the rightful owners if you can borrow them or not, she returned. There is that, he muttered. After getting everything into the trunks were then shrunk and dropped into pockets. Amelia took the one for Harry while Croaker took the one that had everything else, including Dumbledore's journals. Back in the office proper, Amelia said, I'll let you folks look about in here. After all, there's still that missing latest journal to find. I need to get back to the infirmary before I'm missed. Mind if we take another look in the room of requirement up on the 7th floor? She thought of that for a long moment before she said, No. Anything dangerous you find, you're more than welcome to. Anything otherwise and clearly belonging to someone who's lost it, I expect to be returning it to them or their family. Everything else will have to be catalogued and see if it's of use to the school as is or can be sold to create a bursary for the school. It would be nice to be able to drop the cost of tuition for students with the funds made up from a bursary. Hell, if what you tell me is in there is actually in there, sale of items from within it may create a bursary of sufficient size to make the cost of attending Hogwarts less than a week's wages for the average ministry office worker per student. A worthy goal, said Croaker. When she returned to the infirmary, McGonagall asked her where she'd been and she only replied, having a look around my old alma mater. Albus would never let me. I think he was worried I'd learn something that would get him in trouble with the law. McGonagall gave a huff and said, You're probably right and you probably would have, too. An owl was sent to find Severus Snape and inform him it would be in his best interests to take himself to a healer and be checked for mind-altering charms and potions. I strongly urge you to do so, wrote the lead healer of the team who went to Hogwarts, as a significant number of the existing staff of Hogwarts have been found to have been under such. If you wish to visit me to discuss the matter further, I shall be available in my office at St. Mungo's during normal working hours as of tomorrow morning. No one knew if he would accept the suggestion, but the healers, because of their Bonhamic oaths, would do their best to try and convince him to come in and be cleared of the potions and charms. The past near week had been momentous for magical Britain and the rest of the magical world. And matters had yet to settle. Over the rest of the week the state funeral for Dumbledore was cancelled. McGonagall publicly denied Dumbledore his burial on the grounds of Hogwarts, which no one was surprised about. Fudge fired Umbridge before then handing his resignation to Lord Marchbanks, the chief interrogator and therefore acting chief warlock. News the Longbottoms were recovering and were lucid were reported, with Frank Longbottom stating he'd have personally declared blood feud on Dumbledore if the man was still alive, for his role in keeping him and his wife in a semi-comatose state. Bones's guardian and custodianship of Harry became public knowledge, which had her inundated with abusive and demanding letters from businesses who'd received cease and desist letters from Gringotts about their licensing of the Harry Potter merchandise, and Lord Black gave one of his rare interviews to the Prophet and, sadly, reported his family healer had accidentally poisoned himself and his nephew, Cygnus, with aconite while experimenting with potions. Both had died before they could be taken to healers. By the weekend, things were finally settling down. On the Saturday it was announced by Aberforth Dumbledore that his brother, not Albus Dumbledore, had been buried in a funeral closed to anyone but family and a few of Albus's close and long-time friends, but not where. Bones knew it was at the family plot in the cemetery at Godric's Hollow, as she was asked by him to provide a couple of oars to provide security in case others found out about it and wanted to interfere. She did. 2 trainees. And no one interfered as Aberforth worried anyway. The 2 trainees reported to Bones the only friends to turn up to Dumbledore's funeral were Bathilda Bagshot and Elphias Doge. Harry's progress at St. Mungo's in getting his health up to at least par was making leaps and bounds in the right direction. He'd already put on 10 pounds and, after being given a draft that knocked him out for 48 hours, all the scars on his body given to him while under the supposed care of the Dursleys, plus the faint remaining one on his forehead, were excised with new skin magically grown over all the areas. For a few days afterwards he looked a little splotchy, but that ped within a further 3 days. Now they were working on resetting poorly set broken bones, vanishing and regrowing them when and where needed. He was kept sedated using a Muggle drug, not a potion, during that time. Whenever she could, Pauline Abbott took both girls in to visit him, except for the times when he was either unconscious or not very lucid. During one of his not very lucid periods the healers also repaired his eyesight, so he no longer even needed the spectacles. That was something he declared to be brilliant, as he used to be teased at Muggle primary school about them. When Susan visited shortly after Harry's eyes were repaired and he was in one of his lucid states, she declared his eyes to be gorgeous and strongly demanded he never again wear any sort of glaze to cover them. It amused Pauline Abbott and Harry seemed happy to comply. During the entire time, Fawkes remained on Harry's bed headboard until Connie Hammer decided the bird was obviously going to stay and conjured a roost for it in the corner. Harry was not told that, after it had been checked and confirmed, the bird had bonded with him. The healers also asked the bird to donate a few tears for Harry's healing potions and Fawkes was clearly very happy to comply. When Harry had asked why, the healers had told him that freely donated phoenix tears, added to some potions, made such potions both more potent and increased the speed at which they worked. Though it was not scheduled for a further 2 weeks, pressure was put on Lord Marchbanks to call an extraordinary meeting of the Wizengamot in legislative session. The reasoning was both simple and sound. They'd lost both their chief warlock and minister, the former to death and the latter to resignation, through career suicide, and they desperately needed at least one of those positions filled. That meeting occurred on the next Tuesday. Black had come in and stated to Bones that if she sought the post of minister he'd have the support of the Black Caucus. I've also been in contact with the Longbottom matriarch, Augusta. She was quick to agree to throw the Light Caucus's support behind you, as well. Merlin. No, she exclaimed. I've got a niece and now young Harry to raise. Yes, they might be heading for Hogwarts at the end of the month, but I want to be there for them over the holidays. I'm happy where I am and already have more than enough work to do. He shrugged and said, do what Fudge did and palm it all off to your senior undersecretary. You get to pick your own, you know. And I'm sure Scrimgeour is up to the role of director of the DMLE in your stead. You're too good at your job not to have already properly trained him. She was about to refuse again when, with a puff of what looked like scentless black smoke that quickly dissipated, a note appeared about a foot above her desk, before the note fluttered down to land on her desk surface. It was black parchment, written upon, with white Old English script in block form. Surprised, she was a moment before she drew her wand and cast detection charms over it. When it came up clear of any such, she picked it up and read it. Tilde A plus Omega tilde. Amelia Susan Bones. B. The 12th of May 1952 9:04 a.m. D. Undisclosed. Take the job. It is your destiny to do so. Grandfather Iggy. Tilde A plus Omega tilde. She sighed and said, well, it seems you're not the only one, or two, if we include Gus, who wants me to take the post. However, I want at least 2 undersecretaries, rather than just the one senior undersecretary. If you can get the Mo to agree to that, then I'll be the next minister. When he smiled back she waggled a finger at him, but I will not be open to any bribes, donations for election campaigns, or any of that sort of shenanigan. I happen to like going to bed at night with a clear conscience. Perfect, he said. I'll let Augusta know. Leave the rest to us. She frowned at him and snapped, stop being nice to me. You're starting to freak me out. He smirked back and said, not going to happen. You saved my life and I now owe you a life debt. I may never be able to repay it, but I'll do my damnedest to try. I'm an old-fashioned, hide-bound traditionalist, remember. She gave a grunt of annoyance before she remembered something. Oh, and asking as Regent Bones, rather than Director Bones, I innocently asked, did you find out who was poisoning you and why? He hesitated a moment before he carefully said, "It appears it may have had something to do with my family healer and, wonder of wonders, my nephew Cygnus and Lucius Malfoy. I suspect Lucius had no idea my grandson had already formally named his godson as his heir, that it's written into my will that, should Sirius predecease me, Edward, Andromeda and Nymphadora Tonks be welcomed back into the family with Andromeda being named the new Lady Black, or that I've requested Sirius at least bring her back into the family if he does not predecease me, those sort of things. I have no proof for you of either belief, though." She nodded and replied, "Understood. She may be the director of the DMLE, but there were some things she was more than happy to turn a blind eye to. Dealing with I-Nation attempts on the heads of ancient houses was one of those. And it didn't matter to her if it was a light, gray or dark house either. That's one of the things I like about you, Amelia," he said. "You might be as light as they come, but you're not one to associate dark with evil. You recognize the dark houses have their own places in society. That is because we are now a society of law, Arcturus," she returned. "Light and dark no longer matter. Now it's lawful and unlawful. And my job is not to go after the dark, but to go after the unlawful and or illegal." He grinned at her and firmly stated, "Well said. Take care of yourself, Amelia." And let himself out. Days later, Bones was elected as acting minister in one of the most one-sided election results Wizarding Britain had ever seen when she picked up over 90% of the vote on the first ballot. Of her two opponents, the first dropped out before the meeting even started, citing family commitments. The second, at the conclusion of the ballot, claimed they'd only run to ensure acting Minister Bones could rightly claim she won an election for the post, thereby denying her naysayers the opportunity to claim she only became acting minister because no one ran against her. Both excuses were, of course, nonsense. However, everyone allowed them their little white lies to save face. However, it was only for the position of acting minister for magic. As someone pointed out, the law required there to be a minimum 6 weeks between the death of a minister and the election of his or her replacement. That election was now scheduled for the Wizengamot session on the first Tuesday of September, the 3rd. Of course, the numbers alone meant everyone believed her to be a certainty for the position once the proper election was held. As soon as the meeting ended, she headed back to her, now old, office. Had been the Bones house elf, pack it all up for her, called Scrimgeour into the office and said, "This is now all yours, Acting Director Scrimgeour. Don't muck it up and I'll have the Mo confirm your appointment at the sitting in 6 weeks when I'll likely be properly elected as minister. Oh, and you're going to need your own and new aide. I'm taking Cynthia with me up to the minister's office." "Yes, minister," he grinned at her, as she began to walk out. "Acting," she snapped back over her shoulder. Though a great deal had been going on, Harry's birthday had not been forgotten among the great happenings throughout magical Britain, except by Harry. On the morning of the 31st he awoke to a small pile, what he considered a mountain, of gifts sitting on the table in his room. They were from the Abbotts, the Boneses, Sirius, Grandpa, Arcturus Black, some of the Aurors and some of the hospital staff. Connie Hammer, who'd organized the shifts so she'd be there for when he woke that morning, told him, "There are far, far more than just that. However, they're from admirers in the wizarding world and will not be given to you until they're all checked for foul magics and you're at Bones Manor." "That's okay," he happily replied. This is all great. I've never had many gifts before. I think this is more than I've ever had in my life, combined." The gifts included clothing, both formal and casual, books, both fiction and fact, toys, a set of colored pencils, quills, ink, blank parchment and a book on basic calligraphy. From Arcturus, a photo album with photographs of his parents, their work colleagues and their friends, all with little captions under each identifying each person within the photo, the Aurors, Afogl, Moody, and others. Of them all, Harry immediately declared the photo album his most prized possession. When Bones visited, she spent most of her time with him explaining who the people in each of the photographs were in relation to his parents. There was even a photograph of his father standing with Aunt Amy, while Bones held a newborn infant Harry in her arms. She couldn't remember seeing it before and asked if she could have a copy of it. Harry was very happy to accede to her request. Of course, he happily declared, Bones created a copy of it from a small blank sheet of parchment via transfiguration and slipped it into her inside robe pocket. She'd draw the rune on the back of it that made it a permanent transfiguration when she got back to her new and more lavish office. She had plenty of time. At lunch, Jesty brought him a birthday cake and Bones, a couple of her aurors, his primary healers, a visiting Sirius, and even Jesty sang happy birthday to him before he blew out the candles. He declared it to be the greatest and best day of his life. No one told him that quite a few, including the hospital staff, had to leave the room on a couple of occasions to wipe their eyes and or blow their noses. Everyone now knew just how badly Harry had been treated at the hands of the Dursleys. For him to have still turned out to be such a good kid amazed nearly everyone. Later that day he was informed that Pauline Abbott would be tutoring him in wizarding etiquette and how to be a young heir of a noble house. Those lessons would start on the Monday and would continue even after he was discharged from the hospital. It was yet another thing Harry considered brilliant. Harry was finally released from hospital on Saturday, the 10th of August. He could have gone home a couple days earlier, but Amelia did not want her work to get in the way of her welcoming him to his new home with her and Susan. During his stay in hospital he had gained almost 3 inches in height and almost 25 pounds, about 11 kilograms, but still did not look overweight. With the removal of all the scars, especially the faint lightning bolt-shaped one on his forehead, the repair or replacement of all the bad bones in his skeletal structure, the repair of organs damaged by malnutrition, including his eyesight, only his vivid green eyes from his mother and messy black Potter hair from his father gave any real hint he was the Harry Potter. He'd also started growing his hair longer, because Susan told him he was the heir of an important house in British Wizarding Society and his hair should be tied back with a grey silk ribbon. Something Sirius confirmed for him later, as he'd be tying his own hair back with a grey silk ribbon too, once he was out of hospital. He was not informed of all the charms and curses that had been placed upon him, though. Bones ordered the healers not to inform him and that she would do so when she felt he would be better able to handle the information. The healers had found that the supposed blood wards were being powered off Harry's own magic, as were a subtle notice me not charm, a wizard avoidance charm, a powerful compulsion loyalty charm aimed at Dumbledore, and a charm that led non-magical people to distrust him. With the exception of the first, the rest were all still there at the time, but had, somehow, been rendered inert. Again, with the exception of the first, they were all removed. Bones knew it was Peverell who'd rendered them inert. Still in place and active that they had to remove were a magic suppression charm, a charm that suppressed his analytical and reasoning skills, and blocks on metamorphic magic, animagus magic, and his abilities aimed at developing occlumency. Those were all removed during one of the periods Harry was unconscious. The only effect Harry noticed with the removal of those was that his jet black hair took on a slight reddish tint and his face took on a slightly more feminine appearance. He had no idea it was the Evanses' genes that had been force suppressed by Dumbledore making a reappearance. However, everyone bar the healers and Harry missed it among the changes going through his body as a result of repairing the malnutrition and, as Jesty told him, putting meat back on his bones. He'd also started receiving another pair of visitors during that time. He'd been visited twice by Neville Longbottom, a boy who was only 1 day older than he was, and the boy's grandmother. The boy was, to Harry, a little overly excited, but that was quickly explained when the boy told him his parents had been woken up after a very long time in a coma. Young Neville did not know his parents had been forced into that state by illicit potions constantly given to them by a corrupt healer and that the healer was now in Azkaban, so neither did Harry. Neville only knew they now had a new personal healer, and the healer was actually the chief healer of the hospital. On the day of his release on the Saturday, Aunt Amy turned up with Susan in tow and quickly organized for Harry's discharge into her care. She was told his relevant medical records would be copied and sent to Mediwitch Pomfrey at Hogwarts, so the Mediwitch knew to keep up with the treatments he still needed, including his visits with Mrs. P. With Harry neatly dressed and almost jumping up and down in nervous anticipation, she asked, "All right, Harry, this time we'll be traveling from here to Bones Manor via flow. That's through a potion in powder form and a fireplace, right?" He asked. "Yes, it is," she replied, taking him by the hand, his right and her left, and walking out the door. Instead of having to drop down to the public flow points on the ground floor, Harry exited the hospital via a master healer's office on the first floor. He didn't know it, but it was to avoid him being seen by anyone likely to report it to the Daily Prophet or other media outlets. Bones carefully explained how the flow worked and to keep his elbows tightly tucked in, hold his breath while he traveled, and that it would only take a few seconds. Then Susan gave a practical demonstration while flowing away first. Carefully following instructions, he tried next, and popped out the other end before immediately falling over. As he was climbing to his feet with Susan giggling at him, Bones stepped out almost daintily and banished the soot off the three of them. "Don't worry about your landing, Harry," she kindly said. "It takes practice and you'll get the knack of it, soon enough." Both Bones ladies then escorted him to his new room, where, surprisingly, Fox was already there and waiting on a roost in the corner. Binti had created the roost for him before they'd even arrived. After a quick exploration of the room, for which Harry expressed his excited gratitude and effusive thanks, he was given a tour of the home. As soon as it was done, Susan asked her aunt if she could invite Hannah and Neville over, which Bones immediately granted. And the girl dashed off back to the fireplace in the welcoming hall to call them both. "Don't run in the house," Bones called after her. While Hannah stayed for the rest of the day, Neville had to head home early as he and his Gran were heading back to the hospital to visit with his parents that afternoon. But also promised to come back and visit as often as he could before they all went to Hogwarts. All three helped Harry settle into his room, with Susan saying he could decorate it however he wanted, but had to keep it neat and tidy, both of which were confirmed by Bones. Harry had no problem with how the room was already decorated and was, by nature, a very neat and tidy boy anyway. The next morning, Bones had made an early day of it and sent both kids to visit with Hannah. As soon as they were out the fireplace, she headed up to the private family parlor on the second floor. She had work to do, which would be a major surprise for Harry. Harry knew of the room and was allowed in it as he was now family. However, he was told the room was, with the exception of Pauline and Hannah Abbott, only for family. On this day, Bones went up to that room and, with the help of Binti, rearranged things in there. The landscape paintings on the walls were removed and relocated elsewhere in the manor. 8 new wall hooks for paintings were affixed to the walls. Highlighting shielded lights were affixed above each and aimed and reflected onto the paintings that would hang from those hooks. The curtains were replaced with heavier DS to keep out the bright sun of the day when it streamed in through those windows, plus the windows were tinted against UV lighting, and everything was otherwise prepared. Then she brought the portraits out of the trunks and, with suggestions from the portraits themselves, hung them on the walls. The 4 founders were hung side by side on the long wall facing the windows. James and Lily hung side by side on one of the side walls, and, at the other end of the room, they faced Fleement and Euphemia, who were also hung side by side. The outside wall with the windows was currently left blank. However, Bones intended to move other Bones family portraits in there, 3 of them, so the portraits had others to talk to. Her brother, Edgar, and his wife, Nadine, would be 2 of them. The 4 Potters knew them and were friends during life. The rest of the stuff in the trunk she left to take to work with her. Other than the Potter and Peverell family grimoires, which would be sent to Grimjaw to put in the Potter family vaults, the rest had already been taken to work to begin the process of tracking down the rightful owners of each. She already knew she'd be handing over the Longbottom family grimoire to Frank Longbottom, first opportunity she got. Once organized, she let Pauline know to send Susan and Harry home when they were ready. Both stepped out of the flow, with Harry only staggering a little, about 10 minutes later. He was definitely getting better at flow travel. Once both returned, she took them up to the now closed door to the private family parlor and stopped them both before entering. "All right, you two," she began. "I need to tell you and for you to understand that, from this moment forth and until further notice, no one but the 3 of us will be allowed to even see within this room." "But, we, Auntie," asked Susan. "This is where Hannah and I often come." "I know," said Bones. "However, you're about to find out why. And, what I'm about to show you is to remain a secret until I say otherwise. Am I clear to you both? I cannot stress this enough." She didn't tell them she also expected Croker and his boys and girls to also be visiting at times to speak with the founders' portraits. "Yes, Aunt Amy, Auntie," both replied. "Thank you," she replied with a nod. Then she turned to the door and opened it. As soon as both pre-teens stepped within, they both immediately noticed that all the paintings on the walls had changed, as had the curtains on the windows. They were quickly looking about when both heard a female voice call, "Harry." Harry instantly spun to the side wall where he focused more directly on the two portraits hanging there. He immediately recognized them both as his mum and dad. He was speechless. However, Susan quietly whispered, "Wow." Later, Harry and Susan spent a lot of their time at Bones Manor speaking with the portraits. Susan kept begging her aunt to allow her to tell Hannah, and Bones finally relented. However, she threatened that Hannah would be forever banned from the manor if the girl said one word, even to her parents, about what could be found in that room. And also told her it would be okay to tell anyone after the 2nd of September. "Why then?" she'd asked. "Because the portraits of the 4 founders will be handed over to the school in a big presentation that evening," her aunt replied. "However, if you do tell others the portraits hung here for a few weeks before school started, you'll probably be nagged something rotten by others demanding to know what you talked about with them. I dare say you will very quickly come to believe telling them the portraits hung here was a bad idea." Very quickly both Harry and Susan saw the wisdom of that and decided not to tell anyone, after all. It was during their talks with the portraits that Susan learned that Harry was the rightful owner of Hogwarts, as he was the direct descendant of both Gryffindor and Slytherin. "But what about Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw?" she'd immediately asked. "Witches were not allowed to own property until the early 1800s, replied Fleamont. "But that's not fair," the young girl stridently stated. "Maybe not," said Euphemia. "However, it was the law. As such, and since they lived well before that law came into effect, neither Helga Hufflepuff nor Rowena Ravenclaw owned any part of Hogwarts," said Fleamont. "It was jointly owned by Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin." "And now Harry," said Susan. "And now Harry," agreed Fleamont. However, the two, plus Hannah when she was finally allowed to join them, also talked with the portraits of the 4 founders. And it wasn't long before the founders were arguing among themselves as to which houses the 3 pre-teens should be sorted into. "Why the argument?" asked Harry, after they'd been arguing about Susan for the past 10 minutes. It was Rowena who broke off from their argument first and replied, "It was all part of the enjoyment before Godric and I enchanted Godric's hat, what you now call the sorting hat, to carry out the sorting." "Yes," added Salazar, "and I still think you were a pair of spoilsports to do that." "If they didn't, though," asked Harry, "who would have done the sorting after you left?" "We'd have figured something out," shrugged Salazar. "But you did," said Hannah. "That's why we now have the sorting hat, right?" Godric chuckled and said, "One of yours, I think, Ro." "No, Hufflepuff," said Hannah, frowning back. "Well, you're stubborn like one of Helga's, I'll give you that," said Godric. It was an argument that wasn't resolved before they headed for Hogwarts. However, the 4 had agreed that Hannah would likely go into Hufflepuff through sheer determination, loyalty and fierceness. Susan would end up in Hufflepuff or Gryffindor, however, would likely end up in Hufflepuff because that's where Hannah was likely to go. And Harry could go wherever the hell he wanted, as he owned the school, including the sorting hat, and could tell the sorting hat which house to sort him into. "We know you can choose whichever house you want, Harry," said Salazar. "However, if it wasn't for the rampant bigotry my house has fallen into, it should be mine. I could see you going into either Gryffindor or Ravenclaw because of your innate Varian intelligence. However, I can also see your fierce loyalty to those who rescued you from your non-magical born aunt and uncle will see you in Hufflepuff." "All that aside," said Rowena, "Hufflepuff will better help him with recovering from the abuse and provide him good friends and allies for after Hogwarts." Harry quickly settled into life in the Bones home, but somewhat often had to be reminded that it was now his home and he wasn't just visiting. And, no, he would never have to go back to the Dursleys. The mind healer, Eliza Pickerniny, was still regularly working on that with him. Though neither of the girls or Neville needed the etiquette lessons Harry needed, all 3 were happy to join him in them. They'd had those lessons years earlier. Susan explained, "We don't mind, Harry. We think of it as a review of things we learnt a while ago, which will help us when we reach Hogwarts. Besides," added Hannah, "we need to get used to being in a CL environment again. That, too, is useful to help us get used to Hogwarts that much quicker." The girls and Neville, especially Neville, helped him with writing with a quill and ink pot, including how to properly sharpen a quill that had gone blunt. And all 4 of them were interested in practicing the writing lessons that were included in the book on calligraphy. Lord Black had gifted Harry for his birthday. Unknown to Harry, Pauline Abbott had already informed her friend, Amelia, that Harry was like an information sponge. He ate up information and was able to quickly and accurately reach conclusions based on only the bare essentials of knowledge. It's a result of the analytical blocks Dumbledore had on the boy being stripped away, explained Bones. The healers told me about it and that he would be a fast learner. From my interviews with the Dursleys I also discovered Harry would be severely punished if he performed better at Muggle school than his cousin, and his cousin is both bone lazy and very reluctant to apply himself to his schooling. As such, Harry was both being magically compulsed to dumb him down, but was also deliberately doing it to himself to avoid punishment. Those 2 factors have now been removed and, with the help of Eliza Pickerniny, he's being urged he will not be punished if he does well in his schooling. Abbott sighed and said, well, don't be surprised if he doesn't turn out to be an outstanding above-average student at Hogwarts. He is quite intelligent and quite analytical. Bones smiled and said, then I've no doubt I'll be looking forward to reading his old school reports. Something else the girls found out about Harry was that he'd never been taught to swim. As the Abbott home had a large below-ground pool and it was summer, the girls managed to convince him to go into the pool with them, where they then took on the duty of teaching him how to swim. It took less than an hour to teach him how to crup paddle, and less than 3 days to teach him the side stroke, Avalon crawl. Before the date anywhere neared the 1st of September, they'd also managed to teach him both the freestyle and backstroke. Of course, it wasn't all swimming lessons in the pool, they played, too. And, as they felt Harry was far too pale, they also sunbathed some. Just not enough to burn. The girls had been warned about the still new skin Harry sported, so had to keep it to a minimum. Another project of the girls they set themselves was to try and tame Harry's hair. They told him about Sleekeasy's hair potion and that it was invented by a Potter, Fleemont Potter, Harry's grandfather and son of the Harry Potter after whom he was named. So, the Potters have always had untamable hair? He asked. Apparently, yes, replied Susan, to which Hannah nodded. Within 2 days the girls had managed to get a large bottle of Sleekeasy's and, from then on, had fun working it into Harry's hair every morning. Before the 1st of September he had hair that was almost as long as Susan's, was soft and wavy and had begun to tie it back in a gray silk ribbon. Actually, the girls tied it back for him so the bow would sit nice, neat and square. After one such morning he smiled at both girls and said, I guess we're going to need to be sorted into the same house at Hogwarts, so you girls can keep doing this for me, that is, if it's all right with you. Both gave him wide beaming smiles and said, we'd love to. You know people will expect you to be sorted into Gryffindor, right? Asked Susan. Confused, Harry asked, why? You heard what the portraits said. Because it was the house your parents and Potters before you were sorted into, replied Hannah. Susan added, your godfather, too. But, I never grew up with my parents or godfather, said a confused Harry. Therefore, what they were like hasn't affected what I'm like. True, said Susan. Besides, you've spent more time with me than even my godfather, he reasoned. Wouldn't that mean I'm more likely to be in the house you'll go in? And, what about Aunt Amy? Susan grinned and said, Hufflepuff. Hannah explained, Susan's Aunt Amelia was in Hufflepuff. And we both think that's where we'll be sorted into, too. Then, said Harry, firming up, I'm going to try and get into Hufflepuff, too. That had both girls break into giggles while Harry was only able to hold off for about 5 seconds before he chuckled right along with them. Because of worry of Harry's continuing to rapidly grow in both directions, up and out, the Bones waited until the final week of August before they went shopping for school supplies. To reduce chances of anyone recognizing Harry and mobbing the poor boy his first real time in Diagon Alley, as, if he was in Amelia Bones's presence and people had only recently come to know she was now the guardian of Harry Potter, people would quickly figure out who he was. Pauline Abbott took them. She was, though, still quietly tailed by a pair of experienced Aurors, just to keep an eye on things. However, apparently people were still looking for a skinny, messy short and raven-haired kid wearing aviator-style glees bearing a wicked lightning bolt-shaped scar either in the middle of his forehead or slightly off to one side. Harry no longer matched that description. When looking to see if Susan could find a familiar, they entered Elop's Owl Emporium. Almost as soon as they were through the door, a snowy owl flew down from the rafters to make a beeline for Harry, before she suddenly banked towards Susan, flew around the back of her head and landed on her shoulder. As soon as she had a stable perch on the girl's shoulder, she gave a bark towards Harry before beginning to preen Susan's hair and lightly nibble on the top of her ear. Susan cringed for a few moments before she straightened up and looked up towards the owl in awe. Harry snickered and said, "I don't think you're going to get to pick out a pet for Hogwarts, Suze. I think you just got chosen by your pet." In a quiet voice filled with awe, Susan didn't even look at Harry before she replied, "I don't care. She's beautiful. I'm taking her." Harry remembered a book he'd read while in hospital on the history of the hospital. He said, "In the magical world, medical staff wear light green. In the Muggle world, medical staff more normally wear white. A Muggle would think she was the color of a doctor or nurse, a healer or medi-witch." Based on that, it was only a few minutes after they'd arrived back home that Susan had decided to name the owl Hedwig. She went on to become the head of the Medi-Witches and Wizards in St. Mungo's a couple centuries ago. The first witch to ever hold the post. Looking to the owl, now on its own roost, she asked, "How does the name Hedwig strike you, girl?" The newly named Hedwig gave a couple of light barks, a pair of head nods and made a slight chuff sound while looking back. Harry laughed and said, "I think she likes it." There was a bit of scene when the two pre-teens were shown into Ollivander's, the wand maker's shop. Ollivander promptly said he'd have no problem fitting Miss Bones, or Miss Abbott, but Mr. Potter already had the wand that would be his for life. "I shall not fit him for another," he firmly stated. Pauline looked to Harry and asked, "You already have your wand?" Yeah," he sheepishly replied. "My relative organized it for me in advance." She looked to him for a long moment more before she said, "Very well," and turned back to Ollivander. "In that case, we'll have the two girls fitted for wands, please. And holsters for all three, too, if Mr. Potter does not have one." When she glanced at Harry, he just silently shook his head. "3, it is," she declared. Later, when Abbott discussed Harry's lack of recognition in the alley with the boy's new guardian, she said, "I mean, think about it. From top to bottom of his head, his hair's no longer jet black, it's now deep auburn with that underlying reddish tint coming out. Thanks to our daughters, the short messy hair has been replaced with an heir's neat ponytail style and ribbon. The forehead scar is gone. The glees are gone, and his facial structure, when you think about it, is actually more closer to Lily than being an almost Gemino copy of James. The only thing that's still accurate, as far as the posters and book covers would suggest, is the bright green eyes from Lily. The differences in each of those between the perception and the reality is only very slight. However, when taken cumulatively, it makes a huge difference. The only way people are going to pick up on who he is if someone who now knows him points him out, or someone who really knew his mum got up close and personal and looked into his eyes and, maybe, recognized those eyes. Even in Madame Malkin's, while our two girls insisted on helping Harry with his clothing choices, poor boy, the staff did not figure out who he was until Susan stamped her little foot and directly addressed him as Herr Potter, when the poor boy was trying to refuse the girls' clothing choices. Bones lightly chuckled from both relief and her friend's short description of Susan's antics in Malkin's. "You're right," she admitted. "While the changes are small, in combination they're profound. I guess I haven't noticed." On Friday, the 29th of August, Harry and Susan were taken for a very special visit to the ministry building. They were taken direct to Aunt Amice's new minister's office and met two gentlemen, at least, they thought they were men, wearing deep blue robes with their hoods up. Both kids were under glamours at the time. From there, they were escorted down to level 9 of the underground ministry building, escorted by their aunt and the two folks they were now told were called Unspeakables, and taken through to a room that had a big circular-style arch with a tattered black wispy curtain hanging in front of it. As they were escorted into the room, both Unspeakables dropped their hoods and both pre-teens could see that the one who seemed to be in charge had salt-and-pepper-colored short hair and sported a black-trimmed beard, while the other was a young woman who behaved far older than she appeared. Also in the room was a small pedestal table with a glowing white GL ball sitting upon a little wooden stand in the middle of it. Next it were two small toy rubber SS. Though neither child asked why they were there, the unspeakable in charge, he said his name was Croaker, handed each of the kids one of the toy SS. Then explained what he wanted them to do. "You just want us to throw these through that stone circle thing?" asked Harry, as if the man was being weird. "That's it, exactly, Mr. Potter," replied Croaker with a slight grin. "Miss Bones first, please." After a glance between the two kids, who both thought the adults were being weird, Susan lobbed hers through with a simple underhand toss. It disappeared through it. Then Croaker said, "And now you, Mr. Potter." Harry gave a huff of amusement which communicated, "I'm just amusing the adults," before he matched the same underhanded toss, his toy ping almost directly through the exact center. As soon as he did, both unspeakables turned to look at the white glowing ball. It quickly dulled to a light gray and no longer glowed. The woman then walked to stand near the arch and cast a few charms, before she stepped back and firmly said, "No leakage." The experiment was successful. "Right," said Croaker, turning a grin to the two kids. "That's that done then." As they were then being led out, Susan asked, "Why did you want us to do that?" "It was an unspeakable experiment," replied Croaker. "We just needed two innocents to do it first, and your aunt was kind enough to volunteer you two while you were here and visiting her in her new role as minister." "Weird," declared Susan. As Croaker chuckled, he said, "A lot of what we do is considered weird by some folks. It's still important, though." Harry was just happy Susan thought the same as him about it. Neither noticed that Bones, who had quietly accompanied them, had an expression of profound relief on her face she was having trouble masking, occlumency or not. By the time the 1st of September finally rolled around, a Sunday, Harry was happy, relaxed, healthy, mentally very much on the road to recovery from his treatment at the hands of the Dursleys, beginning to be well versed in the etiquette of Wizarding Britain to the point he was confident in his rightful place and felt ready for Hogwarts. During his time at Bones Manor, Aunt Amelia had also led him through the financial situation of the Potter estate, that all the missing funds were recovered or in the process of being recovered by the goblins, together with the missing artifacts. "They've already recovered most of them, right?" he asked. "They have," she nodded. "Actually, I need to go and see Grimjaw to see how that's coming along." Once that part was out of the way, Bones then laid a box on the table between them and said, "In here is the heirs, rings of two of the houses for which you're the heir apparent, just not Slytherin and Gryffindor. For those, I'm getting rings made, but it takes time. Besides, I don't think you should wear them just yet, anyway." "Why not?" he asked. "Because it would cause problems for you and the staff at Hogwarts," she replied. "Besides being recognized as a first-year student, you would also be recognized as the rightful owner of Hogwarts. That would create a bit of a difficult situation for the staff and for you." "Oh," he said, getting it. "Because they won't know whether to treat me as a student or as their boss, right?" She smiled and replied, "Precisely. However, on top of that, whenever one of the students has a problem with one of the staff, they'll try to come to you to get you to overrule the staff. Which puts you in a difficult situation." "Yeah, I can see that," he quickly said. "You're right. It would be best if others don't know I own the school. Susan and young Hannah do, so you can quietly discuss it with them away from those trying to listen in," she suggested. "Otherwise, please keep silent about it." "I will," he firmly nodded. "Good. Thank you," she said. Then, indicating the box between them, she said, "Open it up." Once he'd opened it, he saw 3 rings within. They looked to him like signet rings. "Pick up the one with the red shield and the griffin on it first," she said. "And slip it onto the ring finger of your right hand. That's the heir's ring for Potter." Once he did that, felt it warm a little and shrink to fit, she said, "Now the black one with the flying horse creature on it. That's the heir's ring for Peverell." Once he picked it up he asked, "Which finger?" "Same finger," she replied. "Just press it firmly against your Potter's heir's ring and the two will blend together." Harry did just that and felt them blend into one. "And now for the signet ring identifying you as a recognized son of the House of Black." It had a raven on it. Harry picked up the much more slender ring, slipped it on the right finger and pushed it against the blended Potter and Peverell rings. As he'd already expected, it too blended with the other two. The ring was now a vertically halved shield in red on one side and black on the other. The red side bore a gold griffin while the black side bore a small winged horse Harry thought was a Pegasus, but was quickly told was actually a Thestral. Below both and in the middle was the shadow outline of a raven. The Thestral is the totem animal of the Peverels, the griffin is the totem animal of the Potters, yet another reason why everyone thinks the Potters are closely tied to the Gryffindors, and the raven is the totem animal of the Blacks, she explained. It kinda looks pretty, he said, admiring it in the light. She smiled back and said, now that you wear those rings, don't ever take them off, Harry. I know, he said, I saw that Susan wears one and Mrs. Abbott told me what they mean. For me and Susan it means no one can insult us or treat us unfairly in any way. That's right, she smiled. And, if someone ever does treat you poorly, just hold up your hand while making sure you're showing them that ring. If they don't back off then, let me know immediately. Yes, Aunt Amy, he firmly replied. That earned him another smile. On the day of the first, the Bones household was up early for an early arrival at the Hogwarts Express platform, platform 9 3/4, at King's Cross Station in London. Aunt Amice's plan was for both children to be early arrivals and, therefore, reduce the amount of gawkers who would then stare at Harry. After breakfast and a last-minute check to ensure they had everything they needed, Bones took them via flow to her new office in the minister's office space. There, they picked up 2 Aurors who would be providing the minister her guards, and, subsequently, Harry. They also waited until a recently released from hospital Sirius Black also arrived before the adults all glamored themselves. From that moment on and until the sorting, Harry would be answering to his true name, Henry. It would save possible problems on both the platform and the train. Then they flowed directly to the platform. They arrived at barely past 10:15 a.m., which meant they had nearly 3/4 of an hour to wait until the train left the platform. Find a compartment and secure it for ourselves, asked Susan. Harry grinned back and nodded, but let Susan choose the compartment for them. To him, it didn't matter other than Hannah and Neville would be able to find them. Don't worry about that, she declared. I've got that covered. They chose a compartment in the third carriage and, with the help of the 2 Aurors who accompanied them on board, had their trunks stashed in the overheads. They'd not need them again until they arrived in the castle, as both also carried a small wizard-spaced backpack each that contained a couple of books and some healthy snacks Binti insisted they take with them. As they did not need to enter a Muggle area on their way to the platform, they were already wearing their Hogwarts unaligned house uniforms. Before they left the compartment, Susan stuck a small 3-inch square piece of parchment to the window that had a picture of a blue flipper-footed dragon on it, covering almost the entirety of it. But she stuck it to the GL with the picture facing out. The sea dragon was the totem of House Bones. Surprised, Harry immediately figured out why and said, "That's very clever. Do Hannah and Neville know you were going to do that?" Wearing a pleased grin, she replied, "Uh-huh. Hannah's mum suggested it months ago. Auntie Pauline and her friends used to do it when they were students at Hogwarts." When they disembarked again, Aunt Amy shook her head in wry amusement before casting mild notice-me-nots over the pair of them. "That way," she explained, "you will be seen. However, you will not be properly recognized." "Clever," muttered Sirius. "What about Neville and Hannah?" asked Harry. "Introduce yourself to them and they'll immediately see through it," she replied. "The notice-me-not only works on those who are generally looking for either of you. Once you introduce yourself to someone, they'll be able to see through it." "What about for the sorting?" Harry immediately asked. "When you respond to your name by walking forward to be sorted, you'll have effectively introduced yourselves," she replied. "And good reasoning skills thinking to ask that, Henry." As the station started to fill up, Bones and Sirius shooed both children back onto the train. "Don't worry," she urged them. "Sirius and I will keep an eye out for the Abbotts and Longbottoms." The Abbotts arrived about 25 minutes before departure, just as Harry and Susan were reboarding, but the 2 Aurors told them to get on and they'd send young Hannah their way. The Longbottom parents were only a couple of days out of St. Mungo's themselves. They refused to remain any longer as they wanted to spend the last couple of days of August with their son before then escorting him to the platform to see him off for his first day at Hogwarts. However, because they were still quite unwell, Augusta put her foot down about how long they'd be allowed there. So they arrived about 15 minutes before departure. As soon as they did and met up with Bones, Sirius and the abbot Sirius conjured up 2 high chairs for them, a cross between a chair-backed bar stool and armchairs. Then levitated both into them. When Frank frowned at him, about to say something, Sirius got in first. "You don't scare me, Longbottom, so don't even try. Your mother, however." Augusta gave a huff of false annoyance over humor and firmly stated, "Afraid of me, Black. So you should be." And both Lord and Lady Longbottom were firmly ordered to remain on the high chairs by Augusta. "Do it or I'll activate your emergency portkeys," she firmly threatened. While Alice was more than willing to go along with it all, Frank mumbled, "Uppity woman. I should just disown you. See that I don't." Augusta chose to ignore it. Apparently it was a threat he'd been threatening her with about 3 or 4 times a day for the past 3+ weeks. Now it was just water off a duck's back, to her. The same 2 oars who carried in Harry's and Susan's trunks and stowed them, also brought in Neville's and Hannah's and did the same. So, with the 4 children now, safely, in a compartment, they were able to catch up with what they'd been up to for the past few days. Neville was now also growing his hair longer and already had enough for his own gray silk ribbon to tie his hair back. As soon as the girls saw it they retied it for him in a much neater style. After explaining about their trip down to the Department of Mysteries, Neville asked, "They wanted you each to throw a toy rubber S through a big arch thingy." "Yep," said Harry. "We were told it was an unspeakable experiment they needed our help with." "Weird," said Hannah. "That's what we thought," agreed Susan. One of things they discussed, of course, was yet again the houses and where they'd be sorted. They'd finally managed to convince Neville to get himself sorted into Hufflepuff with the rest of them. However, he didn't take much convincing. "I've spent most of my life with my gran telling me I was expected to go into Gryffindor," he explained. "When my mum heard of that she gave gran what for and said to me, 'You should go into the house that would serve you best, Neville dear. Let the sorting hat pick the best for you.' I'm thinking Hufflepuff would be best for me, after all." The other 3 grinned back and they admitted, "Us too." He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Hufflepuff. Forever. Hufflepuff forever." They firmly agreed. Once the train left the platform, it was almost 15 minutes before a red-headed kid yanked the door open and stuck his head in looking around. Less than 3 seconds later he pulled his head back out and walked off, not even shutting the door as he did. "Who on earth was that?" asked a thoroughly confused Harry. "That was Ron Weasley," scowled Susan. "His dad works for, worked for Auntie in the DMLE. He's really not a nice boy. Lacks manners, too," said Neville. "He didn't even bother to knock, or anything. Or close the door," added Harry, standing up, walking over and closing and latching it himself. The rest of the journey had those walking past and peering within the windows before moving on. Either they were looking for friends or looking to see who else was on the train. No one else opened the door, let alone without knocking. When the cart lady came around with her little trolley cart and opened the door to ask if they wanted something off the cart, Harry was quick to get a small collection of almost everything on it. "Don't let Aunt Amy know you bought all that," smirked Susan. "I've not had much of a chance to try wizarding sweets before, Suze," he reasonably argued. "Don't you think now is as good a time as any to try them?" That had the 3 other pre-teens all snicker or giggle. And the 4 of them worked their way through the small pile Harry had bought. The other 3 were also explaining what they were all like before Harry tried them, so he wouldn't be surprised by them. Another conversation between the 4 dealt with pets. Susan was happily sharing with Neville. Hannah and Harry already knew information all about her new snowy owl, Hedwig. And Neville was happily sharing similar information about his own new horned owl, Krigare. "Uncle Algy presented me with a toad and told me it would be my pet to take to Hogwarts with me. I named it Trevor," he explained. "But Dad called Uncle Algy an idiot and presented me with Krigare, which is Swedish, apparently, for warrior, and firmly said a post owl made a lot more sense than a bleep toad." "Bleep?" asked Susan. Neville blushed, looked down and said, "He said a swear word there. I just replaced it with bleep." Harry snickered. "Trevor's now in one of our home's greenhouses helping keep it clear of plant-eating insects, especially beetles. He loves beetles." "Susan didn't choose her pet, either," said Harry. "Hedwig chose her. Then Susan launched into a faithful retelling of what happened the moment she walked into Elop's in Diagon Alley. She just flew down, landed on your shoulder and refused to leave. Asked Neville. Pretty much, said Harry. Did you send her direct to Hogwarts like I did with Krigare? He asked. Yes, replied Susan. And what about you? Asked Hannah, looking to Harry. Fox has still decided you're his pet. He chuckled and said, apparently. I think he's adopted me. Think he'll be at the castle, waiting for you? Asked Neville. Harry shrugged and replied, I don't know, but I hope so. You've become attached to him too, smiled Hannah. Yeah, he sighed. I thought he would have left after he realized I was going to get better, or then got better. But he hasn't yet. After their arrival at Hogsmeade and their trip across the lake in the little boats, a place where the Weasley boy was again searching for someone, they arrived at the doors of the castle. The whole way from the platform to the doors they were escorted by a really big bloke who Susan told Harry was named Rubeus Hagrid. But he prefers to be called just Hagrid, she offered. Nice to know, said Harry, a little distracted like all the rest of the first years and practically gawking about. Once they were shown into the castle by a little man who stood, for some of them, even shorter than them, they were taken across the main entranceway and shown into an antechamber. The little man, who introduced himself as Professor Flitwick, deputy headmaster and head of house for Ravenclaw, gave them a little introduction and explanation of what was about to happen before he apologized and said he had to leave for a few minutes to check to see if the rest of the school was ready to receive them. As soon as he was out the door, the Weasley boy began to walk through the students calling, Harry. Hey, Harry, where are you? Even before he reached Harry he was intercepted by a skinny boy with slicked back hair who sneered at him and condescendingly asked, trying to make friends with Potter, Weasley. It would be, after all, the only thing you'd have to separate you from the riff-raff. Piss off, Malfoy, Weasley snapped back. That Harry's my best mate has nothing to do with you. On hearing that, Susan, Hannah and Neville all looked to Harry in surprise. Harry just looked back at them in confusion and whispered, I had no idea who he was until Susan told me his name. I've never met him before. Malfoy sneered, as if Harry Potter would ever be friends with someone like you. Why you? Snarled Weasley, starting to draw his wand out of his pocket. That was as far as they got before Flitwick returned, saw what was going on and snapped, enough. When both boys looked back at him, he said, as soon as I learn which houses you two will be sorted into, you'll both be docked 5 points for making a scene. He gave that a moment to sink in before he then said, congratulations, the pair of you. That would have to be about the fastest a student has ever lost points on first arriving at the castle. It's not something you should be proud of, either. When my heir, Malfoy haughtily began before Flitwick snapped a flat, I dare you, expression back at him. It shut the boy right up. If you're done, said Flitwick, form 2 columns and follow me. I'll be taking you through to the Great Hall and the sorting. As Flitwick began to lead the 2 columns out, a nearby tall dark-skinned boy looked to Malfoy and asked, were you about to say, when my father hears about this, and add some inane threat to that, Malfoy? Malfoy just glared back and the boy added, you do remember he's dead, don't you? Malfoy snapped back, shut your mouth, Zabini. The Malfoy name still holds weight in political circles. Zabini just snorted and said, forget that Bones managed to get Fudge and Umbridge kicked out and then replaced him too, did you, Malfoy? Malfoy just fumed back. Harry, Susan, Neville and Hannah watched it all while casting amused glances at each other. They were bringing up the rear. Even the Weasley boy had apparently given up, for the time being, trying to find Harry and convince one and all he and Harry were best mates. As expected, Hannah was first up for sorting. Professor Flitwick was standing on a small set of steps and was handling both the sorting hat and calling the names off a scroll of parchment. The hat sat on her head for only a moment before it quietly uttered, by the 4 founders. Then immediately sorted her into her house by calling out, Hufflepuff. As she hopped off the stool to the approbation of the students of Hufflepuff, she cast a look of surprise to her 3 friends and mouthed, sorry. None of the other 3 could figure out why she was apologizing for being sorted into the house the 4 wanted, anyway. Susan was next and the hat had barely reached her head before it called, Hufflepuff. Boot went into Ravenclaw, as did Brocklehurst. Brown went into Gryffindor, Bull strode into Slytherin, and the sorting continued alphabetically down through the list until they reached some girl named Granger. For some students there were clearly some surprises. The Granger girl sat on the chair, clearly trying to convince the hat of something before she developed quite the shocked expression. "He what?" she gasped. Then the hat called, "Ravenclaw." She quietly left the stool and made her way to the Ravenclaw table in dazed shock. Once Neville sat. Again, the hat hadn't really been on his head for more than a moment before it called, "Hufflepuff." Neville cast a bemused eye on Harry and tossed him a thumbs-up gesture with a knowing smirk as he walked to the Hufflepuff table. Malfoy was up next and the hat didn't even reach sitting on his head before it called, "Slytherin." Another quarter way through the list of students and Harry was called. However, he was called as Potter. Harry, calmly and with his head held high, but not too high to be thought haughty, he walked forward and stopped before stepping up onto the low dais on which sat Flitwick's steps and the stool the students sat upon to be sorted. Looking to the professor he quietly said, "Actually, Professor, while I answer to the name Harry, as you were close to my parents in the time leading up to their deaths, you should know that my actual name is Henry. I was named after my great-grandfather. His name was Henry, but called Harry by his close friends. For official announcements in future, such as my being called up for my sorting, please address me as Henry Potter." The professor gaped in shock for a moment before he slightly blushed. "My apologies, Mr. Potter. Your name incorrectly sits upon my scroll as Harry Potter. I do, indeed, know your true name to be Henry. I shall correct the records at my first available opportunity. Potter, Henry," Harry replied. "Thank you, Professor, for your understanding and forbearance." Then stepped up onto the dais before the stool, smoothly pivoted on the toes of his right foot and sat. The hat was placed on his head a bare moment later. "Well, boss, isn't this a turn up for the grimoires?" said the hat in his mind. "Boss?" asked Harry. "Well, I thought it was a bit more polite than owner," replied the hat. "So, you know," Harry mentally smirked. "Didn't come as that much of a shock, really," replied the hat. "I knew your father was an heir, and his father before him, and so on. Just as I knew young Tom Riddle was the heir of Slytherin. I didn't tell him, though, Riddle, that is. That boy's mind was already a cesspit, evil little sprog. He'd have immediately abused the authority, if he knew. It didn't stop him from finding out, though," thought Harry. "No," the hat mentally sighed. "But, that had nothing to do with me. I wasn't blaming you," Harry was quick to ewer. "I'm aware," replied the hat. "The shock was discovering from the mind of little Miss Abbott that you're now also the rightful heir of Slytherin. I don't think anyone saw that coming." Harry asked, "Did you also find out from her that Amelia Bones is bringing the 4 portraits of the 4 founders to the school tomorrow?" "Normally I'd never tell anyone what I saw in the mind of another," replied the hat. "However, I can see that you both knew and that you both knew the other knew, so, yes. I can also see that you have decided not to let others, but a very select few, know you're the rightful owner of the school. On your behalf I shall inform the castle's ghosts, portraits and house elves of that determination lest they unknowingly give away the secret." Harry mentally winced and sheepishly thought, "Oops. We didn't think of that." "Again, I'm aware," replied the hat. "It shall be my honor to inform them. Now, let's get you sorted before people start wondering too much about what is going on. Before I do, though, I ask you keep me informed of just when you intend to announce your ownership. I think the denizens should be informed first, yes. Fair enough," he firmly thought. "Well, then, Hufflepuff." As the hat was plucked off Harry's head, he started walking to the Hufflepuff table in almost complete silence. It would have probably lasted longer if Susan, Hannah and Neville hadn't immediately started applauding. Their clapping triggered the rest. However, there was also a lot of shocked whispering going on between friends across all 4 tables. Harry didn't notice, as he had his back to that table, but the same thing was going on up on the head table. As he sat next to Neville and opposite Susan and Hannah, his 3 friends leaned in and Susan, first to speak, said, "You and the hat spoke to one another a fair bit. Have to spend a lot of time convincing it." "No," he replied. "It knows who I really am and wanted to let me know it will communicate with the ghosts, portraits and house elves not to let out the secret. It was going to sort me into Hufflepuff right off the bat, but wanted to chat for a minute first." I've more to tell you about that, but it's going to have to wait until we can all get together somewhere private. All three nodded back and sat back. As the sorting neared its end, Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor and Zabini went into Slytherin. As Zabini headed for the Slytherin table, Professor Flitwick vanished the steps he'd used, tucked the scroll under his arm, picked up the stool and hat and walked them off to the side of the room near the head table. Then Headmistress McGonagall stood to make a few announcements. She first announced she'd been appointed the new headmistress following the death of Albus Dumbledore and that Professor Flitwick had been appointed deputy headmaster. Next, she introduced the apparently new professors for History of Magic, Dada, Potions and Transfigurations. Then she announced a change in school policy, which would now see those who commit crimes being detained, the Aurors contacted and the student handed over to them. That caused quite a bit of shocked whispering among students, especially in Slytherin. A glare about the room from her had them all shut up again. Furthermore, she firmly stated, if the crime is proven, that student could at the very least be suspended from the school. For severe enough crimes, expulsion awaits you. I am not Albus Dumbledore and I will not turn a blind eye to crimes. Unlike our previous late and now unlamented headmaster, I do not see the commission of crimes as schoolchildren hijinks and just acting out. This will be the only warning you'll receive for the school year on this matter. As an example, simple common alt, even if through the act of a prank, is a crime. If a prank harms another, even if only for a few moments, you'll be leaving in the company of Aurors. A pair of third-year red-haired twins in Gryffindor glanced at one another before they sighed and disappointingly looked down at their currently empty plates. Next, at the completion of Cleese tomorrow, all students and staff are required to immediately return to here, the Great Hall. Please, do not even head for your common rooms first. I have been informed some very important and historic presentations will be made to the school by representatives from the ministry. I have been heard that those who miss it will be dirty at themselves for being so foolish. That is all the announcements I have for you at this time. Let the welcoming feast begin. Suddenly, all the tables were loaded down with food. Harry thought that, if the tables hadn't been built so sturdy, they'd have collapsed under the sheer weight. After Harry ate his fill, it wasn't long before the tables were cleared. McGonagall stood once more and said, "Prefects, please escort our new first years to your common rooms and give whatever announcements each house gives their new students at that time. However, tomorrow is a school day and I expect everyone within their beds within 30 to 45 minutes. Off you go." Before the Hufflepuff first years could even stand, they were quickly joined by two of the Hufflepuff senior years. The which of the two said, "Hi, folks. I'm Jemima and this is Robert," indicating the male with her. "We're the two fifth-year prefects for Hufflepuff. Please follow Robert and he will lead you to the Hufflepuff common room and dormitories. I'll be bringing up the rear to make sure we don't lose anyone." Harry was glad she'd barely tried to sneak a glance at his forehead when she first laid eyes on him. That was one thing that really annoyed him, as if he was his scar rather than the scar, now gone, was just a mark made upon him by a dark wizard. Robert led them back out into the entrance hall and down a flight of stairs before heading off to the right. They followed for about 100 yards before they came across what appeared to be a stack of barrels lying on their sides and embedded into the wall. Harry, Susan and Hannah already knew this was the entrance to the Hufflepuff rooms as the portrait of Helga Hufflepuff had described it to them. They also knew Harry, as the owner of the school, didn't need to use the P word to get in, so he deliberately hung back so as not to unintentionally trigger the release. Robert then used his wand to tap an odd rhythm on the middle barrel. A moment later, the lid swung open on hidden hinges and he indicated everyone within. They walked down a short and slight ramp before entering a large rectangular room. As they all gathered within in a sort of clumped group, both prefects walked around them. Robert, gesturing with his offhand, said, "Spread out a little so you can all clearly see us." As their group opened up he was counting. 10 of you, 5 boys and 5 girls. That means we have exactly 1/4 of this year's intake of 40 students. That's a little low on usual years, but understandable. Jemima smiled at him for a moment before she turned back to the first years. "Welcome to Hufflepuff," she said. "Contrary to what the other houses might imply to you, or simply tell you outright to your faces, you should feel honored to make it into Hufflepuff. Hufflepuffs are those the had deemed to operate better as a student among those who favor hard work and loyalty. Some will tell you that Hufflepuff is the house of the Duffers. However, I'm pleased to tell you that our current Minister of Magic was a Hufflepuff. So, too, are 3 of the 8 directors of departments within the ministry. The lead singer of the Weird Sisters was also a Hufflepuff. Celestina Warbeck was one too. And so was the current editor-in-chief of Witch Weekly. Hufflepuffs are constantly rising to the tops of their chosen professions because they believe hard work is what is needed to get them there. That they got there and continue to get there is proof of that. Robert then took over and started indicating about the room. Unlike in somewhere like Slytherin, there is no hierarchy in the house other than prefect status. Everyone else is treated equally. Therefore, it's first come first served for where you choose to sit, what table you choose to do your IGN-ments upon, that sort of thing. If the spot is currently vacant, you're allowed to sit there. Next, yes, the castle has house elves that keep it clean and tidy. However, that does not excuse you leaving your personal things lying around. In shared spaces, such as this common room and your shared dorms, always remember that others live here too. For example, no one wants to have to move your dirty socks out of the way so they can sit down on a chair. With a wry smirk he said, "Actually, I'm pretty sure that if anyone actually did that they'd have to later go and fish them out of the garbage." That had a couple of the first years titter, giggle or chuckle in amusement. Indicating the 2 sets of stairs, Jemima said, "For dorms, boys are down the stairs on the right and girls are up the stairs on the left. Boys, do not try to get up the stairs to the girls' side. The stairs will turn into a slippery slide, dropping you back out again. An alarm will sound and our head of house, Professor Pomona Sprout, will come running. Professor Sprout is generally a very placid lady, until a boy tries to get up those stairs. Then, boys, it would to be you." And smiled. "You need to be early in the Great Hall for breakfast as you need to have eaten before the CL timetables are handed out." "About that time, owl mail is also delivered," said Robert. "Oh, yes, owl mail is only delivered once per day and it is always as breakfast concludes. If you are not down in time and you are expecting a parcel or package, you'll have to wait until the next day to receive it. Don't worry too much about it for the first couple of weeks," said Jemima. "A senior will always come into your dorms and wake you to make sure you're up in time." Robert, they later found out his name was Robert Hawking, turned to Jemima Marchbanks and asked, "Is that it? We've covered all the important parts. Other than showing them to their dorms." "Yes," she replied. Turning back to the first years she said, "Ladies, if you would follow me, please." "And, gentlemen," said Hawking, smoothly adding on, "if you would follow me." Harry discovered that the common room was only a very small percentage of the whole Hufflepuff Badger seat. Down the boys' stairs they discovered a long hallway with many doors leading off it. Each dormitory off the hallway used wizarding expansion charms within to make them much bigger than the spacing of the doors would otherwise indicate. He also discovered, of the first-year boys, they were paired to a room, except him. He was the lucky one to have a room to himself. Neville was in a room with a boy named Ernie Macmillan, and the other 2 boys, Justin Finch Fletchley and Wayne Hopkins, also shared a room. Harry was suspicious it was the castle's house elves that chose him to have the single room of the 5. He found out much later he was right and that he missed that he was the 5th if the names were listed alphabetically. The house elves had, though, originally put his effects in the owner's suites. It was while they were enjoying dinner that the hat communicated with the elves to move him, Harry, into the Badger seat. And it was the house elves who also set up the roost for Fawkes and turned his single window for his room into an owl window, just in case Fawkes chose to fly in or out rather than flame in or out. Macmillan saw it and exclaimed, "Hey, how is it Potter rates a private room?" Hawking replied, "There are 5 of you. There is 2 to a room, no more. Do the math." "But, why Potter?" he demanded. "I'm the heir of an important house, too." Harry sighed, stepped towards Macmillan and raised his right hand vertically, palm in. "Mr. Macmillan, while you are the heir of an important house, take a look at my ring, or, should I say, rings. I'll also remind you that, while I am legally considered only an heir, I'm actually the head of houses." Macmillan took one look, blanched and stuttered, "Heir. Sorry. Yes, I see. My apologies. And quickly entered his ignorant room. Neville snickered while the other two looked slightly confused. While you might be the heir or even head of a house or houses, Mr. Potter, said Hawking. That is irrelevant in Hufflepuff. I know, said Harry, turning to him. But Mr. Macmillan needed a slap down. And I was obviously the one who had to give it to him. I'll have words with him about his behavior, smirked Hawking. That's why I'm a prefect. When Harry entered his room, it was to find Fawkes had already made himself at home. He had a comfortable roost, a tray under him to catch the ash when he had his burning days, a side tray of water on one side and a tray of dried chili and peppers on the other, his preferred snack food. Harry also found his things had been unpacked and the elves had done their best to set things up for him. Harry found out from Neville the next morning that Hawking was as good as his word and gave Macmillan a telling off. And then reminded Macmillan that Neville, his dorm mate, was also an heir of an important house. The next morning Harry was already up and out of bed when Hawking came past and made sure he was awake. Good, he'd said. You had a shower, too, right? Yes, replied Harry. Thank you for checking. Hawking gave a nod and said, common room in 15 minutes. Then pulled his head out and walked on. Harry and Neville both were there in 5. They were glad, too, as so were Hannah and Susan. As soon as the girls saw them they practically forced them both into chairs and, moving to behind them, started working on their hair. Harry had forgotten all about it until the last minute and had both his brush and one of his gray silk ribbons in his school satchel. Neville, apparently, was the same. But, he'd pre-prepared while Harry, not so much. A couple of minutes later and Susan was finishing up tying Harry's hair ribbon at the base of his neck as Hannah did the same with Neville's. Can anyone get in on this? Asked one of the male upper years. If you bring down your ribbon and hair brush and we've got time, why not? Replied Susan. That had a couple of the other girls confessing they'd be willing to do it too. One of the seniors muttered, why didn't we think of this before? This is a great idea. When the rest of the first years all began to gather in the common room there were lots of, how'd you sleep? Sleep well, and even, aren't these beds comfortable? That sort of thing. Of the friends, Neville asked their 2 girls, who, on your side, got the single room. Sally Ann Perks, said Susan. Then she leaned in and quietly whispered, she has a prosthesis in place of her right lower leg and foot. It's this metal and plastic contraption. She had to have a special bathroom made for when she bathes. You wouldn't know it from the way she walks, whispered Hannah. Mad-Eye Moody really hobbles. That's because the Muggle world is a lot better at making such devices, Hannah, Harry quietly said. Moody's leg would be what the Muggles had back about 150 years ago. The Muggles have not stopped improving on that design. And they're not likely to stop for a long time to come. Hell, I've seen people on television run in races, which as far as he got before he was interrupted by Jemima Marchbanks. We're all here, called Jemima, getting their attention. Time to go and get breakfast. This time I want you all to try and remember the route we take back to the Great Hall. I know most of you were far too tired last night to try that then. Let's go. As had been taught them, they arrived to have plenty of time to enjoy breakfast. Then the professors started handing out their timetables. Then the owl mail all arrived in one big flock, parliament, of owls flying in from somewhere within the hidden ceiling. Oh dear, said Harry. Looking to Susan he said, weren't we supposed to send letters to Aunt Amy last night to let her know what houses we were sorted into? No, silly, she replied. Today, she knew we'd be too tired last night. But, that changed when she knew she'd be here this afternoon, remember? He nodded and said, you're right. But, mind if I borrow Hedwig to send one to Sirius? She shrugged and replied, no. Besides, she likes you and never minds the work. Harry would never dream of using Fawkes as a male owl. Though they did not know what cleese they'd have on when yet, Harry had already loaded his school satchel with 2 bottles of ink, a case of quills and a small stack of parchment. He knew he'd need at least those. He quickly pulled out ink, quill and parchment and dashed off a quick letter to Sirius letting him know he and the other 3 had all been sorted into Hufflepuff. He also admitted they'd planned it that way so they could all stay together in one house. However, he did not think it would come as much of a surprise to Sirius they all chose to go into the one house, at any rate. After Cleese that afternoon, their first day of lessons, as told by the headmistress the previous night, they all immediately made their way to the great hall and sat at their house tables. Present were Amelia Bones, in her role as minister, her aide, Cynthia, now one of her 2 under-secretaries, 2 unspeakables with one of them with their hood flipped off, Saul Croker, and a small contingent of media standing off to one side. Standing on the floor almost hard up against the dais were 4 easels with what appeared to be paintings upon them. Each appeared identical in size and each was covered with a black cloth. Harry, Susan and Hannah all knew exactly what they were, the portraits of the 4 founders. Standing between the 2 middle portraits was a small table with a few covered items upon them, each covered with a doll-sized, black sheet of its own. Once it looked like everyone had arrived, the headmistress announced Aunt Amy as Minister Bones, and allowed the woman the floor. Standing next to the table, the minister looked to the headmistress and said, "I believe you and your staff should join your students, headmistress. You're not going to want to miss any of this, and you would not properly see if you all remain sitting up there." So, for the first time in so long that nobody could even remember when, the staff all went and sat at the tables of the students. From a long ago established habit, Professor McGonagall went and sat at the Gryffindor table while the rest of the staff spread themselves out among the others in similar fashion. Once they were all seated, the minister smiled and said, "A little over 6 weeks ago I met the most incredible person. I will not say who that was, as I believe I would immediately be thought as someone who was losing their mind and should be placed in the St. Mungo's ward for the mentally enfeebled if I was to do so. However, during that meeting they provided me with a great deal of information. For example, they informed me of the location of certain historical artifacts long thought lost. First, she said before pulling one of the small sheets off one of the items on the table. Then she picked it up. I have been informed and have had it confirmed that this is the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw." That had a great collective gasp rise from all those in the hall, staff, students and visiting dignitaries alike. The photographers were taking photographs as fast as their hands could work. As she then placed it back on the table, she said, "I believe I should leave this here for now. I have more to unveil for you first." Then she pulled another sheet away and picked the item underneath up by its chain and held it aloft. "This is the missing locket of Salazar Slytherin. Again, I've had it authenticated." Yet another gasp from the audience and yet more photographs were taken. Placing it back on the table, she then flicked away the next sheet and picked the item up by one of its handles and held it, too, aloft. "And this is the fabled cup of Helga Hufflepuff. That was also returned to the table after a delay for photographs. I know there are still other much valued artifacts of the founders still missing," she calmly continued. "However, I know where another is at this moment and will have it brought here." She held her offhand up, a la Dumbledore, and called, "Fox." When the bird responded to her call and alighted on her arm, many were amazed. No one, but Harry and his family and friends, knew what had happened to the immortal bird after the death of Dumbledore. Even the other Hufflepuffs did not yet know Fox was now staying in Harry's private dormitory room. She whispered something to the bird and it flamed away. A moment later and it was back with the Sorting Hat clutched in its talons, dropping it into Bones's outstretched hands. "Blasted bird," the hat grumbled aloud. With a smirk, Bones then donned the hat and seemed to have a short conversation with it mind to mind. "I see," said the hat. Bones then removed the hat and held it with her offhand, but lying somewhat flat. A moment later it seemed to twist itself almost into a knot in her hand. Quickly, she reached into the hat with her right hand under the brim and, with almost a flourish, she pulled the hand under down and away to her right while pulling the upper hand with the hat gripped up and away to the left. As quick as that, Bones was holding the Sorting Hat in her left hand and a long sword in her right, gripped by the hilt. She placed the Sorting Hat on the table and raised the longsword up so it laid flat on the palm of her now empty offhand and said, "The long-lost sword of Godric Gryffindor," and turned the sword over slightly so the people closest could just make out the name Gryffindor written down the blade in Old English script. That, of course, was the staff. By then the shock was so deep that only 1 or 2 people actually gasped again. She then carefully laid the sword down on the table to join the other 3 important and historical artifacts, one each, of the 4 founders. "Many books have been written about each of these items," she said. "Many thoughts have been spoken aloud about whatever became of them." She gestured to the table and said, "Now, here they are." Again camera flashes were going off a mile a second. But, of course, Bones was not done yet. Sudden applause started up, but Bones immediately raised her hand in a stop gesture. "Please wait. There is one more thing to do." When she knew she was successful in halting the applause before it even properly started, she turned about to face the portraits, drew her wand and vanished the black sheets over the portraits. All 4 founders were awake and immediately grinned. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Bones, "from your left to right, I present to you the authenticated portraits of Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff and Godric Gryffindor." All 4 portraits laughed and gestured with waves to whoever they saw looking at them at the time. Bedlam. If what then immediately transpired in the Great Hall after that could be referred to by a single word, it was bedlam. From a quiet susurration of gasps of shock, cries of disbelief and applause, the noise quickly rose to a crescendo of loud applause, cheering and other yelling. Bones just stood there with a wide grin, staring at Harry and the other 3. The photographers then finally managed to break past the few oars who'd managed to corral them until that point, closed in on Bones and were madly snapping away even more photographs. The sheer amount created an almost strobe-like effect of lights, and the air above them became so murky with purple smoke haze from the magical flash bulbs you couldn't even really see through it. It took a good 2 minutes before the oars were able to force them all back to the side of the room again. Once they were back, Bones said, "I'll now take questions from anyone but the media at this time. That means especially staff and students of the school. The press can wait until later." A 7th-year Ravenclaw shot to his feet and asked, "Madam, sorry. Minister Bones." "Yes," she asked and quickly added, "How about you introduce yourself first?" "Sorry," he said. "Peter Martin, 7th-year prefect for Ravenclaw." "Yes, Mr. Martin. As whoever it was who told you where to find all of this allowed you to find it all, I think it's safe to say you could tell us who that was. I mean, it would have to be believable then, right?" She smirked back, seemed to think about it for a moment before finally replying, "Sorry, no. If I was to tell you who that was, the very next set of questions would be related to how I managed to meet them. And that would place the security and privacy of a young and still living person at risk." "So, it was a young seer?" he pressed. She grinned and replied, "You can believe that." She never said it was true, but implying it was a seer who was responsible was a perfect cover for the truth. She quickly glanced at Croaker, who was smirking. He gave a very slight head nod back, meaning he agreed with the idea. A 6th-year Slytherin, who had been beaten to his feet by the 7th year, Claw by half a heartbeat, called out, "Everett Bowl. How do we know those are really the portraits of the founders?" Salazar laughed and said, "Because I told the unspeakables how to find and get into what you modern folks call the Chamber of Secrets under the castle, Mr. Bowl. They'll be doing that over the next couple of days. However, no one else will be allowed in there until those experienced with dealing with such enter and deal with the basilisk I placed in there and under stasis. After that, and with the permission of your headmistress, I cannot see why a lucky few cannot be allowed to go inside and confirm its existence for everyone else." That had the 6th year stumped for a disagreeing response, so he sat again. "Who verified and authenticated those are really the artifacts of the founders on the table?" asked a 6th year, Claw. "Oh, and I'm Darren Hilliard. The unspeakables did, Mr. Hilliard," she replied. "Except for the sword, which they'll authenticate once we finish here. However, as I drew it from the sorting hat, I cannot see it not being the real thing." "It is," said the hat, a touch firmly. "It's been inside me since Godric put it there himself, except on 3 occasions when I allowed it to be drawn in defense of the school. This time is the only time I've allowed it to be drawn when not in defense of the school." There were a few more questions, but most just wanted to approach and look at the artifacts and portraits more closely. With the Aurors standing close watch, the students were allowed to approach in small groups. Once everyone who wanted to get up close to see them for themselves had done so, the artifacts were supposedly temporarily taken back to the ministry by the minister, while the staff, with eye stance by the unspeakables, set up a physically and magically secure way to store them on display within the school. In reality, the items were temporarily stored in a corner of the school's trophy room under a Fidelius charm. As for the portraits, they immediately went up onto the wall in the Great Hall. Exactly. they claimed, where they were when they were taken down by a headmaster who did not like to hear them constantly complaining to him about how the school was being run. Even the mounts for the portraits were still there and could be seen if you knew where to look. The portraits were returned to their places and locked into place with house elf magic. The next morning Harry was woken early by a house elf, who asked him to come to the Great Hall before everyone else was awake, to perform a small task for the school. When Harry arrived, the portraits, especially Rowena, led him through how to channel the magic of the school through the Elder Wand and into the locking charms on the portraits so no one would ever again be able to remove them from the walls. Harry did so. Now, the only way the portraits could be removed was if the Great Hall was removed. The portraits were there for good. "I'd best get back to my room," said Harry. "I don't want to give people any idea I'm more than just a Potter, that boy who lived nonsense," aside. "Thank you, Harry," they each said. And he quickly hurried back to the seat. When Harry and his friends headed for the Great Hall for breakfast, or, in Harry's case, returned to the Great Hall, they joined others in witnessing the wonderful entertainment the senior years of House Slytherin were putting on for everyone. In a completely un-Slytherin-like manner, they were actually arguing with the portrait of Salazar Slytherin. At least, that's what they thought they were doing. Salazar, however, was having a high old time. Every time one of the idiots tried to tell him he was wrong about something, he'd come back with something along the lines of, "Well, as I have the full memories of the living Salazar Slytherin right up until he died, then I know the actual truth, do I not?" The real Salazar Slytherin was not a blood bigot. If anything, he was less of a bigot when it came to blood than even Godric. No, if there was a blood bigot between us, Rowena was the bigot. However, her bigotry was between those of noble and not birth, not how far back their bloodlines went. Then he absolutely shocked them when he said his own mother was what modern witches and wizards called a Muggleborn. "I didn't hate Muggleborns, you morons, I hated Muggles. And not all of them, either. That's because there were certain Muggles happily going about the place trying to kill every witch and wizard they could get their hands on. In return I could happily, and did, slaughter every one of those I found. Those mongrels killed far too many of my students. Hell, even killing one of my young students was enough for me to kill them. I didn't care if they were afraid of witches or wizards. Bigotry exists in many forms. I cared if they harmed witches or wizards as a result of that fear." "But, only purebloods, right?" asked one of the Slytherins. "Wrong, you numbskull," Salazar immediately snapped back. "How, on God's green earth, did you end up in my house with thinking like that? Where's the cunning? You're certainly not displaying any of it when you utter remarks like that." "When I said any of my students, I meant any of my students. I know the history books state I was supposedly some blood bigot, however, I most certainly was not. Use your ins and think about it. Listen to what you're being told. Figure it out. All the evidence you need is before you." When it didn't appear that the Slytherins had figured it out, he sighed, rolled his eyes and said, "If there was one house in Hogwarts that could be considered the house of the Muggleborns, it was Slytherin. While we were teaching, my house had more Muggleborns within it than the other three, combined. And, out of those, the next closest was Helga's. Year by year it was a horseshoe toss between Godric's and Rowena's who had the least." "No, no, it can't be," exclaimed one of the Slytherins speaking with the portrait. "Why, you're lying." "Yes, yes, it is," Salazar happily snarked back. I'm not." Rowena's portrait, next closest, laughed and said, "He's not. We can confirm that." Us other three used to laugh at Sal all the time and call him the Muggleborn's adopted grandfather. The Muggleborns, especially the first years and some of the second years, used to follow him around like he was the alpha dog leading about a pack of puppies. That had both other portraits laughing along with her. Salazar's portrait mock scowled back. That afternoon Harry heard that some over-officious idiot from the Ministry who called himself the chief historian of the Ministry of Magic, with an overweening sense of his own self-importance, had turned up at the school with the intent of taking the portraits back to the Ministry so they could be carefully studied for historical purposes. While he didn't bring Aurors with him, he did bring 2 other Ministry workers. With even McGonagall tearing strips off him, he still tried to remove them from the walls. And kept trying until Bones herself turned up, told him to leave them the hell alone and ordered him back to the Ministry. When he tried to bluster his way out of it, she flatly told him, "Leave, now, or you can clean out your desk. Leave now, or you're fired. You're only acting minister, he tried. I've seen to the return of 8 missing important historical artifacts related to the school in particular and the wizarding world in general, she snapped. Do you honestly think I will not be fully elected this afternoon? Are you that stupid you think someone else will soon be the new minister? Who would be foolish enough to even stand against me? I think I could just about execute you 3 in the middle of the lobby at the ministry, simply for pissing me off, and still get elected as minister. Now, get out. Get out of this school, right this minute, or I will not even wait until you return to your desk before I have 2 of Director Scrimgeour's orders there waiting to escort you from the premises and ensure you never work in a position of authority ever again. Then she wheeled on the 2 flunkies and said, and, if he goes, so do you. You've both clearly shown yourselves to be as stupid as he is. When the 3 quickly left the school, almost running in their efforts to depart, she looked to the portraits and said, sorry about that. That's all right, grinned Godric. They'd have never gotten us off the wall, anyway. A certain someone used their authority to employ the magics of the castle to ensure we can never be removed again. Bones smirked back and nodded. She knew who they meant. She then wheeled on a clearly worried until she'd turned up McGonagall and said, if any more idiots turn up and try to remove them, tell them you're under direct orders from me to toss their asses right back out again, with magical force, if necessary. Thank you, Amelia, smiled McGonagall. Happy to help, said Bones. School very quickly settled down again for everyone, or for the first time for the new first years. The students even learned Harry had a Phoenix companion, and that it was Fawkes, only a couple of days after the incident with the ministry flunkies in the Great Hall. The Badgers, of course, found out first, but it was all over the school by the end of that day. How did Fawkes come to be your familiar? Asked one of the 3rd year puffs. He's not, replied Harry. At least, I don't think he is. He just started hanging around me after Dumbledore died and, though he leaves for short periods of time, always comes back. At any moment, I keep expecting him to take off and not come back. And shrugged. Though he'd told everyone who'd asked him directly that Fawkes was not his familiar, everyone in the school still believed he was. After a couple of days of it, Harry just gave up trying to correct folks. Susan noticed and suggested to him, maybe he is your familiar and you just don't know it. Harry couldn't find fault with her argument so just shrugged back. He had no way to tell and did not know there was actually a charm that could test it for him. A couple of weeks later, Professor Flitwick tested it and found Fawkes was, indeed, Harry's familiar. However, he did not find out until after he died that Thanatos, when he visited the Dursleys that day, asked the bird to bond with Harry. And Fawkes did it while Harry was in the hospital, but not until he was strong enough to accept the bond. Since the portraits of the founders had gone up and for the next few long weeks, students would often enter the Great Hall to find adult witches and wizards practically interrogating them. Alongside them would either be a dictaquil operator with a dictaquil, or they'd be writing the material themselves as fast as they could. There'd been reporters, historians and just the curious who'd come to talk with them. As the portraits were at the other end of the hall from the head table and the number of attending students at the school was currently quite low, there was often a wide gap between where the students sat at each house table and where the visiting witches and wizards sat while interrogating the portraits. As such, most students and even the staff started ignoring them after the first couple of weeks. It helped when Professors Flitwick and Babbling erected a semi-permanent ward that extended forward of the portraits for about 20 feet. That still left a further 30 feet before where the 7th years would approximately sit. As the headmistress had said in one of her announcements towards the end of the first week, the finding and returning of the 4 portraits was a golden opportunity for historians and other important personages to converse with the portraits and discover the truth of that part of the history of the magical world in general and the school in particular. And that students and staff should generally leave them alone unless they were showing themselves to be nuisances. If they were and it was a student so bothered, it was to be immediately reported to one of the professors to deal with. Before starting his first year at Hogwarts, Sirius informed Harry he'd received a letter from Uncle Mui, and was organizing a time when he would reconnect with the man. That first meeting occurred both after Sirius was out of hospital and when he felt he was well enough recovered to deal with his old friend. However, that meeting did not occur until after Harry had begun Hogwarts. 4 weeks after school started, Sirius had apparently gained permission from Headmistress McGonagall to bring Remus, Moony, Lupin to the school to reconnect with his honorary nephew. McGonagall granted it, and the first meeting was organized for the coming Saturday. However, the meeting did not go all that well. Harry understood why Sirius could not visit him and rescue him from the Dursleys, as he now knew Sirius had been unjustly and illegally tossed into prison. However, Remus did not have that excuse. The man was found clear of any form of compulsion charm to keep him away, nor were there repulsion charms on the Dursley residence that would have kept a determined Remus Lupin, who would have meant no harm towards Harry, from visiting. To Harry, that meant the man had willingly chosen to remain away, and considered the excuse the man suffered, werewolfism, to be a crutch he trotted out when he wanted an excuse for something he did wrong and didn't want to face up to it. The excuse held no water with Harry. If anything, Harry thought even less of him for thinking he, Harry, would accept such an excuse. Harry told Sirius, flat out, he had no wish to meet the man, let alone rekindle a familial relationship. Sirius began to argue on his friend's behalf, but, after a look at Harry's expression, decided not to push it. As the school body had been informed, the Unspeakables had returned to the school while Cleese were in session, gone down to the Chamber of Secrets, killed the giant basilisk within, but left the Cark for the time being. A raffle was drawn of names of trusted students, mainly prefects across all 4 houses, but even younger years were thrown in, and a group of 24 were escorted down. Harry was one of them. On return, those students were quick to report that the portrait of Salazar Slytherin did not lie. His directions on how to find the chamber, how it appeared and what the beast was within were, in fact, accurate. Salazar's portrait just stood proudly and a little smugly in his frame, but he did not gloat. Not even when looking smugly upon the embered and grouchy diners of the Slytherin table. After giving the Cark of the Basilisk, as they put it, time to cure, the Unspeakables had returned with a team from Gringotts and removed it. The Cark was rendered for potion ingredients, and the money raised from it made its way into the newly created bursary fund for the school. Harry had liked Bones's idea for a bursary fund, once she'd explained it to him, and the ministry created it on her direction. With nothing other than a biannual report to the ministry about its financial state, the bursary was to be wholly and jointly managed by the headmaster or mistress and their deputy. There was an incident at the school on Halloween when a young Ravenclaw first year witch named Hermione Granger had been verbally insulted so badly by the youngest Weasley boy she spent the rest of day and into the evening in the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. The same bathroom that housed one of the main entrances to the Chamber of Secrets. A couple of Ravenclaw girls, together with the 5th-year female Ravenclaw prefect, a Penelope Clearwater, managed to coax her out and to report the matter to Professor Flitwick. The girl had felt so intimidated and abused she was demanding to be sent home, even knowing it meant her wand would be snapped, her magic bound and she and her family being obliviated of all knowledge of the magical world. Once they'd heard of it later, it utterly horrified the staff to be told a witch would want such to happen to them. Flitwick did not let the moss grow under his feet. He immediately reported the matter to the head of house for Gryffindor, Professor Bathsheba Babbling, and demanded justice for the girl. He, or rather she, got it. Ronald Weasley was found guilty of so badly abusing the girl he was suspended from school for a week, lost 50 points for his house and would serve a further 2 weeks of detention every evening bar weekends for 2 hours each evening upon his return. He also had to publicly and formally apologize to the girl. When he refused, his punishment was doubled on the spot. He then finally apologized, but the doubling was not rescinded. From that it became clear to everyone that certain behavior would absolutely no longer be tolerated. Abuse, even specifically targeted verbal abuse, would bring the hammer of authority down upon you. Some students were a bit slow in learning that, but even they got it when that hammer was brought down upon them. The same Weasley boy had also tried all too often to make Harry see him as his best mate. And that, even though according to Weasley Harry wasn't sorted into the right house, Weasley would forgive him that mistake. After what happened to the Granger girl, after Weasley returned to the school following his 2-week suspension and the next time the Bloodnut tried to approach him, Harry just glared at him and demanded, "What do you want, bully?" Tried Weasley, not expecting to either be spoken to that way or glared at in such a cold manner. What a man you have proven yourself to be by picking on a defenseless girl, sneered Harry. Is that what it means to be a Gryffindor, these days? We no longer rescue damsels in distress, we abuse them. I think I'll be asking the headmistress if I can visit with the sorting hat to profusely thank it for not sorting me into Gryffindor, the house of the idiot bullies. Harry then showed him his rings and said, you know what this means, right? When Weasley had paled and nodded back, Harry said, stop trying to be my so-called best friend. Stop lying to people and telling them I am your best friend. Or I'll stand in the Great Hall and publicly announce the truth to everyone. Do you understand? Again, Weasley nodded, now clearly terrified. Good, snapped Harry. Now stay the hell away from me and stop picking on girls. Weasley all but ran off in fear. However, he stopped with his crap right then and there. Mind you, that could have also been because, as Harry found out later, his 3 older brothers had taken him aside for some important family time, which had the youngest 2 of the 3, the twins, also spend time in detention with point losses and the bully needing wand work from Madame Pomfrey, the school medi-witch, to heal bruises and other contusions he'd earned. Another interesting event for Harry was when the skinny boy with slicked back and overly gelled white hair, that nearly got into a duel with Weasley in the antechamber on their first night in the school and now wearing a Slytherin uniform, had sauntered over, sneered at him and called him Scarhead. Harry remembered seeing him about the place and that his name was Drago, or something. He smirked back at the boy, quickly drew a small slip of parchment out of his bag, wrote down contact details for the specialist eye healer who'd attended him in St. Mungo's and handed it to the boy. What's this? Drago demanded. Harry flicked up his fringe, pointed at his forehead and said, no scar. Then he turned his head slightly and pointed at the gray ribbon tying his hair back, heir apparent's ribbon. And finally held up his right hand, palm in, and used his offhand to point at the combined ring on his ring finger and added, and then there's this. Lowering his hand he said, I figured you're having trouble with your eyesight. Then indicated the slip still in Drago's hand. That's the contact details for a good eye healer at St. Mungo's. Have one of your housemates read it to you. You clearly need the man's help. As all the younger Hufflepuffs laughed, Drago turned red in combined emberment and anger, spun about and stormed off. When he'd reached the Slytherin table, some older year Slytherin snatched at him by his lapels and forcefully dragged him down and onto a bench. Then started to snarl something nasty at the boy behind some sort of silencing field, which had Drago almost crying by the end of it. Harry wasn't bothered by him again, at least, for quite a while. First year proved Harry was as bright and intelligent as others had stated he was, especially Mrs. Pickerniny and Auntie Pauline. He scored quite high marks, right from the start. Everyone was pleased. Christmas break was described by Harry again as brilliant. His return to school for the second term was even better than the first. That is, there was less drama. A break for Easter, then into the final term. His end-of-year marks were also quite high. He didn't score in the top 5, but he was definitely in the top 10. The girl from Ravenclaw who Weasley had abused began to spend a little time with them now and then, especially when they were in the Leary, and became friends with Susan and Hannah. She did end up in the top 5, in the top 3, actually. After the long summer break, where Harry spent more time with his godfather at his godfather's new place, the now 5 friends returned to school. Other than the first night and night of the sorting of new first years, second year was even more peaceful than the first year. However, right at the start, Harry was confused why everyone was so happy that the previous year's professor of Dada had returned for the year. Why not any of the others? He thought. He found out later it was because they hadn't had a professor of Dada stay longer than a single year in over 2 decades. On the night of the Sorting Hat, instead of singing one of its doggerel songs, made an announcement. That announcement was that it had been set straight on how students were to be sorted, and that would be as when he first started sorting back in the 11th century. If any second year or up student complained about it, they were to be immediately resorted. If any new first year student complained about it, he suggested they sought their education elsewhere. It led to quite a few surprises for some students. For example, quite a few Muggleborns found themselves sorted into Slytherin, and some purebloods, who felt they'd automatically be bound for Slytherin, were not. In 2 cases, 2 of them ended up in Gryffindor. Up on the head table, Headmistress McGonagall held her forehead in her hands with her elbows on the table before her. Her head was slowly shaking back and forth. One of the surprises was the second last student sorted, a Ginevra Weasley. She went into Slytherin. Her 4 brothers in Gryffindor near rioted on the spot. That led the Hat to demanding the 2 Weasley twins be brought forth to be resorted. When he was refused, he refused to continue and sort the last student, a Yancy Isabel. The poor girl sat there, almost in tears, with the Hat saying out loud, "I will not sort this lovely young lady until both Frederick and George Weasley are brought forward and resorted." When the twins refused to come forward, Harry silently used his wand, the Elder Wand, under table and softly whispered, "Lock down." Every window shutter, the teacher's entrance door and the main doors into the hall all slammed shut. The Hat, knowing it was Harry who did that and why, then declared, "No one leaves until Frederick and George Weasley step forward for resorting. Then I will decide who is next." Finally, both Weasley twins came forward and, very shortly after that, found themselves heading for the Slytherin table, clearly dejected. As they walked, the Hat firmly asked, "Anyone else want to complain? Now's your chance to be resorted." Before anyone could, though, the portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw called out loud enough for all to hear, "Anyone above first year who believes they were missorted, now is your chance to correct that mistake." If it was a mistake. Surprisingly, 1 third-year Slytherin stood and calmly called, "I complain." "You're a pooh-pooh head, sorting Hat." That had a few laugh and even the Hat chuckled at that one. "Then step forth, Mr. Gibbard. And let's get you resorted." He went into Gryffindor. Harry heard on the G-Vine later the boy was a half-blood and treated like crap by his housemates in Slytherin. Offered the chance to escape the house, he leapt at it. Miss Isabel eventually went into Slytherin. The next day, apparently, there were quite a few visits from irate parents and guardians, the loudest of which was Molly Weasley, matriarch of the Weasley household. She had to be stunned, bound and taken through the flow back to the Weasley family home in Ottery Street, Catchpole, the borough. She was taken there by the head of House Slytherin, Professor Septima Vector. She did not return. Mind you, unknown to anyone else and guided by the portraits of the 4 founders, Harry subtly adjusted the wards so her magical signature was blocked from the grounds. She'd apparently tried a few times more to enter, even coming to the school via the fireplace in the 3 Broomsticks Tavern in Hogsmeade and trying to walk in through the front gate, but was blocked in every attempt. It took until Christmas for that furore to die down. On returning to the school after the Christmas break, it was to see the Weasley twins, plus their little sister, all wearing Gryffindor colors. However, they'd no sooner walked into the Great Hall and sat at the Gryffindor table when Godric saw them, called a house elf and had it PA message to McGonagall, sitting at the head table. McGonagall waited until the students, bar the new first years, were all within the hall before she ordered all 3 of the misdressed Weasleys to stand. Reluctantly, they did, shamefaced. She congratulated them on a masterful prank that harmed no one, awarded them 5 points each for it, then turned around and docked them 10 points each for not sitting at their rightful table for the feast, as per school rules. Then ordered them back to the Slytherin table. As they walked there was a flash upon each of them of house elf magic and their robes, reverted, to Slytherin trim. Harry found out later through the castle's house elves that it was apparently their mother who retrimmed their robes from Slytherin to Gryffindor, whether the staff like it or not. Apparently, she completely forgot that their personal possessions, when taken from the train to their quarters, would have been put into Slytherin anyway. Just after the Easter break, Professor Sprout took each second year aside and talked to them about what electives they'd undertake the next year. Harry quickly chose arithmancy and ancient runes, which pleased his head of house. He'd wanted to talk to his 4 friends first, just to find out what they'd be taking, but decided they would probably pick either the same or very similar. Susan chose the same as him, Hannah chose ancient runes and Muggle studies, Neville chose ancient runes and care of magical creatures, but Hermione chose the same 2 subjects as he and Susan plus a third, Muggle studies. She'd wanted to choose all 5, but she was firmly told by her own head of house, Professor Flitwick, that such would not be possible. That had the girl miffed for a couple of weeks, but her response only amused the other 4. Susan reasonably asked, as there are only 3 separate allotted times for electives in the CL schedules, just when would you be doing those other 2? Hermione quickly borrowed a third year's CL schedule and confirmed what Susan had said. But, what if someone, like me, wanted to do 5? Harry smirked and replied, well, you can always repeat the year and take the other 2 then. Hermione frowned and pouted at him before giving him a gentle whack on top of the head with one of her textbooks. That's not funny, she muttered. After wincing slightly from the whack, he shot back, but it is practical. The only other annoyance for the year, for Harry, was the Weasley girl constantly trying to follow him about whenever he wasn't in CL or the Hufflepuff common room. He never knew why she stopped until after he'd graduated, when Susan owned up to it, but Hannah and she had lain in wait for the girl while she was trying to surreptitiously follow Harry, grabbed her, dragged her into an unused CL room and verbally laid into her with all sorts of dire threats. Susan had already laid claim to Harry and, little Miss Weasley, had better stop trying to poach him. In third year there arose another drama. However, it was not within the school. Someone had tried to resurrect a tournament of old, the Tri-Wizard Tournament, and had started to make plans and the like to have it hosted at Hogwarts for the 1994-95th school year. McGonagall was told by the ministry official it would happen, whether she liked it or not. She then, apparently, contacted Bones and told her what she'd been told. Bones then confronted the ministry official, who turned out to be a Ludovic Bagman, and he was ordered to tell her what the hell he thought he was doing. In very short order, Bagman was fired, with his files gone through to find out how far and how deeply his plans had developed. What plans he'd already initiated were immediately cancelled and people already contacted were recontacted and informed otherwise. The Tri-Wizard Tournament is dead and will remain dead, everyone was told. Even if someone else in another country is stupid enough to try and resurrect it, Hogwarts will not be an attending school, as tradition would otherwise dictate. No one disagreed and the nearly revived tournament was dead before it was even close to being reborn. The only scandal that arose from it was Bagman, now about to face wizarding British justice, fleeing and being caught illegally portkeying into Makusa, immediately being arrested as a wanted felon by Goblin courts and subsequently being handed over to them. The man was never seen again. Apparently, he owed the Goblins significant gambling debts and had tried to use the Tri-Wizard Tournament as a way for him to skim heavily from the tournament budget, as well as make illegal bets behind the scenes to raise the necessary gold he needed to repay his debts. The Goblins were not amused. Nor was Minister Bones or Director Scrimgeour, when they found out through the Makusa Ambassador to Wizarding Britain they wouldn't be getting him back when they had wanted to put him on trial for what they'd learned after he'd scarpered. During the summer break between 3rd and 4th year Harry was Sirius's special guest in the Minister's box at the Quidditch World Cup. Harry was highly amused, as he would have been in that box as Minister Bones's ward, anyway. However, Sirius told him, "This way, you're my guest, not Amos. You realize, don't you, that you're her guest as it's her box, which means I'm her guest, too, anyway," argued Harry. Sirius just blew him a raspberry in response, which had Harry laughing back to the point he was almost in tears from laughing so hard. Later, Harry realized that was probably Sirius's intent all along. Bulgaria won a very exciting and very quick match, 150 to 140, with all of their points arising just from their star player and seeker, Victor Crumb, catching the snitch a bare few seconds before Ireland scored a goal that would have tied the match. Sirius had mock wailed at the injustice of it all. He claimed Bulgaria only won because the referee, some guy from Egypt named Mustafa, who Sirius had immediately nicknamed Mustache, due to the huge amount of bushy lip hair the man sported under his nose and which effectively covered his mouth with overhang, and wasn't as quick on the whistle acknowledging brilliant Irish goals as he should have been. If he'd been faster with the whistle, Ireland would have racked up 160 points in goals before that poncy Bulgarian, Crumb, managed to catch the snitch. He'd argued. Harry came away from the match thinking how exciting the game actually looked when played at this level. He then started to give serious thought to trying out for the Hufflepuff team at Hogwarts. However, he already knew his best position was as Seeker and the current Badger Seeker, Cedric Diggory, would be in 7th year this year. If Diggory stuck the year out as Seeker, he'd have a year to train under Diggory to replace him. He'd talked to Diggory about it when school recommenced. The next morning Harry learned from his Aunt Amy that a small group of, as she put it, half-drunk malcontents had started to cause a ruckus about an hour after the match finished and over in a different part of the campground. The Aurors were very quick on the scene and had them rapidly subdued. One of them was the previous minister's senior undersecretary, one Dolores Umbridge, who was spotted and subsequently caught casting the Cruciatus curse on the Muggle campground manager. She was heading for a lifetime sentence in Azkaban. Of the half-dozen or so others, 4 of them were also caught. And they were all caught wearing full Death Eater regalia. All 4 would also soon be off to serving time at Azkaban. There'd be no using the Imperious Curse defense, this time. "Anyone we know?" asked Susan. "2 are the fathers of yearmates of yours," replied Bones. "Crabbe and Goyle." Harry laughed and said, "They're 2 of a few in Slytherin that Grandpa Sal goes on rants about. They're 2 that led me having to go down to the Great Hall during the dead of night one night in first year and asking Fawkes to bring the portraits the Sorting Hat. Grandpa Sal thought the enchantments on the Sorting Hat had to be beginning to fail for those 2 to have ended up in Slytherin. As I'd mentioned soon after it, that's what led to that astounding night of the sorting at the start of our second year. I thought that was all one big Miv prank," said Sirius. He sounded disappointed it wasn't. "Nope," Harry smirked. "I think Grandpa Sal was hoping both those idiots thought about asking for a resort and he'd have an excuse to get them out of his house." It was also during that summer and, after some very directed and pointed prodding from his godfather and Neville, that Harry finally got up the nerve to ask Susan to be his girlfriend. Neville and Hannah had become boyfriend and girlfriend a couple of months before the end of the school year. Her response, "Well, it's about bloody time, Potter. I was just about to give up on you." Then she snogged him. Harry came away from that confrontation with a dopey grin on his face and lipstick on his lips and cheeks. Aunt Amy, the first to spot the pair of them immediately after, developed a pained expression, used her offhand fingers to mage the bridge of her nose, sighed and said, "Just, don't get carried away and progress things too fast. That's all I ask." As fourth year got underway, after the first few days and on the Sunday, Harry approached Diggory and asked to be apprenticed under him for the Seeker's position. Diggory replied, "You're the third. As I said to the first 2, meet me down on the Quidditch pitch next, this Saturday morning at 9 a.m. and I'll give you a chance to show your skills. The best performer gets the chance to train under me." "Brill," said Harry. "Thanks, Cedric." Cedric smiled and replied, "You're welcome. However, just because your name's Harry Potter does not mean the position's yours." "No, that's great," said Harry. "If I found out you'd picked me because of that, I'd turn it down. This is Hufflepuff. We play fair in Hufflepuff." Cedric grinned and said, "That attitude is exactly what I like to see." Harry had asked his godfather to send him his broom but, instead of sending him his Nimbus, Sirius sent him a ND new Firebolt. The note with it said, #tilde, Harry, this was going to be a Christmas present. However, it sounds like you will probably need it now. If you get the position I'll also go out and buy you the armor you're going to need. Good luck. However, I don't think you're going to need it. I've already seen what you can do on a broom. Sirius, #tilde. Harry tried out for the slot and easily beat out the other 3. Another asked after he did, and Diggory immediately put him on the team as both a trainee and as reserve seeker. Harry then joined them for all the training sessions. Fourth year turned out to be another quiet year. There were no major ructions, either at the school or elsewhere. Harry and Susan's relationship was nicely progressing with, just before they broke for the Easter break, Harry finally got a chance to get his hands on Susan's S without her immediately batting them away. He knew, in comparison to the other girls in their year, that Susan's were large. Only Millicent Bulstrode in Slytherin had bigger, he thought, but she was also a big girl. However, he didn't care as he knew Susan's would feel marvelous in his hands. They did. Now he had to work on getting his hands on her S under her robes. Harry never got a chance to play in a proper inter-house Quidditch game that year, but Diggory made sure he was given plenty of training with the rest of the team. There were times during training when Diggory, as team captain, just flew about coaching the other players while Harry searched for the snitch. Diggory also taught him the various ways to seek that improved one's chances to be the first to spot the snitch. He taught him how to distract and fake out the other seeker and how those same tactics could be used against him. He taught him about focusing on bright days to look for the glint off the snitch, rather than the snitch itself. He also showed him the boundaries for which the snitch was charmed to remain within, but advised him that a strong wind could, for a few moments, blow the snitch outside those boundaries. And he taught him a lot more, besides. Harry absorbed the lot and was willing and eager to learn even more. Diggory was a strategic seeker. He had a strategy on how he was going to seek on the day, based on weather and light conditions and which team they were playing against. However, he also said that Harry had already shown himself to be an intuitive seeker. Harry was able to subconsciously determine where he needed to be looking and what he needed to do to be the first to the snitch. It sounds odd, explained Diggory, but an intuitive seeker nearly always makes a better seeker than a strategic seeker. Personally, I think it's because an intuitive seeker has a touch of the seer about them. Whatever it is, it works. It's a strength, so when strategy seems to be failing you, go with your gut. Over the first 3 years of Harry's Hogwarts education, Slytherin won the Quidditch Cup the first year, Ravenclaw won it the second year and Gryffindor won it the third year. This year Slytherin won it, but Hufflepuff had been close to pipping the S's for the win. Harry was determined Hufflepuff would win it for the next 3. This year the Weasley twins had returned to playing Quidditch, but they now played for Slytherin. As a beating pair they were phenomenal. Harry knew they'd be trying to get him off his broom next year, as they'd tried the same with Diggory this year. He'd be trying to develop a strategy that would counter the ones they employed against Diggory. For a start, he knew they were on matching clean sweep 5s and the firebolt was both faster and more maneuverable. That meant he could outfly them. However, that would also cut down on his ability to seek. He knew he'd figure something out, though, so would let it percolate in the back of his mind until a workable strategy came out. As for his schooling, he was having a ball. Just like his friend, Neville, he was a reasonably powerful wizard. However, he also knew he had a bit of an advantage over the boy by secretly being the owner of the Elder Wand. Of that, he was most pleased that Aunt Amy had managed to cast a Fidelius charm with her as the secret keeper that was both simple and effective. The secret was, the wand used by Henry James Potter, commonly known as Harry Potter, is both the same wand used by Albus Dumbledore and is the Elder Wand. That was it. He'd had a few people comment on how unusual it looked due to the 4 groups of berries around the shaft from the hilt to a couple inches short of the tip, but no one had ever put it together that it looked identical to the wand Albus Dumbledore was known to use, or that it was the Elder Wand. When people asked if it was Ollivander made, he'd just reply, nope. It was made by an old family friend no longer in the wand-making business. It's a one-off. No one ever questioned him any further on it. Harry was sent the prefect's badge for Hufflepuff when he received his book list for 5th year. Sirius, Amelia and Susan all wanted to sell it with him and for him. However, when he found out Hannah was offered the prefect's badge for the girls, he quickly called Professor Sprout and asked if he could send it back to her and she offer it to Neville instead. She admitted it was a toss-up between he and Neville for the badge, so, when Harry suggested Neville would be a better choice as he didn't want people thinking, of course Potter got the badge. He's Harry Bloody Potter, isn't he? She relented and awarded it to Neville. Everyone, bar Sirius, was pleased with that. But it took Harry only explaining his reasoning for it for Sirius to then agree. However, Sirius was told the second part of the truth that Harry hadn't told anyone else. Harry wanted Neville to have it so he'd get to spend more time with Hannah. You're being a good wand partner by getting your mate more snogging time with his girl, exclaimed Sirius, understanding. Now, that, I can get behind. Their 5th year started with every professor of their clees making sure they knew they were in their owl year and that their owl exams were held at the end of the year. When they finally reached their 9th professor they'd met, for the first time that year, in this case, Professor Flitwick in charms, Harry just about breathed a sigh of relief. However, there were 2 students, they shared charms with Slytherin this year, that had the little professor laugh when he spotted them roll their eyes. I take it you've already heard that from your other professors and quite a bit. Yes, Professor, Daphne Greenger drolly replied, one of those he spotted roll their eyes. It bears repeating, he smirked back. Yes, Professor, she drolly replied again, exactly the same as the first time. Funnily enough, he laughed. Even Harry smiled at that one. It was a clever comeback. They all even felt the effects of it being their all year right from the start. IGN ments were now handed out with mentions of how long in feet, rather than inches, they needed to be. And there was more of them. He was also alerted by the new Badger Quidditch team captain, Tammy Appleby, when training would commence. She took him aside and said, "I know Cedric trained you near religiously. I expect you to show us the effects of that training right from the start. We've already been back a week, so it's time to get training underway. I've booked the pitch for first thing tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m. We'll spend an hour and 15 on that and then it's back into the castle for breakfast. I'll let you know what we're doing for the rest of training once we can get together and discuss CL schedules away from listening ears that shouldn't be listening." "All right, Tammy," he replied. "I'll be up and ready." She gave him a nod and a smile and moved off, looking for her next victim, target. Harry and his friends quickly managed to get used to the new reality of their all year and the length of IGN ments. So, they were still working at a comfortable pace, even if it was a busy pace. After a year of shadowing Diggory in his role as seeker for the Badgers, the added work of playing on the Badger Quidditch team wasn't an added imposition. Thankfully, Diggory had to deal with two new players on the team the previous year, both chasers, so this year they had an established team except for Harry. Quickly, Appleby had the team working and meshing well together again, so she also started adding in a strategy of 4 chaser plays if they were really down on goal points. However, it was quickly worked out that Harry wasn't the best shot at goals, but his timings to pee the quaffle off to others in motion was excellent. This suited Appleby, no problems, as the Seekers weren't actually allowed to score. They were allowed to handle the quaffle for short periods and pee off to others, though. Their first game was against the Ravens of Ravenclaw, and Harry nearly had the game won for the Badgers before the Chasers could rack the points up. However, he quickly worked out that the Ravens seeker, Cho Chong of 6th year, while supposedly a decent seeker, couldn't seem to get her head in the game. She kept trying to distract Harry with her feminine wiles, while also calling to him just how much better Cedric Diggory was as a seeker and a wizard. He also knew her to be Diggory's on-again off-again girlfriend. It did not take him long to figure out she was actually missing her boyfriend far too much to concentrate on the game, so he was keeping an eye on the scoreboard while also keeping an eye on her to see if she'd suddenly wake up and get on with why she was actually up here on a broom. He held off going after the snitch as long as possible because the tried and true team of Badger Chasers were hands down far better than the Chasers on the Ravens team. When it finally looked like Chong was starting to notice just how far ahead the Badgers were getting on points, Harry watched as she looked in shock at the scoreboard before she firmly shut up and focused on the seeker hunt. He laughed at her and said, "Idiot girl," then drove his broom down. As she wasn't that far away from him at the time, she was right in behind him and only 2 broom lengths back as he dove. A quick few twists and spins as he dove, together with allowing the speed to ease off a little, and he had her right on his tail twigs when he, Wronski fainted. She never had a chance. As he pulled up with inches to spare, his offhand grasped the snitch right as he heard the whistle give a high shrill. He simply allowed the broom to slow right down while holding his hand aloft as he flew. "Potter has the snitch," he heard the announcer yell. "Potter has the snitch. The Badgers win." Chong didn't quite end up in the infirmary after her crash into the GR of the pitch, but it was a near thing. He later heard she'd ranted and raved about how Potter had tried to kill her for the rest of the afternoon and evening in the Ravenclaw Tower until someone hit her with a silencing charm and firmly told her to shut the hell up. The Wronski feint is a completely legal move, that male Claw had yelled. He also had the snitch in his hand within 5 seconds after it, so it probably wasn't a feint, after all. You got outplayed. It up, deal with it and move on, already. Hermione had told him all about it. She's also told him, later, over the next couple of weeks. Chong had then tried to badmouth him to everyone. Harry was going to confront her about it until Hermione suggested he mention it to Professor Flitwick and let him handle it. So, he did. According to Hermione, Flitwick confronted Chong about it in the middle of the Ravenclaw common room and gave her a right serve. Then deducted 20 points off her and ignored her a week's detention. And, finally, Told her if her behavior was repeated, he'd pull her from the Ravens and tell the team captain she was permanently benched. That finally shut her up. Gryffindor had already played Slytherin with a Slytherin win, but it was close with the S's trailing a fair bit behind before the Slytherin seeker finally caught the snitch. As a team, the Gryffindor chasers were brilliant. Then Gryffindor played Ravenclaw with the Gryffindor Lions victorious, utterly trouncing the Ravens, just as the Badgers did. Then it was Slytherin against the Badgers. And Harry was ready. There'd be no mucking about in this game. The Slytherin beating team of Fred and George Weasley were fair, but powerful and accurate. And their chasers were, in Harry's opinion, a bunch of cheating assholes more interested in hurting opposing players and scoring more goals through player attrition than just being better players. As such, Harry would be going for the snitch right off the opening whistle. As soon as the snitch was released after the quaffle and bludgers, Harry started counting down in his mind. He knew it was exactly 5 minutes, to the second, when the snitch would first become visible after its release. He'd be using that 5 minutes. Straight away, as he expected, the Weasley twins targeted him. Anticipating that, he was up high, very high. He was almost 300 feet up and looked like a speck in the sky to the spectators. As the twins worked their bludger back and forth between them rising to meet him, Harry timed it. As they reached 20 feet below him, as soon as one twin swung their bat to hit the bludger to the other twin, he threw a half-sloth grip roll, to invert and pulled hard, up, throwing on the power and diving for the deck. He blew past the bludger, behind, and sped for the ground. He heard one twin shout, "Fucking hell," as he blew past between them. They'd just been conned and they knew it. However, they, too, were being a little clever. They abandoned the bludger and dove down after Harry, knowing the bludger would immediately dive down after them without their needing to beat it back and forth. After all, it had nowhere else to go and no other targets in the vicinity, so would head for the deck. Harry would be laughing if it wasn't for worrying about accidentally swallowing a bug while he was doing so. Instead, he was grinning his head off. In his mind he also had his countdown going on and, when he reached about 50 feet off the ground, knew the snitch should make an appearance. Now, and, as if fate itself was guiding his eyes, he spotted it almost directly underneath the goalposts at the Slytherin end a moment after it appeared. Screw the Wronski, he thought. There's seekers nowhere near me. He simply pulled up and had to firmly heave back on the broom to strongly apply the king charms to slow down enough to snatch the snitch out of the air. He still hit it with enough force he felt the sting of it slapping into his palm, even through his glove. Wheeling hard about he held his hand aloft showing he'd caught the snitch. There was about 3 to 4 seconds of near silence before the announcer, Lee Jordan, yelled, "Bloody hell. Potter's already caught the snitch. It's over." The Badgers win 180-30. The resultant applause was almost deafening. Harry still heard Jordan's follow-on call. That would have to be one of the fastest snitch catches in history. 5 minutes, 8 seconds from game start. That catch had the whole school talking about it. The Ravenclaws were trying to figure out how he'd managed to stay on the broom considering the amount of resistance through the air he'd have been generating at the time he popped up from lying on it while trying to pull out of the dive. They'd already calculated he'd reached the maximum speed of the broom, 300 miles per hour, during the dive. Even Professor Septima Vector, the professor of arithmancy, was making calculations. The Gryffindors were arguing it was so Gryffindorish, a move it proved the hat was wrong about sorting him into the house of the Duffers, and he should have been sorted into Gryffindor, after all. They weren't interested in the dynamics, just the sheer vary of the feat. The Slytherins were positive he'd cheated as they couldn't figure out how he'd managed to time everything to be in the right place at the right time and have the snitch just where he needed it to be to catch it so fast. The Hufflepuffs, they just thought it was effing brilliant, except Susan. Within a minute after the match, Harry had found himself dragged off by an irate and determined redhead witch who shoved him into the stadium's broom closet, for actual flying brooms, threw up silencing charms and proceeded to verbally rip him to shreds for his recklessness. Harry just kept grinning away until she stopped for a moment to take a deep breath. Then he grabbed her and snogged her half silly. That shut her up. Once she was suitably dazed, he left her in the closet and took off for the change rooms to change out of his Quidditch gear. By the time he was allowed to shower and change by his teammates, Susan had already left. Hannah and Neville had grabbed her and dragged her back to the castle. When Harry finally managed to get past all the well-wishers and congratulators between the change rooms and the Badger seat, he'd just walked into his room when Susan, who'd been waiting for him in his room, grabbed him and tossed him onto his bed. "Stay," she barked. When he didn't move, except stare at her, she stripped to the waist with only a on top, hesitated a moment and then shucked it, while holding it in one hand. Harry thought they were the most wonderful things he'd ever seen. Of what was normally covered by her bathing suit, her skin was quite pale and had, if was to think about it, a slightly more sparing smattering of freckles. Like the areolae were, he thought, maybe a little big, but her nipples were almost tiny in comparison. He could have sat there, staring at them all day and probably into tomorrow too. "If you ever want to play with these again, let alone see them again," she firmly stated, "promise me you'll never pull another stunt like that again." With his eyes almost bugging out and his jaw feeling as if it would bounce off his knees, Harry nodded his head so fast his vision went blurry for a moment. "Good," she firmly said, before starting to put her back on. However, Harry wanted to get up close and personal before that went back on. But, as he started to rise, she held up her hand in a stop gesture and said, "Ah. Stay." He froze. Then she finished putting her back on, before donning her blouse. Harry didn't even know he'd actually whined until she smirked at him and said, "Show me you can be trusted not to pull a crazy stunt like that again, and I might even let you play with them without my top on." He just pouted back. That has to be illegal, he thought. He even thought of going to Director Scrimgeour and asking if it was, until he remembered Scrimgeour would very likely go straight to Aunt Amelia with that particular request for clarification. The Badgers went on to win the Quidditch Cup for the 1995-96 year, making Harry even more of a hero to the Puffs. The match against Gryffindor wasn't anywhere near as exciting, as far as Harry was concerned, but the three Gryffindor chasers, all girls, were monsters at scoring goals. The Badgers won on Harry catching the snitch with only 60 points being the difference in the final score. The Lions were 90 points up at the time. For the last few months of the school year, bar the exams, the fifth years focused only on reviewing the work of the last 4.5, preparing them for their owls. Hermione had to be sat down by both Susan and Hannah, then later by Professor Flitwick, and told she needed to tone her extra study time down or she'd end up in the infirmary due to mental exhaustion. She complied, but she probably wouldn't have if it wasn't for her hero, Professor Flitwick, ordering her to. It was during those discussions that both girls found out the real reason Hermione did not have a boyfriend at that time. She felt a boyfriend would just get in the way of her studying. The girls were then determined that Hermione would have a boyfriend the next year and started trying to figure out who would be suitable boyfriend material for her. If they'd asked Neville or Harry for ideas, both would have told them it would be a mistake. After the exams, they had to wait only a few days before they needed to catch the train back to King's Cross and begin their summer vacation. All of them, including Hermione, felt they deserved it. However, Hermione was somewhat upset this year they'd not be Igned Summer IGN Ments. "It makes sense," said Harry. "Until we get our exam results, we have no way of knowing what classes for which we'd be eligible for our Newt years. After all, you need to earn an owl in a subject to be eligible to undertake a Newt in that subject." "But, we don't even know yet when we'll get our owl results," whined Hermione. "Unlike first, second, third, fourth and sixth year, which are graded by the professors, owl and Newt exams are graded by the WEA at the Ministry under direction from Dowager Lady Marchbanks," replied Susan. "They always grade the Newt exams first, as those who sit their Newts need their exam results for some of the careers and apprenticeships they're hoping to get. Owl exams get graded after that, because there's still over 2 months from when they grade the Newt exams before fifth years need their results to get into their sixth year classes. That's plenty of time. But, what do we do while we wait?" begged Hermione. "We distress," Harry firmly replied. "Owl year was a mad year. Admittedly, it won't be as bad as our 7th year, but it was still bad enough. You need to let your mind unwind and chill out for a couple of months before we get back to school and knuckle in for our 6th year and the start of our Newts. It would be unhealthy for our minds to spend all that time stressing and studying. You need to learn to relax." Hermione, still pouting a little over it, She was a little while before she quietly admitted, "I don't know how to relax." "Boyfriends and snogging," replied Hannah, which had Neville blushing. "Sunbathing in the summer sun and developing a tan," added Susan. "Playing games. Swimming in a pool. Come on. What did you used to do to relax?" "Read a good book," she shrugged. "Well, I hope you've got a decent bikini," said Hannah, "because you're now officially invited to come to my home to spend as much time as possible by our pool, or in it." Harry and Neville just glanced at each other and shrugged. They didn't care. So long as they got to stare at their girlfriends in bikinis, they were happy. Hermione did join them visiting the pool at the Abbot's place. However, there was a significant delay in that. As a secret reward for doing so well and getting through her owls, as if she wouldn't do well in them, her parents took her on holiday over to France for a few weeks almost from the day she arrived home. She only had enough time to send a letter to Hannah, letting her know she was off to France and why, before she was gone. Even then, she probably wouldn't have been able to send the letter if it wasn't for Hannah using Neville's owl, Krigare, to send Hermione's parents a letter letting them know Hermione was invited to Abbotsford to visit whenever she wanted. Thankfully, Hermione included in her letter when she was likely to be back in Britain and promised to write as soon as she could. Susan and Hannah agreed between themselves to send Hermione letters by Krigare and Hedwig a day apart, and that they'd solve the problem of travel for Hermione to visit. Hermione's home, being a Muggle home, was not connected to the Flow network. Harry just shrugged and said, "Her 17th birthday is in mid-September. Ask Aunt Amy if she can be taught how to apparate early and get her license early. Then there's the night bus, but it's one hell of a ride and Hermione might not like or be willing to ride it very much. And, finally, see what it would cost for her to have a semi-permanent two-way portkey between her place and Hannah's for the summer." One morning and only a few days after they'd returned home from Hogwarts, it was a hot day so Harry and Susan flew over to the Abbot's home to use the pool. However, Aunt Pauline told them Hannah had left a little while earlier to visit with Neville. They were off to visit someone or somewhere for the morning and they, meaning Aunt Pauline and Uncle Heath, were heading off somewhere for the morning, too. "You two can stay and use the pool, if you want," offered Pauline. "Just because none of us are going to be home doesn't mean you can't use the pool." Neither Harry nor Susan took much convincing and they were in the pool within a minute. When Pauline and Heath came out about half an hour later, it was only to tell the two teens they were off and to make themselves at home. Both teens were already in the pool and on semi-floating air mattresses. About 20 minutes later Susan was probably getting bored as she started flicking water with her nearest hand over Harry, who retaliated by flicking more back. Within the minute they were both off the mattresses and wrestling in the water. Harry maneuvered them to be next to the wall of the pool closest to the house and started to snog his girlfriend. She seemed to be all for that, raised her arms around his neck and was snogging back. Then her legs came up to wrap around his waist. Within the minute and while keeping a careful eye on the back of the house for movement, Harry finally got his hands on Susan's bare ass, currently with pebble-hard nipples, by the simple expedient of sliding the cups of her bikini top aside from each. He'd gotten that far and the girl hadn't even made a tentative move to stop him, so he moved right on to the next stage. When he managed to lean her back far enough while she slowly ground her crotch into his, he was able to duck his head forward and catch one of her nipples with his mouth. "Oh, gods," she ed. "That's nice." Then he switched to the other, drawing similar quiet exclamations of pleasure from his girlfriend. They didn't progress too much past that point that day, except for Susan tentatively and overly gently holding little Harry for a few moments, but Harry was very pleased he'd made progress. He was also really happy she really enjoyed him licking her nipples. To him, that meant she'd be more willing for him to do similar in the future. Life was great. Bones wasn't willing to allow Hermione to earn her apparition license early, but she did organize the girl a short-term, repeated-use, two-way portkey. It landed her out front of the Abbot's home going one way, and within her backyard at her parents' place going the other way. The first time she turned up to go swimming in the pool, both Harry and Neville were stunned by what she'd stripped down to wear. According to both of them, it was a really tiny bikini. It wasn't, but compared to what their girlfriends currently wore, it was. Both boys ended up getting whacked on the arm and glared at by their girl, but neither minded when less than 2 days later, both their girls wore similar Apparently Hermione took them shopping into the Muggle world and they came back with something more appropriate. Pauline had come out to the pool once after that, saw what the girls were wearing and how the boys were looking at them, just shook her head and walked back inside. Of the five, Harry and Neville were the youngest and less than a couple weeks off their 16th birthdays at the end of the month. Both Susan and Hannah had their 16ths a few months earlier and Hermione was just 2 months shy of her 17th birthday. Obviously Pauline had decided she wouldn't get involved and that the teens were old enough and mature enough to make their own decisions regarding their bodies. Neville and Harry, though, when they got to talk in private and apart from the girls, both confessed they thought Hermione was stacked. Our results arrived a little over a week after Hermione arrived back in Britain from the family holiday in France. As expected they all did well, and none of them failed a subject. That meant they all got to choose what they wanted from their subjects to take into their new years. Harry's dream job was as a healer. He still had the very occasional nightmare of how he was treated by the Dursleys. He kept potions, dada, charms, transfiguration, arithmancy and ancient runes and added the pre-apprenticeship of healing. Susan was following her aunt into the Auror Force so kept the same first 3 and last 2, but chose herbology and Muggle studies for the other 2 as she wanted to be an Auror battle medic. The others all chose theirs with Hermione again wanting to take every subject, including at least one pre-apprenticeship course, into her newts. She received a letter from Professor Flitwick to visit her to discuss her options and she used the flow from the abbots to visit with him. She returned an hour later and said she'd have to think about what she wanted to do. The professor convinced her to drop down to only 8 subjects maximum. Neville was definitely going into herbology and chose subjects that reflected that. He'd be undertaking the pre-apprenticeship for herbology with Professor Sprout before then, very likely, taking an apprenticeship under her. And Hannah chose subjects that both supported Neville and added others that could aid Neville in what he'd be doing. Neither of those 2 teens doubted they'd marry very soon after graduating from Hogwarts. The last 2 years flew by for the 5. Harry was offered the position of team captain for the Badgers Quidditch team in his 7th year and turned it down. But that was because he thought the Seeker, constantly having to seek and being right out of the play, wasn't the wisest choice for team captain. He suggested to the team it should be Robert Cadwallader, a 5th year and chaser, who should have the position. That way, Harry could apply all his focus on seeking. As Harry was determined to do, just as with his 5th year the Badgers also won the next year and, finally, came out way on top for their 3rd season win in a row. While Harry was Seeker the Badgers remained undefeated across all 9 games. Like Hannah and Neville, Hermione had been offered prefect for her 5th year and accepted the role. Then went on to become head girl in her 7th year. The head boy was Kevin Entwistle from Ravenclaw. Those 2 tentatively started dating in their 6th year, were definitely boyfriend and girlfriend in their 7th year after both teens had spent a little time with each other's family during the summer break and were practically engaged at graduation. None of their friends from either side doubted the 2 would not get married within a year out of Hogwarts. They were wrong. At the graduation ceremony Bones, who was still minister and appeared would remain so for a great many years yet, stood at the headmistress's invitation and gave a short speech. Then she said, just as I caused a major shift in what people knew back in your looking at the students' 1st year, by unveiling the finding of the founders, artifacts and the 4 portraits themselves, I have another shocking piece of information to impart upon you all. That had a lot of whispering going on, including among the staff. However, she said, it is not my news to impart. I ask you to turn your attention to the 4 portraits of the founders of the school. The silencing ward had been temporarily removed. When everyone turned around, Rowena said, even today, there are many people who believe this school, this castle and the land it sits upon were equally owned by the 4 of us. That is not true. Helga then added, until the mid-1800s women folk, be they Muggle or magical, were not permitted, by law, to own property of any form. Back in our day, women were even thought of as property themselves. The Muggles granted women ownership rights in the early part of the 1800s and wizard folk granted women ownership rights in the late 1800s, barely 120 years ago. Therefore, said Rowena, this school, castle and land was owned only and outright by Godric and Salazar. Through an arrangement between them, both owned an equal share. That means, added Helga, The rightful descendants of Godric and Salazar are the rightful owners. Their descendants never sold or otherwise handed over their ownership to another, including the ministry. It was not possible for them to do so, even if they had tried. Godric was grinning, while Salazar was slightly smirking, through that short history lesson. Godric ced himself up and said, "With the permission of the rightful owner of the Gryffindor share of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I now announce who that is. I identify the rightful owner, by right of primogeniture, law and magic, as my many times great-grandson, Heir Henry James Potter." Harry just sat there smirking as the whole hall broke out in exclamations of shock before they all wheeled to stare at him. Of course, his family already knew this, as did his nearest and dearest friends, including, by then, Hermione, so they barely reacted. "My turn," called Salazar. When attention turned to him, he said, again with the permission of the rightful owner of the Slytherin share of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. "I now announce and identify the rightful owner, by right of primogeniture, law and magic, as my own many times great-grandson through the line of Peveril, Heir Henry James Potter." As all four portraits looked down upon the hall, grinning away, even Salazar, this time, the hall broke out in even further and louder exclamations of shock. Finally, Harry stood and looked about. That started to settle folks down. He then started walking towards the dais and his Aunt Amy. By the time he reached it he had quiet. He then stepped up onto the dais, gave Bones a nod and turned to look towards the rest of the hall over the many faces in the audience. "To explain how," he said, "many have known for a long time that the Potters have always had close ties with the House of Gryffindor. Many suspected it was because the Potters were descendants of Godric Gryffindor, which is why almost all Potters ended up sorted into Gryffindor as students here. That is all true. As for Slytherin, it had been reported that Tom Riddle claimed direct descendantry from Salazar Slytherin. This was true, he was. However, Tom Riddle died on the night of the 31st of October 1981. I'm sure you all know the story of that. However, when he died many thought he died without an heir. Yes, he died without an heir of his loins, but that still did not mean he didn't have an heir. To find his heir Tom Riddle's bloodline had to be traced back up through the generations. He was the son of Merope Gaunt, a daughter of the House of Gaunt, so the line first had to trace back up through the line of Gaunt. The Gaunts were a daughter line of the second brother of the three famous Peverell brothers, Antioch, Cadmus and Ignotus. Antioch had died without progeny, so the heirship ped to Cadmus's younger brother's line, Ignotus. The oldest granddaughter of only granddaughters of Ignotus and last remaining Peverell, Iolanthe Peverell, married Hardwin, oldest son of Linfred of Stinchcombe. Hardwin then changed the name of the then clan to the family name of Potter. Hardwin begat Ralston, who begat the first Henry, who begat Fleemont, who begat James, who begat me. And, thus, I was actually Tom Riddle's heir apparent when Tom Riddle killed his previous heir apparent, my father, on that night. Through the cleverness and knowledge of magic of my mother, Tom Riddle was killed by a backlash of magic when he tried to kill me. And, right at that moment, I became the rightful heir of both lines of ownership of Hogwarts. He had silence when he gave that short history lesson and, in the silence, turned to Bones. "Minister Bones, has the information the portraits of the four founders and I have relayed to our audience today been confirmed?" She grinned back and said, "Indeed it has, Heir Potter, or, as I should properly and formally address you, Mr. Henry James Potter, heir apparent of the noble and ancient House of Potter, most recently now due to the death of Lord Arcturus Black, heir apparent of the noble and most ancient House of Black, heir apparent of the most ancient House of Peverell, heir apparent of the most ancient House of Gryffindor and heir apparent of the most ancient House of Slytherin." Harry started to smirk at her as she began. When she finished he gave the nod of a rightful heir of a noble house to the regent of another. After a nod back, she continued, "The information has been confirmed by the portraits themselves, by ancient records within the ministry, through the Department of Mysteries and through the good offices of Axe Lord Ragnarok of the Goblin Nation, through Gringotts Bank in London and through the use of powerful potions and magics. You rightfully hold and are those titles of which I've just made clear." Harry looked across the audience and said, "I've known of those facts since before I even started as a first year here, as did a few others, including Minister Bones. That information was kept secret as I knew, early on and based on very good advice, that I would be treated even more differently than the rest of you students if it was made known. It is bad enough to be thought of as the boy who lived. I also did not wish the staff to know, as I did not wish the staff to wonder whether or not I was going to suddenly enact my rights as owner and overrule or order them in their jobs to treat me differently. It is also because I believe the school is currently in very capable and professional hands under the management of Headmistress Minerva McGonagall and Deputy Headmaster Flitwick. Perhaps, one day, I will have to step up and act as that owner. However, I do not foresee that happening for a very, very long time. My dream, which I'm currently pursuing, is to be a specialist pediatric healer, not a school administrator. I am very happy to say I have already been accepted into an apprenticeship healer position within St. Mungo's. After a break of a couple of months to wind down from the nastiness of newts, I will commence that apprenticeship. Harry's eyes then sought out the eyes of Ernie Macmillan, grinned at him and said, "And, yes, Mr. Macmillan, in case you were wondering, my ownership is why I was the one of us 5 guys in Hufflepuff who had a private dormitory." Macmillan suddenly blushed and looked down and away. Harry then turned to Bones and said, "I think that's all I needed to say." "Thank you." He was about to step off the dais when Bones said, "One moment, Henry." She was reaching into a pocket of her robes as she spoke. When he stopped and turned to look at her, she brought a small ring box out of her pocket and opened it. "Your heir apparent rings for Gryffindor and Slytherin. I think it's time you began wearing them." Harry didn't even hear the few gasps that came to his hearing from the audience. His attention was focused on the rings in the box. After a curious glance into his now ex-guardian's face, he no longer needed one once he turned 17 the previous summer. He reached in with his left hand and drew out the first ring. "The heir apparent's ring for Slytherin," she called. Harry calmly slipped it onto his right hand ring finger and slid it up against the combined one he'd been wearing for almost 7 years, except for a time during the early part of the school year when he had to upgrade the minor heir ring of black to the heir apparent's ring when Arcturus Blackped. A moment later it melded in with the other 3. Once done he reached in and removed the other from the box. "The heir apparent's ring for Gryffindor," she called. That joined the others on his ring finger. He then looked at the ring and saw the shield upon it was not so much quartered now, but divided into 2 columns of 3. Potter, Gryffindor and black, and Peverell, Slytherin, and a tiny Hogwarts crest. Slowly, and Harry later suspected it came from Susan, Neville, Hannah and Hermione, there began applause. It quickly rose in crescendo and lasted well over a minute. Then Bones finally and calmly rose her off hand in a stop gesture aimed at the audience. And the applause died away again. "Thank you," said Harry. Then he turned to Bones, bowed and said, "Minister Bones," and calmly walked back to his seat. On return to his seat and as the noise of people excitedly chatting between themselves rose, Bones called, "One moment, please." As he sat, Susan practically grabbed his right hand and brought it close to her face while she stared and studied the ring. Then she quietly whispered, barely loud enough for Harry to hear, "Bloody hell." When the noise died off, Bones turned to look at Headmistress McGonagall and said, "I told you my announcement would be momentous." And grinned. Turning back to the audience she said, "I'll now hand you back to Headmistress McGonagall with the final matters for this graduation." She walked off the side of the dais and stood with a few other important dignitaries, including Croaker of the Unspeakables. It took a few moments for McGonagall to regain her place in the proceedings, but no one could really fault her. She'd just learned that one of her favorite students, a son of 2 of her previous favorite students, was actually her boss, and had been, unknown to her, but known to him, since before he was sorted on the first night of his first year. She had the ceremony wrapped up soon after that. Harry and Susan announced their engagement only 2 weeks later, which came as no surprise to anyone who knew them, and married the following summer. Neville and Hannah announced their engagement in early July after Harry and Susan announced theirs, but married that autumn. It might have had something to do with how Hannah was looking a little portly, around the middle in her wedding dress, and how their first child, Harfang Neville Longbottom, was born on the 31st of March the next year, a healthy squalling infant who didn't look anywhere near being a preemie, but no one dared comment on that. Harry found out at the wedding breakfast that Uncle Heath, Hannah's father, had turned up at Longbottom Manor wearing dueling robes and said to Neville, "My daughter is pregnant, young man." What do you intend to do about it? Going direct to Frank, Lord Longbottom, Harry then learned it was more of a prank pulled by both fathers on Neville. They both knew he'd do the right thing, and it just shifted the date of the wedding forward a little. For Harry and Susan's wedding, while Hannah stood with Susan as her matron of honor, Neville stood with Harry as his best man. It was the reverse of how they stood for Neville and Hannah's wedding. Neville's parents sat on the front row of guest seats with a 3-month-old Harfang on Frank's lap. When Hermione fell pregnant, Entwistle, who still hadn't proposed to her, developed cold feet and bolted back to his family from the small modest home the two had shared almost right from graduation. At the time, Hermione was studying law as a paralegal working with law wizard Ted Tonks. Harry sent Entwistle a note which said, "Propose to the girl and marry her before the baby is born, or they will never find your body. My future godchild will not be born a bastard." In a well-hidden charm cast with the Elder Wand, the note was timed to auto-incinerate 10 seconds after it was opened by the young man. No evidence, that way. Entwistle very publicly proposed less than 24 hours later and begged Hermione's everlasting forgiveness for being a scared idiot and bolting. She accepted, and a very pregnant Hermione became Mrs. Hermione Entwistle only 2 weeks before the baby was born. Unsurprisingly, Harry was named godfather. By then, Entwistle had forgiven him the prank. Notice he felt it was just the kick in the pants he needed at the time. Harry and Susan's first was born on the 30th of March, just 1 day before the first birthday of Harfang. Harry was proud to tell only his friends that, though he did not know it at the time, he went to bed on his wedding night with a woman who wasn't pregnant and woke the next morning with one who was. Over the subsequent years, Hannah had a second child, a daughter. Susan bore their second, a boy, and more children followed. Harry finished his apprenticeship, as did the others, and he went on to become the go-to healer for all issues relating to the health of wizarding children. He also provided specialist advice to the DMLE regarding child abuse and was a prime ministry expert witness in many cases of such. Susan ended up working as an Auror for a couple years and then decided it wasn't for her. She wanted to work closer to home and be there for her children. Harry had no problem with that, as they were well off from the long-established Potter fortune. One of the cases Harry was brought in to consult upon for the DMLE about a decade after he finished at Hogwarts, as he still worked in concert with the DMLE after Susan left their service, shocked the hell out of him. He was brought in regarding the treatment of a young 8-year-old Muggleborn girl who had been treated abhorrently by her own father. Her name was Heather Dursley and her father was one Dudley Dursley. During that investigation, Harry found out Vernon had died in prison after being mouthy to another prisoner, a lifer. Petunia was released early on good behavior but was a real mess. It was at her urging that the freaks were called in and Dudley's treatment of his daughter was discovered by the magical world. The mother, apparently, had died under suspicious circumstances. Marjorie Dursley had died a few years earlier of alcoholism. Harry argued that he and Susan should be given custody of the girl, with Petunia flatly stating, and signing off on, she had absolutely no intention of fighting for custody. Dudley ended up in the same prison his father went into, but managed to live through it. As with Petunia, he never remarried. Heather was formally adopted by the Potters and became yet another child of theirs. The Potters ended up having 6 children by birth. With Heather, that made 7. Harry declared they now had their own Quidditch team and Susan declared she'd bear no more or Harry would be eunuched. Hannah bore 4 for Neville and Hermione bore only 2 for Entwistle. However, everyone was happy. As for others, Sirius eventually married and had 2 boys, twins. However, his wife died soon afterwards of complications related to a childhood bout of dragon pox. Sirius eventually got over it, if, for nothing else, for the sake of his 2 infant boys, decided marriage was not the life for him and raised his 2 boys on his own with support from Remus. They turned out to be a pair of real rambunctious troublemaking pranksters, but were well loved and cared for. Harry did eventually forgive Remus his behavior immediately after when Harry was orphaned, but they never became friends or anything. As far as Harry was concerned, he was Sirius's friend, that's it. And he was comfortable enough to tolerate him at that. However, he also gained Harry's respect by how he stood with Sirius when his friend lost his wife. He eventually died of a heart attack brought on by one of his transformations during a full moon. However, that was not unexpected. From his own knowledge as a healer, Harry knew werewolves, if it was a death from natural causes, often died that way. Harry kept an eye on things at Hogwarts, but never interfered unless the school board tried something stupid. One of the things he organized soon after graduation was for the Room of Requirements to be stripped of all the so-called detritus in its Room of Lost Things configuration. That material, detritus, was transported through portkeys to a warehouse complex he'd bought. And, from there, sorted into what was worth something and what was just rubbish. Apparently, the house elves of Hogwarts spent a lot of time easting there. Slowly, but surely, the piles and piles were reduced, with the effects sorted, shelved if saleable and banished if not. And for that which was repairable, repaired. What was left was slowly and carefully sold or otherwise returned to the school for future use, except for that which was discovered owned by others. He was given a monthly report of what was found, what had been sold, what they had tracked down to the original owners, or their families if the owners had already paid on, and returned, what had been banished and what had been handed over to the ministry for the ministry to decide what to do with. Artifacts considered too dark were carefully stripped of their dark curses or, when they couldn't be, destroyed. The school bursary flourished with the constant influx of gold, and McGonagall was already eagerly looking forward to using the funds from it to refresh what needed refreshing in the school, and even offering full scholarships for the underprivileged. One of the times when Harry was called by McGonagall was for one of the times Harry thought the board was being stupid. The board tried to seize full control of the bursary. Harry turned up at their next meeting, threatened the lot of them with terminating their positions right then and there as per the school charter, and told them to keep their sticky fingers the hell out of it. Another was when they tried to overrule the headmistress on who should be offered scholarships. Their choices were all purebloods who, actually, were from reasonably affluent families. Harry walked in, stared at the chair wizard of the board and said, "You get out, you're fired," then glared at the rest of them. "You were warned not to interfere with the bursary. In almost every case I only give one warning. I've never given a third and will never give a third. The next time I have to come here to sort this problem out, you'll all be fired. That is, of course, if you're alive to be fired at the time. I might just decide to kill you right where you sit. This land is mine," he snarled. "This school is mine. What was in the Room of Lost Things is mine to do with as I wish. The money raised from it is mine. As a result, I effectively own the bursary. The next time you idiots try to steal from me, you'll be lucky to live through my wrath." When the chair wizard was still sitting there as Harry finished reeling off his threat, Harry drew his wand and raised it to point it right at the man. "I thought I just told you to get the out." The man ran out the door. "No more warnings," he snarled at the rest, once the idiot was gone. "The next time I come back I leave bodies behind me." Over half the board resigned that night. Their replacements, together with those who stayed, never tried to get anywhere near the bursary again. It was for the headmistress and deputy headmaster to deal with, no one else. Almost 25 years to the day he walked out of Hogwarts as one of that year's graduates, Harry was called back to the castle by Flitwick. He quickly made his way to the little charms master's office and knocked. "Come in," he heard called. Entering, Harry didn't even manage to open his mouth in greeting before the professor said, "Follow me, please, my lord." He walked around Harry, out the door and started down the outside corridor. Harry had rarely seen the little man so serious and perturbed about something before. He could only think of 3 times off the top of his head. One was when Hermione was so distraught over how the late, drunk himself to death, Ronald, waste of oxygen, Weasley had treated her as a first year she ended up begging to be banished from the magical world. 2 was when he learned from Hermione how badly little Luna Lovegood was being treated by certain housemates in the claws, and he investigated. What followed that was one of the biggest loss of points a house had received in a single instance in the history of the school. Rowena had subsequently demanded the entire house be brought before her and, in a closed session, the doors to the Great Hall were locked with only Flitwick the headmistress and the Ravenclaws within. She verbally flayed them alive for over half an hour. And 3 was when the school board tried to seize control of the bursary. As such, Harry knew something very serious was in the wind. Without a word, Flitwick led Harry directly to the infirmary. Walking in, Harry saw that there was a section partitioned off at the back. Flitwick headed directly for it. Madame Pomfrey, still the school mediwitch but already a year into training her replacement, had just stepped out from behind one of the partition curtains, saw who had entered and appeared relieved. "She's awake and decent?" asked Flitwick as he walked closer. "Yes," nodded Pomfrey. Flitwick barely broke stride as he walked to the curtains and checked inside. He took one look and then held the curtains aside in obvious invitation for Harry to step within. As soon as he did, Harry saw it was Minerva McGonagall on the bed. She did not look well. He didn't even hesitate. He immediately drew his wand and began casting detection and diagnosis charms over her. "There's no need for that, Harry," she quietly said with a soft smile. "I'm dying. Not if I can help it," he muttered. "Damage from that bout of dragon pox," she said. About 15 years earlier she contracted a dose of dragon pox from a student coming to school when they shouldn't have, when that student's parents knew the child had the pox. Like some, McGonagall had not been as strict with her own health requirements as she should have been. She'd skipped her required 15-year inoculation 5 years earlier and not gone afterwards and rectified that error. The parents of the child, however, were subsequently charged with child abuse of, not just their own child, but 12 others and simple abuse of 2 adults who'd contracted it off the platform at King's Cross and McGonagall. Those children were the students who all contracted the pox as a result of that first carrier being sent to school, all Muggleborns. Both parents knew their child was sick, still recovering from the pox and still contagious, yet still sent the child to school. They had long-term plans that would have them overseas and on a private holiday in Makusa 2 days after the 1st of September and believed they could not alter those plans. As well as becoming the primary healer for those children, Harry was a prime witness for the prosecution against the parents. The parents had been tracked down by the Pride, the Aurors of Makusa, arrested and dragged back to magical Britain to stand trial. It was successfully argued that sending the child to Hogwarts was a clear case of child abuse, not just of their own child, but of every child that attended Hogwarts. Not only did they lose custody of their own child as a result, they were forced to pay for the medical treatment of everyone who'd become sick from it, and then spent 3 years in prison for the criminal side of the case to go right along with the financial penalty. However, Harry's detection and diagnosis scans confirmed what McGonagall had told him. Pomfrey was doing everything needed to prolong the witch's life, but such is a constant rearward battle that never ends well. He sighed in sadness and looked at her. "You need to retire," he quietly said. "I can't," she argued back. "The board won't confirm Phileas as my replacement." "Screw the board," he half snarled. "Do you want him as your successor? Do you believe he is capable of the role?" "Yes, to both," she smiled. "Then so shall it be," he firmly declared. "I need parchment, ink and a quill." A house elf had that before him before the words were barely out of his mouth. Quickly, Harry wrote an executive order that stated, as of the time he signed and dated the order, Phileas Flitwick was the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and further ordered that his termination could only be issued by the current owner of the school as laid down by the school charter as it stood at the time the order was signed. Not signing or imprinting his ring upon it yet, he handed it to her without a word. She quickly read through it and sighed in relief. "Please hand me my wand." Flitwick, on that side of the bed and closest, plucked it off the bedside table and handed it to her, wand grip first. She gently accepted it, held it at an angle across her and quietly said, "I, Minerva Genevieve MacDonald née McGonagall and of the Clan Ross, in naming my successor, Phileas Axedragger Flitwick, hereby retire from the position of headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in this place and at this time, due to health reasons. As I say, so I swear, so must it be." Harry immediately signed the document and pressed his ring into the soft disc of red wax near the bottom right of the document. It was now official. All three felt the wards subtly shift, but not move yet. Flitwick then drew and held his own wand in a similar manner. "I, Phileas Axedragger Flitwick, as named successor and wizard in good standing, holding masteries in the subjects of charms and defensive magics, hereby accept the position of headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry from Minerva Genevieve MacDonald née McGonagall and of the Clan Ross, in this place and at this time. As I say, so I swear, so let me be judged." All three again felt the shift of the wards. This time they gently moved from McGonagall and bonded with Flitwick. Harry's own control of the wards, as owner, felt them shift from one to the other. Harry gently smiled at a very relieved McGonagall and said, "I, Lord Henry James Potter, owner of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, hereby name Minerva Genevieve MacDonald née McGonagall and of the Clan Ross, Professor Emeritus of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in this place and at this time. As I say, so I swear, so must it be." While Flitwick looked at Harry in surprise, McGonagall practically gaped at him in shock. "Harry," she quietly exclaimed, "this is your home." "Minerva," he quietly said, "everyone knows that. I will not have any fool find an excuse out of some dusty old book on traditions or long-forgotten law to see you evicted from this place. By naming you Professor Emeritus you cannot be evicted. Not by those twits on the school board voting unanimously, not by that moron the Mo elected as our latest minister since Amelia Bones retired, not by anyone. You leave only when you decide to leave, not before." With tears in her eyes she quietly reached out and took him by the hand. Very heartfeltingly she said, Thank you. Any time, Minerva," he smiled. He then looked to Flitwick and asked, "Who do you want to be your deputy, Phileas?" No one missed the emphasis. "Bathsheba," the new headmaster promptly replied. "Then make it so," he ordered. "And, if the board gives you any guff about that, tell them you're under orders from me to immediately send me an elf and I'll come running. Then they'd better not still be on the grounds when I get here. They'll have all been fired and I'll permanently disband the board right then and there." He smiled back with a twinkle in his eyes. Minerva lightly chuckled. Minerva McGonagall ped a few months later, only a few weeks after Christmas. She'd held on long enough to see her near lifelong friend, Phileas Flitwick, be confirmed by the school board as the new headmaster with Bathsheba Babbling confirmed as deputy headmistress. According to both Phileas and Poppy, who were sitting vigil beside her bed at the time, her last words were, "Here I come, Jamie." Harry knew her deceased husband's name was Jameson MacDonald. She and he were only married a little over a year before he was killed by members of the Knights of Walpurgis back during the last days of the Grindelwald War. She lost her husband, unborn child and any chance to have any more children as a result of the attack. It was why she was such a lioness in protecting the children under her care in Hogwarts. Though a widow and legally required to use her married name, she'd, unofficially, reverted to her maiden name of McGonagall while a professor and, later, headmistress. Poppy Pomfrey retired as the school's lead Medi-Witch only a couple of weeks later. She cited she'd only stayed as long as she did because of her dedication to her friend, Minerva McGonagall, to be there for her when her friend ped. Harry eventually did fire the school board. He fired them when, after a great many years and his children had all grown up, married and had children of their own and those children graduated from Hogwarts, he decided it was time for a career change and wouldn't mind giving being headmaster a shot. At the time he was a master healer, holding masteries in healing, mind healing, defensive magics and arithmancy. Flitwick was still headmaster and looking to retire. However, his deputy, Bathsheba Babbling, had also chosen to retire and did not want the post if Phileas wasn't going to be there. Harry had to work hard to convince her to stay for another couple of years and train her replacement. She agreed, but only if he would become headmaster. The school board did not like that decision and decided they would not confirm his appointment. Stupid move. So, he fired them, ordered them permanently off the grounds and took the reins of the school. Bathsheba stated her replacement would be the professor of herbology, Professor Neville Longbottom. Harry laughed and said, "I am not surprised." As Harry was moving to the school, so too did Susan. She trained under Bathsheba to become the professor of ancient runes, having already attained her mastery of the subject, plus a mastery in arithmancy. And actually took over almost a year early. In place of the board, Harry created a new body and purposefully named it, the School Advisory Panel. None of the old members of the school board were invited to sit upon it, nor their spouses, nor their children. Far too many of them considered sitting on the board was an inheritable position when it wasn't. Harry fulfilled the role of headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry with distinction. He held the post for over 60 years and became the longest-serving person in that role in history. His only aim was to outstrip the length of Dumbledore's tenure. He exceeded that by a wide margin. Under McGonagall's, Flitwick's and his headship, a period that lasted well over a century of a golden period of magical British history, the school had flourished. The great hall had to be expanded, expanded again and expanded yet again. The same with the areas and towers of the 4 houses. Sortings now started with the first-year students all brought to the school a day early with their families and sorted then. If they hadn't done that, the feast would not have started until most students would have otherwise already been abed and asleep. Their latest intake was 135 first-year students. Each CL now had a head of department, senior professor, and 3 adjunct junior professors. Electives now numbered 12. And each house had a junior, 2nd and 3rd years, middle, 4th and 5th years, and senior, 6th and 7th years, Quidditch team, a broom race team, and a football team. There were also now 2 deputy heads, a deputy headmistress and a deputy headmaster, one for the girls and one for the boys. And there were a lot of other changes, besides. Better yet, as far as Harry was concerned, the cost of admission for a student to the school was even less than it was almost a century and a half earlier when he was a student. It was now one of, if not the, cheapest to attend schools in the world. And the number of scholarships per year outstripped the number of the entire student body when he attended. Which helped explain why they now had so many students. Scholarships, as they were right from the start of the bursary fund, were awarded on a case-by-case basis according to need. It went from full scholarship to partial scholarship with only about 25% of the full fee charged. It was something the 4 founders heartily approved of and stated to one and all they wished they'd have been able to do it back when the school was first built. They claimed the purpose of the school was to be both a sanctuary and place to learn for all magical children, irrespective of their station in life, their financial status or anything else. And Harry had worked his damnedest to make that vision a reality. There was barely any naysayer who believed he had not met that, considered impossible at the time, target. One wizard, Axes Malfoy and grandson of the late Draco Malfoy, had tried to change the laws to have Muggleborns ineligible for any discount offered in the wizarding world. His clear intent was to make it so Muggleborns would be ineligible for scholarships. Lord Neville Longbottom had publicly laughed at him and said, "A scholarship is not a discount, you get. The full fee is still paid, just not by the student or the student's family, and is, instead, paid by Lord Potter's personal bursary." Susan, sitting as Lady Bones and proxy for Potter while Harry was at the school, added, "And discounts are a business decision and, currently, not for this body to determine due to current laws. If Mr. Malfoy wants this body to determine such, then I will happily second a bill to so amend the law for him. I've been wanting to get rid of bigoted practices by wizarding businesses for as long as I've known of them, and such a bill will enable me to do that." It never happened. It was during his 64th year as headmaster Harry had begun to feel ill. And, like healers, doctors everywhere, believed he could treat himself. However, he just couldn't figure it out and eventually had to visit another master healer. He did it in secret. During that visit he was given the bad news, though it did not come as a surprise. "Simply put, you're getting old, headmaster," said the healer. "Those early years of your life, full of neglect and malnutrition, did you no favors." Harry sighed, thanked the man and left. He didn't even ask how long the healer thought he had left as he really did not want to know. He returned to the school, began to update his personal file relating to what he wanted to happen if he suddenly died and finally took the bit between his teeth and told his wife what he'd been told. Most stoically, she sat there for a long moment before she quietly asked, "How long?" "I did not ask. Nor do I believe it is useful to know," he calmly replied. He reached to the side of his desk and tapped the folder that sat there on top. "I've just finished updating my What to Do When Harry Dies file and will make sure it is left out in the open and easily found." Susan just gave a nod, walked around his desk, transfigured his office chair into a 2-seater, sat alongside him, cuddled in and cried. Harry and Susan spent as much time together as they could. Neither was interested in letting on to anyone else that anything was wrong, so remained working. They didn't have even as long as they thought. 2 months later Harry was lying in one of the infirmary hospital beds. However, these beds were of a far better quality and standard as the ones that were in here when he was student. The infirmary also now rated full-time a senior healer, an apprentice healer and 2 Medi-Witches wizards. He'd been pretty much restricted to that bed for the past 2 weeks. And not been able to even get off it for the past 3 days. The entire Potter family, those who remained, were finally notified once it was apparent Harry wasn't going to be leaving the infirmary anyway but, as he put it, toes up. Nearly a week later, Harry was woken in the middle of the night by his name being called. He wasn't lying flat on his back but, as requested due to his current difficulty in breathing, he was slightly propped up. Susan was sitting on a chair alongside his bed, asleep. She was holding his hand while her head rested on the side of his bed. When he opened his eyes and looked to see who had woken him, he could see Grandpa Iggy and Uncle Toes standing beside one another at the foot of his bed. His surprise was enough to wake Susan when his hand firmly twitched in her grasp. She took a moment to blink the confusion out of her eyes before she looked at him in surprise. "You're awake," she said in clear surprise. "Yes," he simply replied. "You've been out for 2 days." Surprised, he said, "I see." Then he turned his attention back to Ignotus and Thanatos. "It's time." "Yes," Ignotus replied as Thanatos simply gave one slow, simple nod of his head. "Who?" began Susan. "Sweetheart, listen to me," he cut in. When she didn't say a word and withheld comment, he said, "Remember this above all else. I believe I have loved you since I first laid eyes on you. I may have not realized that then, but I knew that later. Thank you for being my friend. Thank you for being my wife. Thank you for being the mother of my children. Thank you for just being you." "Harry," she begged, suddenly realizing why he was saying what he was. "Please. I love you." "I know," he smiled. "I always have." Turning to look to the two at the foot of the bed, he said, "Thank you, gentlemen." Ignotus replied, "From both of us, you are very welcome, Harry." Thanatos simply bowed. "Who are you talking to?" asked Susan, as tears started to fall from her eyes. For one last time, he turned to his wife and smiled. He simply replied, "An old friend." Then he closed his eyes, drifted off with a contented smile on his face and, a few moments later, died peacefully in his sleep. "Harry," she screamed. Susan didn't even make it to his funeral before she, too, had. It was then she met both Ignotus Peverell and Thanatos. It was then she knew who Harry told her was an old friend. At the demand of the ministry upon House Potter, Harry's funeral had been delayed so important VIPs overseas could attend. Then, at the demand of House Potter upon the ministry, Harry's funeral was delayed even further so he and his wife could be buried together. Up upon the Elysium fields, Harry had scooped his wife up in his arms on her arrival, spun her about as she laughed in joy and said to her, "Silly girl. You didn't have to chase me up. I don't think I can trust you anywhere, even here, without me there to keep an eye on you." She replied as he lowered her back to the ground. "Come on," he grinned, taking her by the hand to lead her. "There's some folks I want you to meet." The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.